Let's wait for some live There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Akalon here. Welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube for the first time ever, please remember to hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, but click the link in the description down below because it is always better when it's live. Actually, don't even worry about the subscribe button. This is just VODs that I'm uploading. Really, you should just come over and watch it live. Come follow on Twitch. It's better when it's live. You get to watch the VOD, sure, you're not missing anything, but if you're here live, you get the opportunity to shape the conversation, you know? You can pretty much do whatever the fuck you want. So, in my opinion, definitely worth watching live. Anyways, I don't know what we're going to do yet today. I've not decided yet. Actually, I don't have a clue. What do you do? We've seen most of the Dragonflight stuff already. We're waiting for new interviews that I think is happening this week. Hopefully the new interviews gives us a little bit more insight into Dragonflight. I have some thoughts on Overwatch 2. Not necessarily the kindest of thoughts, but, you know, I have thoughts nonetheless. I guess we'll just wait and see what everyone in chat wants to do. That seems to be really the only thing we can do. Yep. I don't know what else to say. We'll make plans. I'm definitely going to play Final Fantasy XIV. We're at a point in the story now where I'm really interested to see what happens next. It's kind of starting to take a very dark turn. Which obviously, like, dark turns, yes please. Let's go. I'm ready. We can do this. I think I just fucked up with my titling. Hold up, let me just make sure. I'm pretty sure I just fucked up with titling. Dude, what the hell? Internet's super slow. Yep. God damn it. Alright, let me just fix that. There we go. Okay, that should be fixed. It's not going to be fucking fixed in this, though. God damn it. Can I actually... Oh, shit. I can't edit it yet. Alright, well, gonna have to wait until it does, you know, its live thing, and then we should be fine. Foul Smoke, how you doing, brother? I was beginning to think I'm gonna hang out here all by my fucking lonesome today. Like, I think I've been sitting here for almost 3 minutes, just sort of chilling by myself. Wins, how you doing, brother? Let me just quickly... Let me just reload here. The internet is, like... I don't know if it's the internet or if it's Twitch or if it's the browser, but it is super slow. Like, crazy fucking slow. Seems to be fine now. Omi, how you doing, bro? I would have said something, but I thought you were enjoying talking to... Fuck you, Omi. Like, am I ever? Cyrus, how you doing, brother? It's not fun sitting there talking to you. I've said this before. I don't know how, like... Luckily, I was never one of those, like, one viewer Andys where all you have is you, right? And maybe your bot that's watching. Enjoyed your MSQ vid yesterday. Couldn't join in since I was an Ultimate Prog. How did the Ultimate Prog go? Battentech, how you doing, brother? Just got now the notification. Happy to have you here, brother. Enoch, how you doing, brother? Holy shit, Enoch, how you doing, bro? Haven't seen you here in a while. How's the break been? Having a good time? I thought you had hobos under the desk. Well, I always do, but, you know, I can't talk to them. That would give away the illusion. Are you going to watch Telly and Evie's interview with Ian and Steve? I also, Mr. GM, got an interview with a Linker. It should be good. Well, yeah, I'll watch the interviews, obviously, but I can already tell you right now that those interviews are just going to be more of the same. What do you think the chances are of it's like hitting your head on a wall with spikes over and over again? But that's what makes it fun, Moed. That's what makes it fun. I can tell you what those interviews are going to amount to. oh my god, I'm so excited for this. Can you tell us more about Dragonflight? And then they'll tell us the exact same thing that they've also already told us, just using slightly different words. And they're like, oh my god, yeah, that is so interesting. That's exactly what I thought, you know? What about this thing? This is like really cool. This is like one of my favorite features, and then it's not even going to be a favorite feature for anyone. But they're going to be like, oh my god, and the Drakthir, the customization on the Drakthir, literally one of the most exciting things this expansion. Can you tell us how you came up with the customizations for the Drakthir? They're going to be like, oh yeah, of course, here, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, oh, okay, that's like awesome. I really, really love that you're doing this, and this is just amazing. There's not going to be a single hard-hitting good question, because Blizzard, first and foremost, does not take interviews where you push back. I've spoken to a couple of people that's gotten interviews with Blizzard developers in the past, and they have all told me, you hand in your questions and you are told very strictly what you are allowed to talk about and what you aren't. And if you push back, so if they answer a question and you go, wait a, so you're saying, you will never get another interview. Like, you do not push. You accept what they tell you, because your job is to ask pre-approved questions that they have prepared for. So you can't even ask a question that isn't on the list that they have approved for you. You get a set of questions that needs to be approved. They need to know what you're going to be talking about at best. So sometimes they want all the questions. Other times they'll be like, okay, what are you going to talk about? And you have to give them the talking points at least. So in what vein will the questions be? And then once you've given them sort of the vein of the questions that you want, then they'll go, okay, fine, you can talk about these things, but these things you can't talk about. It's fake as fuck is what it is. So you're unpaid marketing? Well, yeah. Go-Kart Mozart. Thank you for the 4 months. 4 months in a row. Tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, well, yeah, of course. Blizzard uses their YouTube content creators as free marketing. You can basically look at the majority of YouTube content creators, specifically in the WoW space, as mainstream media light. So the gaming media, everyone else can't be trusted. If you read something on IGN or GameScope, there's a couple of others. I don't even read them anymore. GameSpot is another one. If you read anything on those websites, you have to take it with a fucking grain of salt, because half the time the reviews that they have there is paid for. And not always paid in the way that people think about it. So you have to think of it like, don't think of it as Blizzard goes to GameSpot, for example, and pays them $20,000 to get a good review. That's not really how it works. But where do you think Activision Blizzard advertise? Where do you think EA advertise? They advertise on GameSpot. So if IGN or GameSpot prints a negative review of a game, they lose that advertising. So the company loses money. So in order to keep the advertising, because remember those companies can choose not to advertise there, in order to keep the advertising, the reviews will almost always be positive, except when they really can't get away from it. But then what you will usually see, I don't know if you guys saw, I think it was the IGN article. It may have been Kotaku's article, but I think it was the IGN article where they were sort of reviewing Battlefield 2042. Yeah? And obviously there's very little positive to say about that game. They found the positives because they listed the negatives, they listed the things that is wrong, but then always juxtaposed to the good things that the game has going for it and that the game will be great once the patches roll out and stuff like that. So there are times where they simply can't ignore it. Cyberpunk 2077 is a good example of this. They couldn't pretend like it's good. It obviously wasn't good. But 9 times out of 10, they are going to err on the side of caution. Sophia, how you doing? Grumpy, how you doing? So this is what YouTubers were supposed to fight. This is why so many people watch YouTube reviews, because at least when it comes to YouTubers, you are supposed to get a clear, unbiased opinion. You're supposed to get someone that is just in love with games, same as you, talking about their experiences playing the game. Is it always going to be the same as your experiences? Of course not, because two people playing the same game is going to have a very different experience of what they find the game to be fun or not. So, of course, it's not going to be the same as yours always, but at least it's unbiased. Now, here's the problem. And this is sort of a catalyst for real life as well. Corruption seeps in wherever it can, because you have a whole slew of World of Warcraft content creators that have made their living on World of Warcraft. So, keep in mind, for a lot of these content creators, there is no movement room. There's no jiggle space here. If they stop covering World of Warcraft, their channel dies. It's as simple as that. And I'm not even immune to that, but I've just gone, fuck it. You know? Of course, my channels are going to suffer, and of course I'm going to lose subscribers and I'm going to lose money, but that's just... it's the price that I'm willing to pay in order to be principled. But they have to cover World of Warcraft. Now, in order to cover World of Warcraft optimally, you need to be in Blizzard's good graces, because Blizzard sends out all the information beforehand. I was part of this, by the way, so what I'm talking about now, I know. I know this because I received the emails. I was once a preferred content creator for Blizzard Entertainment. I would receive the emails of things that is going to be announced, usually before it's announced, like an hour, half an hour before it's announced, you'll get it. Now, once you move up in the ranks to the places of Wowhead and that sort of level, you'll usually get it about 4, 5, 6 hours ahead of the time, and then they'll tell you when you're allowed to talk about it. So they give it to you so that you can have your video ready. So the point where they announce it, your video is already out because you already know what they're going to be announcing, right? So you can be first, so to speak. So there's a good number of reasons why you want to be on their good side, because there are a lot of perks into that. Add to that beta access guaranteed. Every single person, every single content creator that lands an interview with Blizzard will get beta access. They will also get beta keys to give away. They will also get collector's editions. This will be sent to them. A collector's edition in the post, they'll get it. They will also get sort of epic editions to give away to their community. So there's a number of real nice reasons to be in Blizzard's good graces. Why would you give that up? Why would you risk that by actually being truthful and principled and asking the hard questions? Just one interview. I just want to see one fucking interview where the guy goes, listen here, given the failures of Shadowlands, do you not believe that the audience deserves an apology from you guys? Do you not think that you owe your gamers an apology for how they've been treated on Twitter, for how you treated them throughout Shadowlands, for the 9 months of content drought? Do you not think that there should at least be some apology there? I mean, that's not a bad question. That's not badgering them. That's not attacking them. That's just asking a, in my opinion, very nuanced and real question that people would want to know. You know, given the failures of Shadowlands, and given the fact that you have said multiple times after Legion, you said you're listening, you're learning, and then you announced BFA. After BFA, you said you're listening, you're learning, and then you fucking launched Shadowlands. So what have changed? Why should we believe you now that you say we're listening and we're learning when you've said this so many times in the past and you've done nothing? Like, you've never actually changed. No one is going to ask that question. Not a single fucking person. Shahrazad, how you doing, bro? This game does have some of the best graphics of this generation. Some people may have an issue with the premise of the game being burning down orphanages. But it's not a deal breaker in our opinion. Bad nothing, that's exactly what it is, right? I want one of your keys. Dude, I will not be getting keys. We can check now. I can guarantee you I'm not getting beta. Like, there's no way I'm getting beta access. We can check now. They're sending out beta access to for Overwatch, right? I can guarantee you I'm not getting it. Yeah, no. The last email I have from Blizzard Entertainment was the one that basically said sorry to see you go when I canceled my account. Or when I canceled my subscription. That's the last email I have from Blizzard Entertainment. Ever. So yeah. Not the newsers. I'm on Blizzard's naughty list. The best we can do is not pre-order and wait after launch to see if it's worth buying. The good part is we have streamers to test after launch and give feedback. Nightingale, I will obviously be buying it because I'm one of those fucking streamers that have to test it before you guys buy it. And I'm happy to do so, right? I'm happy because it's my job and it's content. I'm going to get money for doing it. So I will be buying the game. I will be playing it. But I will say the same thing I've been saying for like literally the longest time. Do not pre-order the fucking game. Wait. I'm not saying wait until after launch either. We will know during beta. We will know. Like, I guarantee you, during beta, we will know whether or not this is Blizzard is listening and Blizzard has fixed their shit. But no, I mean, I'm not looking forward. Gonna be honest, I'm not looking forward to the interviews that is coming up. You know, whether it be Mr. GM, who I'm actually friends with. I love Mr. GM's content. I love him as a person. I think he's a really cool guy, although I don't know if we're friends still. I haven't even checked if he still follows me on Twitter. I doubt it. I'm very negative on Twitter. So there's a good chance that probably not. But I don't have a problem with Mr. GM at all. But I'm pretty sure I already know what he's like coverage is gonna be like. You know, I'm pretty sure I already know what the interview is gonna be like. So, Lucidal, how you doing? How is everyone? Sorry, guys. I'm just quickly trying to log in here to something, and this thing fucking won't let me. The hell is going on? This is annoying. Alright, here we go. This should work. Alright, there we go. Sorry guys. Just had to work on my phone quickly to actually do something here. Doing fine. Unlocking Reaper at the moment to try and PvP. Oh shit. Yeah, I haven't done PvP in a while actually. I'm 100% on the MSQ train now. Last night the story got good. I'm ready. I'm fucking ready. I really want to see what the next chapter for the MSQ is. So we just got into it. We're in Stormblood, and we're at that giant wall, that light wall kind of thing. And we just rescued the villagers that was supposed to basically spend their entire lives in servitude to the Empire. And Xenos is back. For some reason. Yeah, Yangxia, that's the one. So we're back in Yangxia at the minute. And I don't know why, but the story is really just getting good right now. Like, the story is really picking up pace now. I kind of get what people are saying with Stormblood. With the two different writers that worked on it and the pacing issues. Because the first part of it felt really sort of off pace every once in a while, and now it feels like it's like fucking getting there. Well, I don't know what his name is, Foul Smoke. I call basically all of the rulers of the Empire Xenos, because at some point I read Xenos somewhere, and now everyone is Xenos, because I don't know the Empire's naming scheme. There's too many names, too many Empire people. It's easier to just call all the rulers Xenos. Like, this is King Xenos, this is Prince Xenos, this is the Prince's fucking shoemaker Xenos. It's all Xenos. Vermalab, how you doing, brother? So what are we doing before we get into the MSQ? I mean, we can't just get straight into the MSQ, can we? That would be weird, wouldn't it? Like, we usually hang out, have a cup of coffee, but I don't know what to do. Like, today seems like a very slow news day. You know? Oh, there you go. It is Xenos. What the fuck, Foul Smoke? Why the face and then Xenos as if I'm wrong? Like, Jesus, dude. Of course, I was right. My opinion about what? Milady, how you doing? No, I can't just play. Like, that's not how this works. We have to do a bit of just chatting. If I just jump straight into gaming, I'm like one of all these other fucking gaming streamers that just sit here and game. No, I have to do some work before we can just get gaming. Get a reaction on the MSQ will grab you by the balls soon. Dude, Final Fantasy's MSQ has had me by the balls literally since day one. Well, actually not since day one, since the second day one. My first playthrough was horrendous. But, well, not even first playthrough. My first sort of playthrough through ARR was horrendous. But once I started focusing on the story, yeah, I've not, like, it's not lost me yet. Even through the weird pacing issues with Stormblood and, you know, sometimes the story feeling a little bit slow, I'm still very much interested in what Stormblood has to offer. Very much. Can't break the stream meta. Mandatory. Just chatting intro. I've done just chatting intro literally since I started streaming. Planning to do SP raids after completing MSQ? Yeah, we always do. Like, once we hit max, like, once we finish the MSQ, we always do everything as we play through the patch. I want to do everything at least on normal difficulty. Did you see how the FF14 community rallied to support Mr. Happy's mom? It just really touches my heart. Who the fuck is Mr. Happy, and what happened to his mom? Jolly Take, how you doing? Have you done any? Yes, the Alexander... We did the entire Alexander raid, Jolly. The Alexander raid was fantastic. Like, easily one of the best storylines in a game ever. Such a cool story and such a cool way of dealing with time travel. Such a cool way to deal with time travel. Kind of embracing the ridiculousness of it. Raps, how you doing, brother? Is an FF14 content creator? Be like Josh, 4-hour react stuff. I mean, we could do reactions too. I don't mind doing reactions, but reactions take so long that I almost need to put days aside for reactions. Alright, where's this clip that you keep hounding me about too, bud? Like, you've wanted me to fucking react to a clip for years now. Well, since yesterday, but still. I'm not seeing it, bro. Oh my god, the internet is back to its bullshit. Ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize for the internet being absolute dog shit. I don't know what's wrong. I have no fucking clue how to get it fixed. Let's see if there's something I can do here. I'm not reading anything that you guys are spoiling, by the way. Don't fucking spoil the story. Alright, let me just quickly see here. Alright, they want me to download WinMTR. Let's do that now. Because I have to run this test in order to... Jolly Take, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, guys, I'm literally about to lose my fucking mind with this shit. Just give me a minute. I'm trying to fix the internet. Well, I'm not going to be able to fix the internet, but I am trying to figure out why it's so fucking broken. For fuck's sake, are you serious right now? Because this has happened now literally since Sunday. Ever since Sunday, every stream, shit just drops. It is annoying to say the least. Bro, are you serious? Haha. WinZip is now so hardcore on their fucking bullshit. Two-board, hold up a second. Before we watch clips, we're doing admin right now. We're doing admin. So give me a minute. If I don't fix this now, I'm pretty sure it's gonna get worse. This is why it needs to get fixed right now. I feel like this is not the way. Whatever happened to 7-Zip? Can someone fucking tell me what happened to 7-Zip? Because it just doesn't seem to fucking work. Alright, I think we've got it done. Okay. Let's see if we can open this thing with WinRAR now. Here we go. Okay. What the actual fuck? Okay, here we go. Now I have to figure out how to get the host, the Twitch server host. It works for me. I need to figure out why it's not working on mine. So it says here, once you have installed it, please enter the Twitch server name or IP address in the text box provided. Please run this for a few hours, maybe 1 or 2 hours, and send your results to us. Jesus. All right, Truffle Shuffle Gaming, how you doing, brother? So how in the fuck am I gonna get the? Because I don't have a Twitch. I stream automatically to Twitch, so I don't really DM Broca. How you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Let's see. But restream, I stream to restream.io, and I'm not sure that's gonna show up at all. Supersider, how you doing, brother? Oh my god, DM, you bastard! Thanks for the prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you. Very much appreciate it, bro. Let's view analytics, see if this thing tells me where I'm streaming to. Could you maybe give me like a proper fucking like stream location, would you? It's probably not going to give me a stream location, is it? Nope, doesn't seem to want to. Hey, DM, I'm very happy to have you here, brother. Very fucking happy to have you here. Alright, I need to... Maybe if I just say... Restream.io? Will this work? I don't think it will. Let's go. All right, I'm Okay, here we go. Let's see. Frame drops using NDI. Oh my god, this is horrible, dude. Snap. GG, how you doing? How's your hand, though? My hand's fine. Thank you very much for asking. What's not fine is my fucking internet, which is what we're trying to fix right now. If I could just figure out what to tell WinMTR to actually fucking look for. You know, because I need to know where it's actually running to. Do you guys know, does anyone here know anything about WinMTR? Bad Gamer, how you doing, brother? Please tell me there's someone here that knows something about WinMTR. Restream hostname, maybe? No, that's not doing it. What about Twitch hostname for WinMTR? How to perform a trace route to Twitch. All right, this is gonna help. This is exactly what I need to know. I don't really give a fuck about that. I just need to know which file. What if we just say Twitch? Will it do anything? I doubt it. It's just gonna not work. There we go. It's not working. Is that like a trace tool? Sounds familiar. Well, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. So you have the host up here, right? You have the host name up here. And then once you hit start, it should tell you where it's pinging to and from. So, because they basically want to know, before they will even try to fix my internet, they want me to figure out where the fault is. So they want me to figure out at which location is the dips happening. So in order to know this, I need to know which host to ping. Now I could go 8.8.8.8, but that would be pinging Google. So I'm just going to go to the closest Google server, which isn't necessarily going to be helpful, because if the problem does not lie with Google, and the problem lies, say, for example, with like somewhere between the ocean or the coastline of South Africa and Twitch servers, that's a whole different thing. Well, right now I don't really like. This is not the right one. This is just running a normal trace route. You can run normal trace routes. This is actually a bit more advanced than a normal trace route. It's on your side of the remark. It's technically your problem and they won't fix it. Aaron, that's pretty much the thing. So that's why I need to figure out what host to ping with Twitch. No. This won't do anything. No, I need the host name. This. Because this needs to tell the program where it needs to go. That's all I need to do. It seems fine, but that's the problem, Aaron. Randomly, throughout the stream, we'll just drop to 0, 1000 bit rates, 500 bit rates, 200 bit rates, 1000 bit rates, 0 bit rates, 10,000 bit rates, 11,000 bit rates, 200 bit rates, and then fucking right back to normal. And then it will stick to normal for a while before jumping up and down again. So I need to figure out where the fuck is this problem actually located. So I basically have to just run this trace route for the whole stream and then send all of that data over to them so that they can figure out where the fuck this problem is. but I need to know either where's the restream, like what's the restream location called. I wonder if I write restream.io if that will do anything. Let's quickly see. Maybe it does. Restream.io. It's probably not going to do shit. Oh shit, it is actually doing shit. I don't know why that worked, but that did work. So if you run your command prompt as admin and type netstat nabu, it'll list open connections, ports, applications. Put in this command, tracer live twitch.tv, user profile desktop twitch tracer.txt. So I've just typed in, because I'm not streaming straight to Twitch. Remember, guys, I'm streaming to Restream, and Restream is streaming to Twitch. Now, it seems to have worked. I literally typed into the host name there, restream.io, and it's doing things. It's showing my IP address, then a bunch of other IP addresses that it's pinging off of, obviously, because it should. And then it's doing, like, no response from hosts stuff, which I'm assuming is all in the middle, and then it shows where it lands. Like, the final one is where it lands. So, yeah. Not sure what the fuck that means, but we'll just keep sending this. We'll just keep doing this until the stream is done, and then I'm going to send all of that information to them. Let's see how this works, okay? Because we have it running now. So let's see how it works. If I send all this data through to them and they go, well, we don't know what the fuck's going on, then we can do the proper command prompt, all that shit that you guys fucking said there that makes no sense to me, that may as well be in Oriange language. We'll deal with we'll deal with tomorrow, right? Once they come back to me and say, okay, we think we figured it out. So now we're just waiting for the stream to drop frames, and then we'll get a good idea of where things are broken, if things are broken. So let's wait and see. Let's just wait and see. Treasure, thy pingeth? Exactly. Fair enough. I do networking for a living, so I get interested. Aaron, DM me on Discord, because I'm probably going to need your help tomorrow at some point. Tomorrow at some point, I'm probably going to be like, Aaron, they said it doesn't help. I need help. I need to figure out what the fuck is going on here. I hate network problems. Like, there's two things I despise about computers. It's software and it's networking. Dude, I can't fucking stand that. Like, give me hardware. Hardware is easy to solve because you can try. It's literally just test, and you figure out what's broken. But, like, software problems is such a horrible fucking deal. It just sucks. It is basically arcane for a bit of magic. Don't worry, it's normal. Uplink, I know, brother. I like the hardware stuff. Like, give me a PC that isn't working, and I would like fixing it. Like, I wouldn't mind figuring out what's going on. If you have the tools for it, of course. It can be horrible if you don't have the right tools for it. But luckily, you usually find some PC shop that has a test bench, which is actually harder to do in South Africa than you might imagine. This has actually become my new gold standard. Before I send my PC to any PC shop, I go, do you guys have a test bench? And can I see it? And you'll be surprised at how many shops have told me in the past, what do you mean, test bench? I'm like, wait, you run a PC repair shop and you don't know what a test bench is, or you don't even have one? How would you know if something is broken? Like, how would you know what is broken? And don't tell me, well, it's obvious from the fault, because usually almost every fault on a PC can be either the motherboard or the power supply, or the RAM, or the CPU. Like, it could be any of those, and you usually figure it out by process of elimination. You eliminate the problem one by one until there's only one problem that could potentially remain. King Julian, I saw it. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the how you doing, brother. King Julian, you don't have to keep spamming the same message over and over and over and over and over again. When you tell me you have 3 videos for me in the suggested tab, I'm not immediately gonna fucking go watch them, but I do note that you said it, and then I keep, like, talking. You don't have to keep spamming. If I just never answer a question you ask, then you can keep asking it. But you're not asking questions. You just make a statement and then you just spam it. What do you think is gonna be achieved through that? I work in IT too, and most of the time, finding the issue takes far more time than solving it, unfortunately. I'm not reacting right now. Why do you guys want me to react so much? You know, when we start reacting, it's going to be fucking hours before we do anything else. Like, reactions is not just... We're not like those streamers that can react to a 20-minute video, and then the reaction is also 20 minutes long. 20-minute videos turn into fucking hour-and-a-half reactions. You know this. Why would you want this? It's madness. Because they can't get Asmon to do it? Wait, but Asmon reacts all the time. Does he not? Josh equals CEO of reactions? Wait, does Josh Strive Hayes actually react that often? He streams at a weird time for me, so I barely ever see he streams. Does he react a lot? Oh, shit. Nice. Dude, reaction streams is the easiest streams to run. I mean, it's content that is literally just automatic. You legit just sit there and fucking watch someone else's content and then talk about it. You don't have to think about shit. 2 to 3 hours. That is long clips. But to be fair, if I go onto my reaction channel now, and that's not even all the reaction videos we have already, but if I just go onto my reaction channel now, Reacalon. Oh shit, we're getting close, boys. We are getting close. Look at this. Look at this. $205 subs. That's what I need to get to that. All like the golden circle of subscribers. 1,000. We need 205 subscribers for the reaction channel. Twaki Kaki, how you doing, brother? Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so we need 205. But if you look at the most of my videos are also stupidly fucking long. Like, this one is double the actual length. I think the normal video is like 7 or 8 minutes, and we're 22 minutes, 41 minutes, 38 minutes, 14, 29, an hour and 7 minutes, an hour and 13 minutes, an hour and 37 minutes. It's all fucking stupidly long. There's some 2 hours and 32 minute reaction video here. And there's actually a video going up tomorrow, I think, or the day after tomorrow. That's almost 3.5 hours. No, I don't need you guys to make second accounts too, bored. Just, if you haven't subscribed to the reaction channel yet, go subscribe now. You have to have confidence in your opinion and be talkative. Not everyone has those traits. Well, I know that my opinion is always right, so it's not hard. Like, I watch other people's content and I go, wrong. And then I give the correct opinion that they should have had before they even made the fucking video. Herpaderp, how you doing, brother? Will you watch the live interview in an hour? Yeah, sure. Whose interview is going live in an hour? I know Mr. GM has an interview, and I know, I think, Taliesin and Evertal has an interview. Whose interview? Is it Taliesin's interview? I'm pretty sure we're banned from Taliesin's chat, so... Gregarian, I'm very happy to hear that, because second monitor content is what I'm aiming for. Subbed, I wasn't, so there you go. Bad Gamer OG, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Alright, so let's see. We're trying something new. Join us for our first Twitter space as we discuss Dragonflight. Oh, it's hosted by Taliesin and Evital. Wait, they're trying something new? What are you talking about? You're trying something new. How is this something new, though? This is just another interview. I'm not surprised. Akko is banned from TNE. I'm not sure if I'm banned, but I'm pretty sure I'm banned. Like, we could check. Do you want to see? Let's see if I'm banned from Taliesin. I'm pretty sure I am. Might not be, but... Oh no, I'm not. Never mind. I know I'm muted by him, but I'm not banned. So, that's good. No, but didn't they say Twitch space? Yeah, they fucking say Twitch space, not Twitter space. Oh, Twitter space, as we discuss Dragonflight. What the fuck? What the hell is Twitter space? Why the fuck would you not just do a Twitch space? Just be on Twitch, go live, and be done with it. Why Twitter? I don't even know what the fuck Twitter space is. We're trying something new. How do I try this? How do I go there? When will I know? How would you even know? Does anyone know where the fuck you get this, though? To the space is sort of new. It's like a Skype call, but on Twitter. Wow. Imagine that. Because people are so fond of Skype. Like, who still uses Skype? Josh Allen streams, like, he used to work for Blizzard and he streams on Twitch. Alex, how you doing, bro? It is 100% live. The video that they recorded earlier is 100% live. So how do I get to this this famed Twitter space place? How do I reach this place? Like, is there a secret key that I have to enter? Is it a special thing that I have to search for? How do I get to this really, like, seemingly exclusive club of fucking Twitter spaces? If this is mobile only, I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. If you can only reach Twitter space through mobile, that is going to be shite. Sounds like metaverse shite to me. I don't know. I genuinely have no idea. But I guess we'll see, you know? If it's in an hour, someone give me the link so we can go there. If it's on the phone, we can obviously not go there. You have to suck a hobo dick to enter, but I've already done that, Go-Kart. Well, if they do it there live with no viewers, then no one can come with comments on it. Ian never does live stuff anyways. Give me all the dicks. X-Naps, how you doing, brother? No, I mean, it's good that they're embracing Twitter, I guess. It would be nice to see Ian on Twitter finally. We haven't seen him on Twitter for almost a year. So it will be nice to see him there finally. I'm more interested to know what Elon Musk is planning with Twitter. Like, is he just going to let Twitter keep going the way that it was going? Like, what do you guys think about Elon Musk buying Twitter? And pay no attention, by the way, to the South African media that is slacking Elon Musk off. Because every single article in South Africa is about how Elon Musk doesn't care about South Africans. He'd rather spend billions of dollars buying toys It's like, dude, what the fuck? Shut the fuck up. His money doesn't belong to you. He doesn't have to give South Africa money. What are you talking about? He should buy Blizzard. I mean, what more can be asked of them? I have no idea what to think. On one hand, a billionaire owning Twitter is weird, but it was already owned by a board of millionaires. I mean, why is it weird for a billionaire to own Twitter, though? Elon's going to get stuck in and make the Twitterites an outrage. The typical thing, he needs to be in the media for something that's why he did it, really. Lunari, I don't think that's why he did it. If you followed Elon Musk's sort of evolution in politics and in the world of politics and media and social media and all the rest of it, like, Twitter is genuinely one of the worst offenders when it comes to silencing voices on only one side, right? So if you look at the ban lists on Twitter, and I'm not saying that it shouldn't happen. They can probably do whatever the fuck they want. I don't really care about it because I don't belong to a political tribe. But you look at the ban lists, about 95% of all their bans are conservatives. Conservatives get banned left, right, and center. Which, you know, and then you have people on the left that will make death threats and won't get banned. Right? So at some point, you have to go, you're banning someone for saying something that you don't agree with, but then, like, people who make death threats are okay. This is not, like, this doesn't seem like there's a balance here. And obviously Twitter is allowed to do that because they're a private company. No one is saying they can't. And Elon Musk just went, well, fuck it. Then I'll buy the private company, and that'll be it, you know? So yeah, we'll see. I don't think he's going to sell, Jolly. I think there's a bigger reason he's buying Twitter than just the free speech thing. No, I don't think it's about selling it. He is going to use Twitter with all of the other products that he have right now. I'm just not sure how. But the dude clearly has a plan. He wouldn't have just bought Twitter if it was only for free speech. There's definitely some reason why he's picking up Twitter, and I don't think it's just money. Because the problem with Elon Musk is he's almost always willing to sacrifice money for the greater goals. So Tesla, for example, can be much more profitable than what it is right now, but he chooses to keep everything public. Like, he does not have copyright, or it's not called copyright in that space. It's what's it called again? Patents. He doesn't have a patent on any of the Tesla stuff that they make. Like, all of the Tesla products are in the public domain. Do you know how much money he could make if he just patented all of the Tesla stuff? Yet he doesn't. SpaceX, he just fucking, like, he just throws money at SpaceX. Doesn't matter. He just throws money because he wants to go to space. He doesn't give a fuck. So there's definitely a lot of stuff there that you look at Elon Musk and you go, this guy clearly has a goal, and I don't think money is his goal. I don't think money has ever been his goal. All right, Alex, so you can make a Twitter space without a phone, so you should be able... hopefully we'll be able to watch it. We'll see, right? I think my opinion on the whole Twitter thing, right? And the selective banning of Twitter, and should private companies have the right to ban whoever the fuck they don't agree with? It's not as simple as just saying, well, it's a private company, they can do whatever they want, because we have to argue, is this the new public square? And I think we would all agree that Twitter is effectively the new public square, right? Jolly take. What do you mean seriously? Seriously what? I mean, everyone is like, yeah. I mean, let's not start a political war in chat. Whether you are Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Independent, whatever the fuck you are, I don't care. I'm far more interested in whether or not you're a good person or if you're stupid. Because if you're stupid, I don't give a fuck what side of the aisle you support. I don't like you. I think people misunderstand how much money Elon has. Most of his money is because he owns companies and has shares in it. Most of the richest people in the world are that way because 90% of their net worth are tied up in companies they own. They can turn that into liquid assets, but then they lose more control of the company they created. It's a trade. True. Tungdale, how you doing, brother? I do agree. If they ban people, they should do it on either political side, but I feel like Elon thinks freedom of speech means freedom of consequence. Lunari, that's not really... So, my question would be, what do you mean when you say freedom from consequences? Because that's a very ominous thing. So freedom of speech means freedom of speech, and it means that no one can silence you for the speech that you have. All right? So when you say something, you can't be silenced as a result of the thing that you said. That's what freedom of speech means. Now, when you say freedom from consequences, what do you mean? Because actions have consequences. Words should not really have consequences. Because words are just words. You can push back on words, you can disagree with words, but at what point, like, would words have consequences? Justifiable consequences. Trickstar, we've already addressed that. Yes, the American Constitution protects people's freedom of speech from the government, so the government can't take it. But remember, as with all things, the Constitution was written before Twitter could even have been imagined. It was literally to protect people's speech in the public square. So you could stand in the public square and scream at the top of your lungs whatever the fuck you want. There's that famous case where the Supreme Court allowed the KKK to march through a town because freedom of speech. The government is not allowed to shut down speech even if it doesn't agree with the speech. I believe the Chief Justice at the time actually said, while he personally abhors the views of the KKK, it is not within their purview to shut down the KKK. But as technology evolve, who still fucking talks in the public square? You know, no one goes to the public square to have a speech. People speak online. So there is that argument where we have to say, should certain public spaces be protected as if they are public spaces? Right? So as if they are official public spaces. So in this sense, places like Twitter, places like Facebook, places like YouTube, should they become public utilities in the same way that phone companies are? So for those of you that don't know, phone companies in America is treated as utilities, public utilities. A phone company may under no circumstances deny you a phone, regardless of your political affiliations. Your constitutional rights are protected by phone companies. If you have a phone, your constitutional rights are well protected on that phone line. This is just how it works. So you have to ask yourself, should the document be sort of expanded to include spaces like Facebook, like Twitter, where the public conversation is now taking place and where people should be allowed to utter their grievances, if as it were. Well, freedom of speech means you can say whatever you want, but that does not mean you can expect people to not get mad at whatever your statement is, like spewing hate, fake news, and so on. If your words harm, and I don't just mean insults, it should be taken care of one way or another, I think. Lunari, okay, so first and foremost, spewing hate, I mean, whatever, right? Hate speech, again, whatever. And not because I don't think it doesn't exist. It's because it's very difficult. Because what's hate speech for one person might not be hate speech for another. Fake news, I have a specific problem with the use of the word fake news because who decides what is fake and what isn't? So until we can figure out who is the trusted voice that we should all be listening to, effectively all news is is or isn't fake. Because right now, no one can be trusted. The independents can't be trusted. The mainstream media can't be trusted. So we don't know what the fuck is fake and what isn't. Words that the only speech that I believe should be bannable and should not be allowed, and most countries agree, are calls to violence. So if you call for someone to be hurt, so if you go out and you say X person should be murdered tonight, you should be arrested because you were making calls for actual violence. All other things, I think, should be dealt with on a personal basis. If you get offended by something I say, then get offended and take it up with me. But I don't think you need an authority up high that sort of bans anyone that says anything that could ever be offensive. I don't think that's how it should be. King Julian, I don't believe that. Problem with that is that it spreads so fast. By the time you figure out it's fake, it's or not, it's too late. Freedom of speech is not freedom from consequences. The notion of freedom of speech is that your opinions and the expression thereof do not need to be vetted by the government. Von Wolfenstein, but no one ever said that there's not going to be consequences. The consequences we're talking about is should an authority, in this case Twitter, that is currently sort of the arbiters of the public square, should such an authority have the right to silence speech that the authority deems unreasonable? That's the question. Von Wolfstein, I don't have a problem with people calling you out on your racist views. If you have stupid fucking racist, horrible views, people should absolutely have the right to call you a dickhead for it. Like, absolutely, I agree with you. And people should call you a dickhead, absolutely. I will call you a dickhead, right? But at the same time, we're still talking about should you have the right to spew that shit? And this is where freedom of speech gets difficult. Because you either have freedom of speech or you have a sort of weird freedom of speech that I agree with system. And I don't know if that is necessarily a right way to do it. Von Wolfstein, yes. I believe that Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, those places have become the new public square. I do believe that. Most of our conversations now, the conversations that matter, take place in these public domains. Crimson Hair, thanks so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. So, look, it's a difficult thing, and I'm not saying I have the answers, but it is worth thinking about. When all of your conversations have shifted from the traditional public square to these online spaces, should constitutional protections extend to these spaces? They can get you in trouble after, but whatever the consequences, generally, you can still come back the next day on the same street saying the same things and trying to anyway. Look, if you say... So here's what I would say. If you say, for example, you walk into a store, right? Or you walk down the street and you look at some big guy and you tell him, fuck your mother. Do you have the right to tell that guy, fuck your mother? Yeah. No one's saying you're not allowed to. If that guy turns around and punches you in the mouth, you just had your consequences, right? Like, that's the consequence. And for this example, let's remove the idea of this guy will now also pay consequences for his actions, because this is also true, right? If someone says some racist bullshit and you come back with, I'm gonna fucking kill you, then consequences for you, but consequences for them, right? Because they've just now made a threat of violence towards you, which is either allowed or not allowed, depending on what we agree on, yeah? So, but let's imagine that the consequence ends with the person that said it. So this guy gets clocked in the mouth. Yeah, you caused shit. You got punched. This is sort of normal, right? But what we're talking about here is you walk down the street, you tell a guy, fuck your mum, he punches you in the mouth, and then from that moment forward, you are banned from ever walking on that street again. This is what we're talking about when we say freedom of speech. Freedom of speech absolutely does not remove you from the consequences of that speech. You are going to get shit if you speak shit. But should it then also lead to you never again being allowed to speak? That's the question. And once you are banned from a place like Twitter, or a place like Twitch, or a place like YouTube, your ability to speak have now been removed. So it's not just the consequences, the fallout from the things that you are saying, it is now also your inability to speak further that's being removed. So we're not talking about consequences anymore. Evans, how you doing, brother? Given the stuff that gets through, please provide tangible examples of what is filtered. Like, Von Wolfstein, you know what I think would solve a lot of these problems? If all social media companies made their lists of people that they have banned, shadow banned, throttled, and all the rest of it public. So make it public. Allow anyone to search their name for any social media platform and see whether or not they are throttled, pushed down, or whatever the fuck. I think that would solve a lot of the problems. If you can't figure out how to create a new Twitter account, maybe you shouldn't have that ability. Trickstar, well, if once you're banned off of Twitter, if you do try to circumvent that ban, they will just ban you again. They'll just continuously ban you, right? So that doesn't mean shit. So you're not allowed in the bank after operating hours, but you could still go into the bank after operating hours. We call that stealing, right? So there are ways around almost everything, but we're not talking about breaking the rules in order to get back into the bank. Should have room to say what they want. It should not be up to Twitter to moderate people by silencing them. However, it should be up to the public to either ignore, condemn such behavior, and make it acceptable. So, Gag, I actually agree with you, and the reason I think the best solution to all of the problems in the world is allow everyone to say whatever the fuck they want, and give everyone a block button. And they've already given everyone a block button. So if someone says something that you do not agree with, it is literally block, done. That's it. It's over. You never have to see them again. They're blocked. So their posts are not showing up. You don't even see when they tag you. It's all over, right? From that moment forward, they are blocked. They can't interact with you. You don't have to interact with them. It's happy days for everyone involved. Allow people the freedom to basically decide for themselves who they want to hear from. That would be my answer. But, you know, what the fuck do I know? Lazius Babi, if you're not intelligent enough to hit the block button, then you should not even be alive. Because you are going to be the next big problem for humanity, I'm pretty sure of it. I'm not saying you, I'm talking about the people who don't know how to hit the block button. They're going to be the next big issue. Like, the next fucking thing that gets passed by the government is going to be a way to save these people from themselves. So, you know, the problem is we have kind of gone from legality to the court of public opinion, which is different, and social media is subject to public opinion because it affects the bottom line. If the public says this is unacceptable, then they have to act in response or lose dollars. Maybe. I don't know. Though. Let's see what Elon does. Let's see what Elon does. If suddenly all advertisers pull out of Twitter and they never come back, then we have our answer, right? This is just a money thing. King Julian, no one is going to keep making alt accounts forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And also at some point it sort of seeps into stalking. in which case you could get the law involved if you need to. Thinks he or she is entitled. Being able to control someone else is a problem. Trump already said that he has no reason to return to Twitter. He wants to stick on his platform. I just think his platform has a really stupid name. Truth Social. That does not roll off the tongue, man. You should have, like, at least think of something better. Like, Truth Social does not roll off the tongue. Twitter rolls off the tongue. YouTube rolls off the tongue. Twitch rolls off the tongue. Truth Social, 2 words, that's bold, man. That is fucking bold. I don't know. I don't follow most of this shit, guys. I'm literally talking about it because it's news right now. But I don't really... Honestly, I don't really give a fuck about any of this. I play my video games. I live my life. I offend people on the daily. And as long as I can keep doing that, I'm pretty happy with the status quo being what it is, you know? I don't think it's gonna help. I think the majority of humanity is too fucking stupid to think for themselves anyways. So whether you allow for people to speak or not, the majority of humanity is fucking moronic. They read a headline, they believe whatever the headline says, and that's the end of it. Same thing, a bit of a wild thing. I'm not here to judge. I don't care. By the argument, were it not for the fact that the exact same people crying about censorship on these platforms had no problem using these same platforms to complain about censorship, and 2, have no understanding of object permanence when they want to censor others. Look, I've said this many a times before. My issue, specifically with American politics, and this is literally where we're going to leave this and then move on to talk about happier things, because this is making me fucking depressed. But my specific issue with American politics is the idiots on the left and the idiots on the right seem to think that the other side has a monopoly on being the most stupid fucks in the world, which is not true. It is sort of both sides are completely and utterly moronic, looking at the other side thinking, oh my god, at least I'm not as stupid as that person, not realizing that you are the fucking nonce. Because Democrats want to ban XYZ, right? Because they feel that's bad for society. And then Republicans will scream, oh my god, freedom, freedom, freedom. And then as soon as they get into power, they start banning the things that they don't fucking agree with. So it's sort of like, you know, rules for me, but not for thee. And the same goes for the other side. As soon as the Republicans start banning refugees from entering America, the Democrats are like, oh my God, freedom, 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 our country, our country, our country. And then when they get into power, it's like, oh, by the way, none of these freedoms matter, so fuck them. But all these freedoms matter to us. And neither side can realize just how fucking moronic they are. Which is why I'm so happy that I sit right in the center. I can look at the people on both sides and judge the fuck out of you, because here's the truth. If you're still voting in the year 2022, you're lost. If you truly think your vote matters in this whole shit show of a place, you're a fucking moron. Your vote doesn't matter. You want to know whose vote matters? The millionaires and the billionaires that own your fucking politicians. You think any of your politicians makes a move? You think they fart without express permission from their owners? Of course they fucking don't. Everything they do is done for and by their owners. You are simply the vehicle that they use to trick you into thinking, oh, we have a vote. Raskiv, how you doing, bro? People should just stop voting. Like, the most proud I've ever been of my own country, and to be fair, I'm not often proud of my country, but the most proud I've ever been of South Africa was in the last elections. In the last elections, 16%, I think, no, at max it was 20% of my entire country voted. 20% of the voting public of South Africa actually cast their vote. It was the proudest moment of my life. It means 80% of South Africans are finally starting to wake up and realizing, wait, this is a scamas. Why would I go stand in the fucking queue all day for this scam? What do you care about, Akko? What makes you happy? Also, what the fuck, sex robots? What makes me happy? Games. Playing games makes me happy. What do I care about? Very little. I genuinely couldn't give two fucks. Politicians speak, they lie. One of my favorite quotes comes from a guy by the name of Michael Malice that says, every single thing politicians say is a lie, including is and the. So, you know, grew up under the protections of unions, tax-supported schooling, easy housing, and a tax structure that punished companies for hoarding. Got theirs and started undoing all of it when they realized they had to pay for the next generation. Von Wolfenstein, I disagree with almost everything you said in that sentence, but that's a whole different discussion that we would have to get into. Maybe this is true in essay, but voting in some countries do matter actually. Name the country, Lecter. Name the country where voting actually matters. You think voting in France matters? All right. All right. Okay. Sure. Your politicians aren't all being paid by the exact same millionaires and billionaires that fucking fuck you in the ass while making you thank them for it. Hey, sure. Keep casting your votes, man. Like, if it makes you feel good, keep casting those votes. I'll abstain from voting. I've never voted in my entire life, and I'm not about to. Are we literally now just waiting for Blizzard's Twitter space to start? Because I feel like that's what we're waiting for right now. How long before it starts so we can get off this awful fucking conversation? Like, look, guys, if you think your government works for you, keep voting. I don't care. I genuinely don't. Like, I don't judge. You do you. The only thing that pisses me off is that your actions influence me. But, you know, that is what it is to live in a society, I suppose. Bandwave, is it better? I've never played Dead by Daylight, so I don't even know what you're talking about. Look, this is not a political channel, and you should not get your political reasonings from me. If you do, you're a fucking moron. I have my opinions, and they are fairly strong-held opinions, right? But at the same time, I am always very happy to change my mind. That does not mean that I want to turn my Twitch into a political fucking debate Andy channel. I don't. I prefer that we talk about video games, that we talk about World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy and play video games and do fun things. What I want to do on this Twitch channel is I use it to escape. I want you to be able to tune into it and for 5 or 6 hours, forget about the bullshit in the world around you, right? And just focus on fun things, making jokes and having a laugh. The political side of things just makes things so fucking horrible and boring. Lobster grenade, pineapple on pizza. Von Wolfstein, there is no grenades here. There is no grenades here. I am a huge fan of pineapple on pizza. If you don't like pineapple on pizza, you're wrong. This is simple. This should really not even be a fucking debate at this point. I have no idea, Nandy Dandy. What is the game about? Funny, because this is the most fun I've ever had. While you hate it, Akko, I love political debates. Bad gamer, you might, but I think there's a lot of people that don't. there's a lot of people that really don't give a fuck about the political debate, and I want to make content for everyone. I want to make sure that everyone that comes here feels like they enjoy it and that they can escape and not fucking, like, because politics will very quickly become a war. Very quickly. We will be at war with one another, where one half of the chat hates the other half of the chat, and I, as the streamer, sit here and hate both sides of the fucking chat for some reason. Well, I don't know, maybe. Something you can disagree with, Hako? Pineapple is amazing on pizza? Well, I believe that pineapple on pizza is where it should be. I'm home alone with my cat, watch you, and trying to climb Crystal Conflict. Easy life? There you go, bro. So, Aklon, you think Rathian will be the aspect for Black Dragonflight? If not, who think it would be? Mad Beastie, how you doing, bro? Oh, yeah, and there is. I just want to say, there is a political... Like, Alex just made a point there. If you want to have political discussions, Discord has an entire political channel just for you. One big fucking thing, though. You enter it at your own risk. If you read things there that offend you, that's your fucking problem. You deal with it. It doesn't help that you contact the mods before you join the political channel. You accept all responsibility for everything that happens in there. You go there, it's the wild, wild fucking west of free speech, bitch. The only thing I think we do sort of control there is like pure hate speech and sort of like absolutely egregious shit. So if you just start spewing absolute egregious shit, you will be banned from Discord. So there are rules, but the rules are more relaxed in the political space. I think while we may disagree, all of us can agree that we're proud cult members of... There we go. Everyone is part of the cult of Akalon. Just let it wash over you. Find your center. Just be fucking chill, bro. Don't be a dick, alright? That's all I'm fucking asking people. Don't be a dick. Suck a dick instead. You'll need to have more discussions that you can agree. For instance, I like beer. Yeah, but there's no fun in having conversations that everyone agrees with. I just realized Anduin was hanging around Jaina for a while and became a raid boss. Did Jaina bang him? Dude, that would be so weird, though. Like, Anduin and Jaina banging? Jaina is quite old, you know? Would we not say that's a bit of a MILF thing? Also, isn't Anduin, like, going after Talia? Echo recommending sucking a dick. Too bored? If you need to suck a dick in order to chill out, go for it, bro. Have that ever mattered in WoW, though? I mean, we don't get much sort of dick sucking in WoW. But if we were to get dick sucking in WoW, who do you think should suck dick first in WoW? Not sure, to be honest. Anduin and Rathian. Dude, I have this sneaky suspicion that Denuser may actually write that in. Jeff, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. I have this sneaky suspicion Jeff might actually write that in. Up until now, Anduin have been sort of poised to end up with Talia, right? But what if it turns out that Anduin and Rathian ends up together? Minion, have I seen what? Wait, when was this? Today? Oh, shit. Guys, they're taking my fucking money. Gorlerino, thanks for the 2 months up. Did really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They're taking my money. I can't believe that Twitch is taking my fucking money. Let me overreact before I've read the article. Just based on the title here, right? Twitch reportedly changing how it pays content creators. These monetization changes could be implemented this summer. Twitch, one of the biggest streaming platforms on the planet, is looking to alter how the most popular streamers are paid, according to a report by Bloomberg today. The changes will be made in an effort to boost its profits, but this could lead to Twitch also losing some of its streaming stars. The Amazon-owned platform is considering offering incentives for streamers to run more ads, which would reduce the number of subscription fees distributed among the heavy-hitter content creators that are currently partnered with Twitch, anonymous sources told Bloomberg. What the fuck does that sentence actually mean? The changes being made to boost... Okay, hopefully they explain this. The changes on Twitch's monetization system could be arriving this summer. Twitch is thinking about reducing the revenue cut of subscription granted to the biggest streamers on the platform to 50% from 70%. Well, that doesn't fucking affect me at all, because I get 50% right now. Another option Twitch is considering is to introduce multiple tiers and create criteria for how content creators will qualify for each one. In exchange for this deal, Twitch may offer to release partners from the current exclusivity restrictions that are in place for partnered streamers, which would allow these people to stream on other platforms such as Facebook and YouTube Gaming. The updates to the partnership program have not yet been finalized and could end up being dropped, according to Bloomberg. So this does not really affect me. It obviously only affects the big boy streamers, you know, the guys that actually get 70%. Because I'm pretty sure I only get 50%. Might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I only get 50%. And I think on gifted subs, you get even less or some shit like that. I'm not sure. I would say, though, the only way Twitch can actually do this... The only way Twitch can actually do this is if they boost the ad revenue on Twitch. Right now, the ad revenue on Twitch is miserable. Like, absolutely fucking horrendous. So, let me quickly give you guys... I'm not allowed to show you this part, so I'm just going to give you the numbers. I stream 4 days a week, at least, right? 4 days a week. If you look at April, and you look at my ad... So, literally, just what I made from ads for the whole of April, it's $26 for April, right? That's from ads. In March, we streamed 60 hours, and from ads, we made $34. We streamed for 60 hours in March. Let's take my largest month yet. So, the month where I streamed 121 hours in February. I made $27 on ads. That is abysmal. That is abysmal. It was also my best month in terms of viewership. So that month, more people would have seen ads than any other month on my channel, and it was $27 fucking dollars. So unless Twitch changes the way they pay their ad revenue to bring it in line with, for example, YouTube's ad revenue, because YouTube's ad revenue actually works 60-40. YouTube keeps 40%, you get 60% of all ads being played. That's not how Twitch's works. So Twitch's ads is a flat rate independent of whatever is run. So whether the ad company pays $20 for an ad to be shown, or whether they pay $5 for an ad to be shown, you, the streamer, only get $1 or a couple of cents. Right? It's a flat rate. Doesn't matter what ads being played. So Twitch will have to fix that if this is going to work. The content creators partnered with Twitch earn money through subscriptions and donations and receive a fee for running ads on their channel. That fee varies from $3.50 to $5 for 1,000 ad impressions. That is, like, probably only for the top guys. That is definitely not true for everyone. Ad impressions depending on the streamer's location. This deal has not been changed in years. Should Twitch decide to implement these changes to its partnership program, oh no, that is fine. $3.50 to $5 for 1,000 ad impressions. That means for every 1,000 people that see your ads, so in other words, if you have an ad block, that doesn't count. If you don't get the ads when I play the ads, that doesn't count. So it's only for the 1,000 people that actually see the ad, you will get $3.50 or $5. Up to $5, depending on, right? Should Twitch decide to implement these changes to its partnership program, it would come at a time when YouTube is becoming more and more competitive. The Google-owned platform has poached several top content creators from Twitch in the past months, including Tim the Tatman and Dr. Lupo. Why do you think Twitch is doing this? So just to be clear, you realize that Amazon makes no money off of Twitch. Like none. Twitch currently for Amazon is a loss. It costs Amazon money every single month on Twitch. So Twitch isn't making money. This has been true for a long time, and it's still true even today, right? YouTube took very long to start making money. So for YouTube, I think YouTube turned their first ever profit 4 years ago. I think it was 4 years ago. It was sort of celebrated. For the first time ever, YouTube turned a profit. Now, YouTube is making billions of dollars, right? Because YouTube took time. YouTube sort of slowly but surely worked out what is the best way to show ads, what is the best way to get people to support, and YouTube is finally making real bank. But the first decade and a half, or literally the first decade of YouTube's existence, it made no money. It cost Alphabet just a shit ton of money. Or Google, but Alphabet in essence. Twitch is scared they will lose even more viewers to YouTube because YouTube is heavy on the streaming involvement now. Yeah, but isn't this going to lead to just more people leaving? Because, okay, I'll tell you guys now. How many of you will enjoy if I hit this button right now? Nanako, pretty much, yes. If you live in a country like South Africa, you're probably getting very little for it. No, I haven't praised it, Alder. I haven't praised it. But how many of you would enjoy if I pressed this button right now? I'm not gonna fucking press it. The reason I'm saying it is, in a live stream, unlike in a video. So when you're watching a video and you get an ad, that's fine. You know, the video isn't going anywhere. The video will play after the ad. But when you're watching a live stream, the second I click that button and you're delivered with you're basically dished up 3 minutes of ads, you miss everything. Everything that I'm saying for the next 3 minutes. Most people leave. Because what the fuck? I'm gonna sit here for 3 minutes and just watch the streamer speak. I can't hear him because I'm listening to some stupid ad, right? Ads and streaming do not go together. Twitch should have fixed this a fucking long time ago. But for some reason, Twitch is too fucking stupid to do it. And the fix is literally right in front of them. It's called clips. This is the fix. If you gave people the ability to browse clips the same way they do with TikTok, the same way they do with YouTube Shorts, if you gave people the ability to browse clips, you could put all the fucking ads you want in there, and you could leave your actual stream content alone. Like, let streamers stream. When I go onto YouTube and I start a stream, actually, I'll fucking show you guys this. Hold up. Let me just quickly get past the bits that I'm not allowed to show you. And then I'll show you. All right, so here we go. Here we are on YouTube. Oh, wrong channel. Never mind. I'm on the wrong fucking channel. Lol. Hold up. Let me quickly go to one of my channels that is actually enabled for streaming. Here we go. All right, so here we go. Schedule stream. Now I decide, let's do another coffee with Akalon. Reuse settings. Bam. See this? This is for a live stream. YouTube asks me, hey, do you want to show ads on your live stream or do you prefer not to? This is always off for me. Always. I never have monetization on during streams. Because why would I? People are giving super chats. People are becoming members. Why would I show ads on the stream? It makes no sense. Twitch doesn't have this option. You will get an ad when you come onto a Twitch stream unless you have an ad blocker. YouTube doesn't have to, because YouTube literally has all the fucking spaces they could possibly ever want to show their ads. They don't have to fill up their live spaces with ads. When is Twitch going to wake up and realize you can't just keep pushing ads into the fucking stream and think that's going to solve any sort of issue? It's just going to make it worse. You know, they should have a banner option like football. This segment brought to you by Power Thirst. Here is the secret. Mid-roll ads are selectable on the normal videos. You mean normal YouTube videos? Yeah. I mean, I know we set our own ads on the normal YouTube videos for a couple of reasons. Lamb, how you doing, brother? Sort of man, how you doing? So we set every single video that we ever upload. We set exactly where we want ads to show. Voicey TV, you're not alone. Most people do. Most people fuck off. Like, why would I stick around? I don't know who this streamer is. Especially when you're new streamers. Like, if I'm watching a streamer that I already know, like, for example, Asmongold. If I'm watching Asmongold, I would be happy to sit through an ad to get to Asmongold's stream. Because I want to watch Asmongold and I know what I'm going to get once I get through the ad. But if you come to someone else's stream for the very first time, you don't know who they are, now you get delivered with an ad, well, why the fuck are you going to stick around? You don't know who this is. I personally think Twitch is just... They are greedy. Honest talk behind the scenes. Unscripted, I do a very high effort on placing it so it fits the video. On clips, it's the Wild West. But I don't let YouTube do it, because then you will have 12 ads on a 10-minute video. Truth. I personally think Twitch is just greedy. Amazon needs Twitch to start making money. They don't want to keep spending money on Twitch. And so every decision they make is aimed at trying to get more money out of Twitch, not thinking about the viewers' experience while they're on the site, which is literally the only thing that should matter, is the viewer's experience while on the site. Anyways, trying to teach the people at Twitch this is probably never going to happen. I just think more and more people are going to move over to YouTube. Twitch is dying? I wouldn't say Twitch is dying. It's still the #1 live stream platform in the world. You know, it is still the #1 platform in the world when it comes to live streams. But I do think with how YouTube is approaching it and how aggressive YouTube is in their sort of search for more and more streaming methods, I genuinely think YouTube is probably going to end up killing Twitch in the very near future. You know, YouTube is also doing so much to sort of get content creators. About Zach and Akko talking about Twitch versus YouTube at the moment. YouTube also does such a great job of making it attractive for people to stream on Twitch, on YouTube. So to give you an example, just today, we got approved on the main channel for a thing called Super Thanks. Have any of you ever seen this? Rin the Weirdo, how you doing, brother? Shouldn't bother with Twitch after all. Rin the Weirdo, if you're only now starting streaming, I would say start on YouTube. Fuck Twitch. Start a YouTube channel and start streaming there. More discoverability on YouTube by a mile. And I do think unless Twitch does some huge things in the very short term, more and more content creators are going to make their way over to YouTube. But if any of you ever used Super Thanks, Do you even know what that is on YouTube? Because it used to only be available for a very small group of content creators. Evan, I've used Super Chat. All right, so Super Thanks is the Super Chat of offline videos. It only exists to help out content creators. So if you're watching my video, for example, and you really like my video, but you also have a question and you want to make sure that I see your question and answer your question, you can do a Super Thanks, which is basically $1. I think it's $1, or I'm not sure if you can put your own amount, but I think by default it's $1. You pay $1 and your comment shows up right at the top of the video and it's highlighted. So the streamer absolutely get to see your comment. You make sure that the content creator sees your video, sees your comment, right? It's a Patreon, but it's not really like it's more a way to ensure that content creators. Blasphemous Crow, by the way, thanks for the 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. 9 months in a row. Thank you. Thirsty for the money, bro. Really appreciate that. But yeah, so you basically get this idea, or basically the feeling that they're trying to create is, I love the video, but I have a question. Normally, I would just ask the question in the comment section and hope that the streamer sees the question, or I can pay and ensure that the streamer sees the question. Right? I don't even know what that would look like, though. Let's see. I would have to go to one of my videos and see what the fuck that would look like. But I have time for one more. Oh, here we go. The only problem I have with this, so it's this little thanks button here. If you click this, okay, there you go. So you can go 14, 35, 70, and 350 Rand, right? This is Super Thanks. So it's right there. Run the Weirdo, what question did you ask? You're more than welcome to ask, bro. But you see, the reason I love this is it's non-intrusive. This is completely non-intrusive. This takes nothing away from the viewer's experience. You as the viewer can absolutely watch the video without ever even looking at this. The join button is the same thing. You can hit join if you want to fucking join, but you don't have to join. You still get the video, just like you would normally get the video. The problem with every move that Twitch makes is it seems to intrude on the ability of viewers to actually watch the fucking content. You know? That is so fucking annoying. Why can't they just come up with something decent? It annoys me. Wait, Alex, is this video actually doing... When did you upload this video? This is new. You uploaded this like maybe an hour ago, right? Particularly right, instead of making a good product. I don't think it has anything to do with politics. I don't think it has anything to do with politics. What is the Twitter Space link? Can someone give me the Twitter Space link, please? Because I'm pretty sure the interview is starting, and I don't know what the fucking Twitter Space link is. I don't even know how to fucking get there. Oh my fucking god. Are we gonna get the... I don't even know what Twitter Space is. No one really does. No one really does, but... Now we could probably do that. Fucking hell, man. Why not just do it on... join this space.
Hello and welcome. I hope I can be heard. Welcome to Twitter Spaces.
All right.
And welcome to a developer Twitter space. I wonder if I can be heard. I'm just going to check first before I
Caro,
say all
how you
the
doing, brother?
interesting things. I don't want to blow the interesting things.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
Before we know what's going on.
Final Fantasy XIV, World of Warcraft, basically
Ian
any RPG.
in the house. Is Steve Danusa in the house?
I am indeed, and I can hear you.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, that's good. This is a really good start. We are in the future right here on Twitter Spaces, trying out a new thing to allow you, the World of Warcraft community, to get your questions to to the big boys in the World of Warcraft space.
The future.
Ian
What?
Hazakostas.
How is this
Steve
the fucking
Danusa.
future?
Can you say hello, boys?
Hello, everybody. Good to be here.
Hey, everybody. And yeah, this is a new Twitter adventure.
Yeah,
You
it's
could
awesome.
have just done it on
you'll be very pleased
Twitch.
to know that these questions that we'll be handling today don't come from me. This is very much a kind of, rather than a sort of a YouTube interview or stream interview or something like that, this is very much a recreation of what a Blizz Q&A would be like, I guess, with me and hopefully Evertel in just a moment or two hosting and sort of presenting your questions that we've gathered from social media to the devs. The timing's not great with our childcare, so she's just gone off to get the little boy. So maybe you'll hear from him as well. I know that he's got some amazing questions to ask you about his first ever World of Warcraft expansions. So it's super exciting. Just before we get started with any of these questions, I'd like to put something to you, Ian, and then Steve. If players haven't been playing Shadowlands, if it didn't really connect to them, maybe BFA didn't really connect with them either, why should they come back and play?
Oh, wow. That is a
Dragonflight,
fucking hard question.
Ian?
Good job.
I think every WoW expansion is, in a lot of ways, a fresh start. It's a chance to reconnect, to be on a level playing field with everyone else who's venturing into a new space. And it's every expansion brings new themes, new adventures, new systems. But I think Dragonflight in particular, it's if there's something about World of Warcraft that captured your imagination years ago that you haven't felt was fulfilled in the last few years, I think this return to just core high fantasy exploration and discovering the story as you go, meeting interesting characters along the way, everyone from new races of giants to, of course, the beloved Tuskar. And I know I'm just buttering you up here, but
wait, there are Tuskar in this expansion?
Wow. I've heard there are, and quite a few. Yeah,
It's very quiet.
It's a great chance to get back in and check it out. And if you've never played World of Warcraft before, and if for some reason you've ventured upon this Twitter space and are wondering what's going on here, it's also a great time. And I think try it out, judge it for what it is, and
Can you guys at least hear what's being
hardly
said?
believe that it'll be worth your while.
And Steve, what on the same theme, what opportunities do you feel that Dragonflight has brought for you as sort of a storyteller?
Yeah, you need to not let Ian answer questions first because he literally consumes all the good bits and gives them to you. But yeah, like he said it well. We've just been looking at this as like an opportunity to dive back into those classic fantasy themes that made us all fall in love with games like this in the first place and movies like
The
this.
news
and
are
stories
obviously
like
having a
this.
fucking
The things
semi
that
at all the lore he can
inspire
retcon.
our imagination, having this vast land to explore. You have these cool figures that feel powerful and awesome, and you get to delve into their stories, you get to adventure beside them. It was really just a chance for us to revisit some of these really classic and popular characters in the dragon aspects and kind of see what's going on with them now, all the changes that happened during Cataclysm and other storylines. They lead to this and this chance to kind of recapture something for themselves, their legacy that they had left behind so long ago. And so those themes of exploration, rediscovery, of finding your legacy, those are all woven into the storylines that you'll be experiencing in Dragonflight.
Awesome. I want to do these questions from the community justice and make the most of this kind of platform that we're using here. So I'm going to kind of go through them at a bit of a lick, and I will ask you to sort of elaborate where it's sort of appropriate and what have you. And the first that I've got on my list here is quality of life changes when it comes to 10.0. Ian, can you describe how you've kind of taken lessons that you may have taken over the course of Shadowlands and how you're applying them for Dragonflight?
I have to warn you, this is probably not a short answer, because there's been a lot, right? And there's a lot of different pieces to it. Some of this really predates Shadowlands itself. I think, moving on from so-called borrowed power and saying that we're going to focus on evergreen systems like talents and professions, that was a decision that we made really before Shadowlands launched, right? Because we're kind of committing to the general feature slate of an expansion at pretty far in advance. And that was the realization and the feedback that walking away from borrowed power felt really bad. I think losing your artifacts, losing your Legion legendaries at the start of BFA really got the expansion off on a really sour note.
Mm-hmm.
And I think over the course of BFA, we'd realized that everyone was looking at everything they were earning with the knowledge that it was all just fleeting and that it was all going to be gone, and that continued to sour the experience. And so even as we had committed to certain systems for Shadowlands, we knew we wanted to take a different direction in Dragonflight. And then on the quality of life side, I think really a lot of what we discussed last year, a lot of what led to the changes in 9.15 that helped shape Eternity's End, like those were not end of expansion band-aids. That is an underlying philosophical shift in how we approach things like, frankly, valuing players' time, giving them the flexibility and freedom to play more of the game the way they want without feeling like they have to do things they don't enjoy to get at the bits they do enjoy, and really carrying that forward into crafting our systems and thinking about how alts and patch up and all of that is going to work from the ground up in Dragonflight in a way that we frankly haven't done in expansions before.
I know we're very early on in the development of this expansion, but I mean, there will be people listening to that who want to draw like a lot of hope from it and go, yeah, that's awesome. But who will, naturally be a little bit kind of cynical about the intent behind it. Can you, even in this early stage, can you give an example of how quality of life, maybe in approach to alts, will be better in Dragonflight than in Shadowlands?
Sure. I think from the start, thinking about what should be account wide. And the answer is nearly everything except getting gear from dungeons, from quests, the actual item level and power of your character that is their personal journey. But we want to make playing through, linear narrative optional after the first time you do it. We want to make sure that access to content, that things like utility, including, for example, aspects of the dragon riding system. If you are upgrading and improving your dragon riding such that you can more ably traverse the Dragon Isles, redoing that on other characters is not going to be a satisfying experience. It's just going to feel bad that you don't have access to, or you're somehow hindered compared to the experience on your main. I think we're just constantly asking the question of how this is going to feel the second, third, fourth time through, how this is going to feel if you're someone who's coming along months down the line, and solving those problems from the start instead of waiting to do it reactively.
So I hope you don't mind me like pressuring you on this, but like when it comes to dragon riding, for example, would that be an absolute across account progress, or would there just be elements of it that found its way across?
I mean, there's still questions for us to figure out on our end.
Of course,
Philosophically, I think there's obviously going to be some quests that you may have to do to unlock the system the very first time you come on a second character. But beyond that, if on your main, your dragon can fly for longer and go farther and has access to an extra active ability, we wouldn't want to make you re-earn those things on your alts. If you've unlocked cosmetic customizations for your Drake, we wouldn't want to make you re-earn those things on your alts. I think really the starting point for everything other than just pure power from gear is that it should be something that you do as a player, and that if you want to repeat that content,
so good,
fine, but you shouldn't have to.
Hearts in chat if you
awesome.
like it.
I know a lot of people will be incredibly happy to hear that. And will that be in place from the very start rather than something that comes in later patches?
That is the goal, yes. I mean, I think that's what this shift in philosophy means, right? This isn't about, okay, frankly, suffer for a few months and then we'll hear feedback and adjust. It's, we want to make sure that, we know people are going to be playing alts literally week 1 of the expansion, right? Many people are going to get their first character to 70, do some stuff, and then a day later start leveling their next one. And that experience should be the alt-friendly one that we envision from the start.
Brilliant, thank you. And I'm going to skip around different subjects a little bit here just to get you both involved all the time. I want to talk some Drakthir just for a moment, like the new playable race and class. And we know that they have their own starting area on the Dragon Isles. Steve, can you tell us anything about like the story and the history that the Drakthir are going to go through in that starting area?
Yeah, we're coming into this Drakthir race as you're playing them. You kind of come into a mystery. So the thing is, you're awakening after being in stasis for you don't know how long. And this long stasis has kind of wreaked havoc on your memory as a Drakthir. And all you know is you're in kind of this creche that is your barracks. And you know that you have friends in here and you know that they're in trouble. And so you work through this experience of trying to help your friends, reawaken them, get out and just figure out what's been happening, what caused this. And as you're going through this experience, you're encountering all these changes and you realize that you've been asleep for a very long time. And so the Drakthir experience is really one of discovery, of finding what happened to you, what befell your leader, Neltharion, who was the guy who made you. And for those of you who don't know, Neltharion, who eventually became Deathwing, at one time he was just the Earth Warder. He was one of the aspects, and he was charged with protecting the land. And so you find out that he made you to be a soldier, to be this ideal warrior against some threat that was coming. And through the course of this experience, without giving in-depth spoilers, you will find out what that threat was and that it's reawakening again, just like you. And the fact that you're awakening now is tied into that threat that's rising.
Right.
And so you'll get this experience of kind of learning your history, learning what's happened to you, but leaving a lot of mysteries to explore over the course of questing. So you get this cool starter experience that is very evocative and tees up a lot of history. And then through the course of questing, if you're playing a Drakthir, you'll have little moments throughout the kind of level up and through some of our max level campaign chapters where you'll find out some more little bits and keep putting the history together. And it's going to be really fun to see how the dragons react to you, because they didn't know about you. Even Alexstrasza didn't know that the Drakthir existed. So that's going to be a process of both sides getting to know one another. It's a really cool story. The Drakthir are awesome and fun to play. And I think the Forbidden Reach, the area that you'll start in for your experience, is a really cool place that's very evocative of the Dragon Isles experience.
We've heard a lot about the zones on the Dragon Isles, and the Forbidden Reach is the one we've heard the least about, but a lot of emphasis has been put on the size of them and how they're these grand, like, sweeping zones that you can swoop and fly around, and how they'll be utilized with, like, areas that are kind of focused on leveling and areas that are kind of more endgame areas within the zone. Are you going to utilize the starting area for the Drakthir for anything else in the game? Will it be just a starting area for them, or will other players find their way to it over the course of the expansion?
No, it's definitely a place that we'll be coming back to. We're deciding where that best fits in the story, whether it's max level or in upcoming content. But it's definitely a place that has more mysteries left in it after you leave this place as a Drakthir. So there's a lot of it's a great space and will be fun to
that's good.
them,
Fucking
later in
good.
the game.
So it'd be fair to say it's not just a starting zone; it will kind of play a part in the wider expansion as well.
I think it's fair to say it's part of the world, right? I think, analogies to how the Vault of the Wardens and that Isle worked in Legion are valid. I mean, if you are a Drakthir, your journey begins here and your story begins here. But for everyone else in Azeroth, this is a place that's full of mysteries that will be interesting to visit down the line and delve into the aftermath.
Awesome. And sorry for like the flip-flopping that we're going to do on subjects here, but I miss you when you're not talking for a while, and I want to kind of like spread it out a little bit. Going back to kind of quality of life changes and sort of account-wide things, there's going to be a change with reputation, we understand, when it comes to Dragonflight, and it's going to be based more on what we'd recognize as a renown system at the moment. Would you like to elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's another example of evolution of some of our evergreen systems. I wouldn't call this like a full-blown revamp, but I think it's us taking a step back and looking at how we present reputation, which hasn't really changed since 2004. It's a bar that has these very fixed thresholds that go up, they almost double, 3,000, 6,000, 12,000, etc. If you want to know what a reputation gives you, sometimes it's buried in achievements, sometimes you have to find a quartermaster and look through their list of stuff. And I think one of the things we did really like about how Covenants played out in Shadowlands was just the visual UI of the renown track and understanding your progression towards stuff. And while we don't plan for reputations, and I think definitively reputations in Dragonflight will not give you the sort of alternate progression like Soulbind levels or whatever that they did in Shadowlands, I think it is a very elegant way of laying out the rewards that you have to look forward to. Everything from cosmetics, unlocks of additional content, items which are of course power, but not auxiliary powers, core power for endgame outdoor world players, and so forth. And I think we have what we're calling, this is maybe not a final name, but just shorthand internally, major factions. Not every reputation will work this way, but there are some major factions that we'll encounter in the Dragon Isles. And as we aid them and as we work on their behalf, we'll be progressing along this track with a hopefully just clearer and all around more elegant reward progression.
And one of the nice, just to add on, one of the nice things about that is that each of those major factions kind of stands on their own. So unlike the Covenants that you kind of picked one and that was your path, these are things that you can dive in and out of. So you can choose if you want to focus on one, focus on another one, switch around, play lots of things. It's just gives you more choices as a player of what kind of what path you want to engage with and which reputations really are most appealing to you for a particular character.
Sure. So is it the case that there's like, I don't know, a set number of world quests or kind of daily quests or sort of weekly quests that are available, and you choose which kind of faction you want to do those for and improve your reputation with? Or is it possible to increase your reputation with all the factions kind of equally at the same time?
I think that's one of those things that, again, details aren't 100% set in stone. We're going to evolve the pacing based on feedback that we get from beta. But I think the current thought is much more flexibility. And I think part of why Covenants and Renown progression in Covenants were so rigidly time gated is that it was your core power progression, right? It was your Soulbind tree traversal. And so if we let you just say, hey, I want to, binge for a weekend and do a bunch of stuff, well, that would have become the mandatory way for every competitive player to play. But in a world where this is more about, unlocking new bits of story, content, other types of more open-ended progression, I think we can be much more flexible.
I think that's awesome. It's really good to hear you say that there's story connected to those unlocks as well. You know what I'm going to have to ask you though, don't you? Is it account wide, that progress?
So that's a good question, and I think details of that are something, again, like it's going to depend. I think, again, philosophically, if you've unlocked a cosmetic reward on one character, that should be available across your account. If you have unlocked access to a new set of quests or a new repeatable event in the outdoor world, that should be available across your account. Might there be things that we put in this track? Certainly, if you earn a helm that is an eye level, 300 whatever helm, no, that won't be available across your account, right? So that's the stuff we have to figure out, but it should still adhere to the general philosophies that we're trying to follow.
I'm surprisingly happy to hear that answer. I think that's a really good answer. Thank you. I'm really glad that I put on some clothes for this. I didn't have to. No one would have known. Awesome. So that's really good to hear. And with that kind of progression, and is there any kind of systems that you thought really worked in Shadowlands that you're going to move over into Dragonflight? People are thinking like creation catalysts, stuff like that.
I think that's one of them, though. I think we probably don't want to get into the habit of having to reinvent a new foozle in every zone with some magical currency that's there just to craft tier sets or whatever from that tier. We're still figuring out exactly how this will work, but I think that professions are actually probably a really good long-term home for that sort of device where, over the course of a tier, after the first few weeks of collecting and trying to piece your set together, long term, what if you could take your plate helm that you earned from that raid or from a mythic dungeon and take it to a skilled blacksmith with a reagent who can then make that into a set helm? That's the sort of thing that we'd love to carry forward. I think making tier sets accessible to a variety of play
He
styles,
answering the
and
question?
also having, as kind of we mentioned earlier, kind of pre-planning that catch-up mechanism / RNG backstop that can come into play partway through the tier is something we're really happy with.
That's really interesting kind of evolution of the system. Is there going to be a mission table?
No current plans for a mission table, no.
The internet, just an intake of breath there. Steve, when it comes to the story of the expansion, it's been said that you planned the story of Shadowlands to be a story in 3 acts. Do you know where the story of Dragonflight ends up right now, and are you kind of working towards it, or are you sort of freewheeling a bit more? Not that there's a wrong answer, just interested in your process.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I kind of work as a storyteller, like I like to know where something's going. So we talk a lot about story on this team. I have multiple meetings a week with multiple people, and we talk a lot about like how we want this to end. What kind of feeling do we want to evoke in people when this expansion comes to a conclusion? And so we have this pretty epic ending that I think will feel really good for players, that will involve these characters that we've been adventuring alongside throughout the story. So yeah, we have that story, but there's also a lot of freedom along the way in terms of like you don't want to be so overly prescriptive with what you're doing that you shut yourself off from opportunities. This is something that we talk about in voice sessions all the time with actors, right? Like we write these lines, but we don't want to tell them how to say them, because the magic comes from how an actor interprets what those words are. And it's the same way with story. When you have this whole team of really talented people, really talented quest designers, narrative designers, content designers, systems, all this stuff that comes together, you want to let those folks kind of take the building blocks that you hand them and see what's going to come of that. And so while you drive towards certain things and you have these key moments in mind and this key progression for the story, you want that flexibility in there to discover things that you didn't even anticipate. And that's the real joy, is when I'm talking with some designer who's like, talking about a quest line that they want to build, and something rises out of that that's just magical that I never would have thought of, but it brings so much to this kind of tapestry of the game. That's just super exciting. So that's the stage we're at now, is we've got quest people, content people, narrative people, all building stuff in this world, and it's like planting seeds that grow right before your eyes. So it's a really great experience, and I think a very organic way to tell stories.
Like presumably you're kind of looking very much at the sort of the initial kind of leveling and story experience of the Dragon Isles at the moment. Do you have like a certain way you want players to feel? Like if you had to sum up what you wanted to make players feel in that initial kind of leveling process, for example, through the Isles, what would it be?
Yeah, we want players to feel a sense of optimism and hope, that there's so much potential in the future of the Dragon Isles and the future of Dragonkind and all these characters that are wrapped up in this storyline. And it makes you care about who you're adventuring alongside, and you care about this place because it's so steeped in the mystique, the mythology of dragons, and you get to learn, not just what they fight for, but what they care about, what drives each of the flights, what is in their hearts, and their bond to this world and to each other. So it's really about wanting to give that experience to the player, feeling connected to these characters and to this place.
Awesome. And would you say the odds are good that we'll stay on the Dragon Isles for the entirety of the expansion, or would you be surprised if we kind of went elsewhere at some point?
Well, now you're asking very spoilery things, but thematically, this expansion is about the dragons and the threats they face and the goals they have, and what we and other heroes of Azeroth are doing to help them, or in the case of some dragons that might have ill intent, of trying to stop them. So it is very much rooted in the dragons. We're not, the story always touches on lots of things because WoW is a big game and the story is very big. So there's lots of room for little side stories and things like that. But the main storyline is about the dragons, about the dragon aspects, and what their fate is, and the kind of destiny that they're weaving.
That's awesome. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. I'd like to go back to just sort of some in-game things at the moment. There's been a lot of talk about Mythic Plus and the Mythic Plus seasons, and the distribution of the dungeons over Mythic Plus in seasons 1 and 2 in particular. And it being widely reported that in season 1 we'll have 4 of the presumably 8 new dungeons from Dragonflight, combined with 4 time-walking dungeons, and then again vice versa in season 2. Ian, I think there's like a concern in the community that the time walking Mythic Plus dungeons included will be ones that we've kind of been playing a lot recently. Is there a desire in the team to use older dungeons that haven't been used as Mythic Plus before to fill those gaps?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think certainly Shadowlands and even I think Battle for Azeroth dungeons are all kind of off limits for these purposes. I think they're far too recent long term. I think a lot of where we're starting to look is, Mists of Pandaria had some fun dungeons that, had challenge mode versions, but never Mythic Plus. And I also, I don't know that I would describe it as literally time walking, because I think we're open to making some tweaks to the dungeons to support modern gameplay and Mythic Plus as needed. But I mean, yeah, the idea here really is to set ourselves up and to set players up for long-term variety over the course of the expansion. And each new Mythic Plus season not just being some slight tweak to routing based on the new seasonal affix of a dungeon you've already run 100 times, but rather a whole new puzzle to solve. And I mean, again, honestly, I would love to be able to say that we could create 8 new dungeons every few months. That is not something we're able to do. One day maybe, but that's not something we're able to do today. And so by mixing up old and new, I think we can, and hopefully continuing to add new dungeons over the course of the expansion. That's something that we're going to be able to deliver, where both itemization-wise and gameplay-wise, every season is a fresh experience, the same way raiders have a fresh experience every season. You shouldn't have to refarm the same trinket from the same dungeon every 5 or 6 months.
I really like the intent behind that. I think sort of refarming old gear every season, or the same gear every season, is one of the major things that is fatiguing about Mythic Plus. Can you see yourself going all the way back to classic dungeons?
That's unlikely. Maybe. Certainly, in a world where we're completely reworking or reimagining some older dungeons as we did in some later expansions, that version could hold up. But I think both in terms of visual fidelity and just mechanical complexity, those dungeons I think wouldn't be suitable for modern gameplay. I think internally the team probably draws the bar at Mists of Pandaria and onwards in terms of what still feels consistent with how we design dungeons today. That's not to say that we couldn't go earlier than that, but we would also rework the dungeon significantly if we did so.
Cool. Sounds like fun. Like I say, these questions come from the community, so I want to kind of do a relatively quick fire bunch on the Dracthyr, just to get some kind of information out there that people have been wondering about. Obviously, in combat form, they're using their claws and their wings and their tails and their jaws and all sorts, and that's one thing. But obviously, they will have weapons equipped. Do we know what kind of loadouts they're looking at yet? Are they using int staves? Are they using agility maces? What's going on?
So I think they're as a caster class, range DPS and healer, they're definitely an intellect class, and both specializations are that. In terms of weapons, this again all subject to change, but I think initial thoughts are probably what shamans can use minus shields plus swords, if that makes sense. So like dagger, fist weapon, mace, staves, axes, and that's the current thinking.
Awesome. And when it comes to kind of like older content and going back as a Dracthyr, how will that work? Particularly in terms of Mage Tower. Will they be able to go into the Mage Tower?
That is unlikely, at least initially. I think there are certain things that we will update. I know everyone's eagerly waiting to see what the Nefarian class call is when Nefarian encounters this mysterious Dracthyr creature. And I think we'll make sure that they'll be able to run Torghast when Torghast launches. When Dragonflight comes out, and that's still actually initially relevant content when you're level 60. I think want to make sure there's workarounds such that they can do the Legion expansion content if they want to go do that, but they're not going to get their own artifact weapon. We're not going to kind of retcon an odd story that involved Dracthyr somehow fighting the Legion back then. I think long-term stuff like Mage Tower we would want to explore, but that's not something that's going to be able to happen for Dragonflight launch.
Okay, that's understandable, I guess. And Steve, there's been a lot of talk about customization of the Dracthyr as well, and concerns around that, but also just like, you know, wanting to know more about it. Can you talk a bit more about to what extent players will be able to customize their characters?
Yeah, the art team has really done an amazing array of customizations for both the Dracthyr form and the Visage form. And I believe we've got a blog post in the works where some of our artists are going to talk through some of those options in more detail. Because really, you know, even the deep dive was really just able to scratch the surface on some of the things, and the game is in development, so more of those options are coming into the UI every day. So they'll be able to give a much more in-depth kind of look at what's going to be available. But it's a super customizable both forms, and I really like the Visage form a lot because of just the variety that you'll see in those. So that's a personal favorite of mine.
What's the lore thinking behind that? Because obviously they use the sort of the human female base form and the blood elf male base form, but the facial features seem to be kind of purposely changed a little bit from that. Are they literal kind of human forms, or what's the lore behind that?
Well, the lore behind the Dracthyr is that they're not made from one singular mortal race, nor one singular dragon flight, right? Like Neltharion took the best aspects of dragons, allowed them to tap into the magic of all 5 flights, and he looked at the mortal races who were very young at the time. You know, when you think back to that period of Azeroth's history, you had Tauren, you had trolls, you had night elves rising up from the trolls, and some other early races like that. And so those were really the building blocks that he drew from. And so the Dracthyr represents not only a mixture of the magic of the flights, but a mixture of those traits from some of those early races. So that's why they have a distinctive appearance that's different from what the dragons did, which was to pick one particular race that they wanted to use to represent themselves in the world, and then transformed into that as their Visage form. The Dracthyr come at it from a different angle.
So they, unlike dragons, they haven't chosen their form. That's just sort of who they are.
Well, that's going to be part of the storyline, is that when you awaken, you're in your draconic form, and there will come a point in the story where it becomes necessary, as you might imagine, to venture out into the larger world. And so that's the point where the Dracthyr have to tap into that mortality that is within them and use it to present their Visage form.
Awesome. And Ian, an evoker tank spec, how likely is that, do you think, eventually?
Pretty unlikely. I think that.
But black dragons, though, Ian.
What about them?
They have scales which are used in tanking shields and swords, and you know, there's loads of black dragon links to kind of tanking items throughout the game. So that's one of the reasons why people are kind of sort of coming down the side that it's something they maybe should have.
I'm gonna say that's a tenuous logical connection. The fact that the hides of dragons can be used to make sturdy things.
I know, that sounds like a question for Steve Nooser, honestly, whether that's tenuous or not. I don't know.
No, so I think really this is a spellcaster class at its core. While there are 4 specialization specific abilities, the core abilities that are shared across both specs, lots of them have cast times. All of that doesn't lend itself well to being in melee range, directly being punched by an enemy. And as anything can attest, anything that has a cast time is just miserable. That's not just the fantasy of what this class is about. Options for them going forward, I think we certainly, while I have 2 specializations, I don't want to close the door to them ever getting a third, but I don't know that tank is the direction that we would go here in particular. Our prior hero classes have all had tank options. We think that that's been fairly well covered over the years. We'd like to give range DPS some love this time.
Awesome. And kind of hinting back to something we were talking about earlier, I'm assuming they're not getting a class hall in Legion or an artifact weapon?
Yeah. Correct. And I think some of this is, Chromie time only goes so far. Canonically, Dracthyr were not around in Azeroth back then. They were not known to the races of the world during Legion, and so the Legion story doesn't really reflect their presence.
Awesome. And I'm glad you brought up Chromie Time, actually, because that's one of our community questions on this list. Are you planning any more alterations to Chromie Time aside from just letting it scale to whatever the new kind, or whatever just below the new max is every expansion? Do you think that's a system that is like working at the moment, or do you have any planned kind of changes or iterations for it?
Overall, I think it's working. I think the intent is to roll Shadowlands into it and have that for alt be one of an array of options alongside other expansions that you can use to level a new character from 10 to 58 or 60 to jump into Dragonflight. Down the line, I think, while for now BFA remains the default experience for true new players who venture off from Stormwind and Orgrimmar into that expansion, that may be something we update down the line.
Is that confirmation? I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's just that's been something that we've had sort of conflicting reports on in some dev interviews. It is definitely staying as BFA for new players.
Definitely staying as BFA, and I think that's conceptually, Shadowlands is a challenging new player expansion. I think trying to sell the idea of congratulations, you've escaped Exile's Reach as one of the survivors. Now we need you to go into Super Hell with Lady Jaina and save the world. That's a bit of a rapid escalation versus venture off with our diplomatic force to Kultiras/Zandalar and work on behalf of your faction. That feels like slightly more continuity.
Awesome. And is there like any plans to the training dungeon on Exile's Reach works really, really well, where you go in with sort of computer controlled sort of other members of your party in a dungeon at the end there. Is that something you might expand into the leveling experience for solo players?
It's something we're definitely open to expanding. I think there's just a bunch of challenges. That dungeon was built with that in mind, and I think getting to a point where AI NPCs could actually run, let alone tank or heal, one of our kind of mainstream dungeons, even the BFA ones that was designed with mechanics that were only built for real players, is that's a much more challenging thing to accomplish in a way that doesn't end up being really frustrating. I think the second your NPC companion wipes your group, you're not really thankful that you have that instead of a real player. You're probably more resentful that we gave it to you. So,
and you can't kick them.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You can't kick them out.
I've been kicked by them though, weirdly. So strange. Going back to the Dragon Isles very quickly, we've got a bunch of questions about dragon riding that I want to get to in just a second. But just before we do, I'd like to touch on some story stuff again. We've had talk about Khadgar coming back as a main character in Dragon Isles, or certainly a prominent character. Can you give us any hints or information on other characters that we might know or not know that we'll be spending a lot of time with in the expansion?
Well, yeah, the one of the fun things that we're doing this time is because we looked at the instigating events of what takes us to the Dragon Isles as a non-dragon race. What's pulling us there, and obviously we want to help our friends the dragons. But this isn't like, say, Pandaria, where you had Alliance and Horde who were going in also to make a land grab, like to prevent your rival from obtaining control of this new place. That's not what we're doing here in Dragonflight, and so that's why we chose the Explorers League and the Reliquary to join forces and make this feel like a true expedition, not a military strike. And so because of that, that gives us access to some other characters, some members of those groups that don't often get the spotlight. So there'll be some fun there. In players will get to know some characters that they aren't necessarily familiar with. But there will be some of our major heroes that will make appearances throughout the storyline. But we really did want to focus mainly on the dragons and their storylines, because we built so many things up over the years with, say, Rathian, where he's been looking for this place, he's been wrestling with his own desires to lead a renewed Black Dragon flight, but yet the doubts that he has about his origins and the legacy of his father, and all of the aspects have questions like that are really interesting to explore. So we wanted to make them the focus of a lot of that the narrative weight of storytelling, but we have other characters coming in that also want to adventure alongside the Dragon Isles with us.
That seems not
Will we be seeing any of Kalia Menethil?
Well, So, how to say this without, those of you who have been watching the data mines of our 925 patch know that there is something that takes place in Tirisfal Glades, and
All
some
right,
of
fine.
that may allow us to catch up with Kalia Minithil and delve into some storylines that affect the Forsaken and others who've been touched by the magic of death and what it's done to their culture. So there's definitely some stuff
What a
coming
bad
up
idea.
that will be of interest.
I wasn't going to ask this, but that just leads on so perfectly, so I kind of have
Here I
to
go.
now.
I set it up.
Yeah, sorry, it's kind of your fault. Everything is your fault, Steve, don't you know?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Twitter tells me.
Or mine after this, I think. But you've done such great work as a team with the customization options in Shadowlands, and a lot of like the loosening of restrictions that, for lore reasons and what have you, always use an excuse not to have certain customizations. What is stopping Dark Ranger customizations?
Well, when we put out new character customizations, think back to like what we did with the Night Elves in 8.1 when they were battling for Darkshore. Tyrande calls upon the power of the Night Warrior, and then if you played through that storyline, then you got access to some new customization options. So we like to do it when it's thematic for a particular case. Now, obviously, we don't do it every time. It's a kind of a rare and special thing. But what I would say is that when there is a right opportunity for something like that, that's absolutely something that we'd consider.
BFA, when we played alongside Savannah's, wasn't the right opportunity for
I
that?
think that's very fair. I'd like to ask you about dragon riding, if that's okay, and particularly some sort of just clarifications on some of the things I think some of the community, myself included, are a little bit confused about. Can you... Ian, just explain for the uninitiated what the difference between dragon riding and just flight as we recognize it now is.
Sure. So, I mean, flight as it has existed since Burning Crusade is effectively swimming through the air. It treats the air as you would treat water in our game, and you can move faster in it. There's no momentum or physics or gravity, and you can just move around at a fixed rate. I think a lot of what we've said about flying over the years does, I think, still hold in terms of its potential to shrink the world, to eliminate a feeling of danger or exploration when you can fly right over the enemy citadel before you've ever been there and skip past guards and other barriers. You lose a little bit of something of taking in a place. But long term, of course, we understand that convenience is paramount, and you just want to get around. You want to do your quests, you want to farm your stuff, you want to collect things, you want to herb, mine, and we want flying to be there for you. So the pattern that we've, of course, fallen into is unlocking flying some number of months into a new expansion. I think that's still, that long-term unrestricted flight is still the plan for Dragonflight, and the ability to use all of your mounts. We don't want to make your existing collection gather dust on the shelf. But at launch, we want to do something different and exciting this time around that isn't just, all right, you're stuck on the ground for X months, because it's an expansion about dragons. It's an expansion about the home of dragons. And so while within the Dragon Isles, very early on, I think in the first or second zone, as you're leveling up, literally the first day of the expansion, you will gain the trust of a dragon companion that is native to the Dragon Isles and upon whom you can call within the Dragon Isles. This Drake is still a fledgling flyer of sorts and has limited stamina initially, but also has the ability to navigate in a much more dynamic, exciting way than the flying that we've known before. And so that means, as we've seen in some of the initial video clips, momentum, gathering speed as you dive towards the ground, and then using that to carry you forward. But it's not initially sort of unlimited, unrestricted flight. There is a stamina bar that will be depleted as you're gaining altitude or as you're doing special moves. And the ability to, as you become a more skilled dragon rider, as your bond with your Drake grows, increase and loosen those restrictions and get around more and more frequently and more easily. But long term, standard flying is still the plan. We think this is going to be a much better experience, a much more exciting experience day one, week one.
Finally, an answer to that. I like that.
So will standard flying, as in you can now fly your flying mounts around the Dragon Isles, be something that is definitely kind of opened up in the expansion?
Down the line, yes. I think, again, as mentioned, we understand players have prized collections of hundreds of mounts that they have, are very attached to. We don't want to create an expansion where you're never going to be able to use those. It's just not part of the day one experience.
And like, from your kind of design point of view, the kind of what we've seen in the footage of swooping and what I imagine is very much kind of the later stage, maybe even like the end stage of dragon flying, where you're very much being like Alex Straza in the opening cinematic. Do you have a time frame for when you think players will get to that point?
Honestly, a lot of that stuff that you're seeing should be the very early experience. I think it should feel fun and exciting and awesome from minute one, but have some time restrictions on how long you can do that for, things like that. The intent is not to give you an experience that feels lame and then have you work to make it feel good. It should feel good from the start and then only get better from there.
All right, that's actually good.
So like relatively soon. And in terms of how your dragon is leveled up, is that through completing quests generally, or is it kind of like a currency that you grind out, or an experience bar, or is there a plan for that at the moment?
That is to be decided. I think philosophically we want to be flexible with that. Again, recognizing while this isn't a power system, it is still a core system that players of all play styles will want to do. And if we tie progression within the system to one specific type of content, then if you don't like that type of content, you don't like the system, and that hurts WoW as a whole for you. And so that's something we're gonna, we want to see how this is actually playing out and stay flexible with based on feedback over the course of beta.
Awesome. And in terms of like best case scenario, Dragonflight is the best thing ever. It looks awesome. It looks like super engaging and really fun, and makes, best case scenario, it's going to make traversing the environment part of the gameplay loop rather than something that has to be overcome, and that's awesome. I really appreciate the design intention behind it. And with that in mind, like, people are going to want to use it outside of Dragon Isles if it's that much fun. Is that something that you plan to allow?
Long term, that's certainly a possibility. I think this is a system that's initially built for Dragon Isle, and the environment is built for this system. But as with anything, I think I would say this, unlike most of our other evergreen improvements, this is an expansion-specific feature. But like nearly every expansion-specific feature, that is very subject to change based on feedback. Like Mythic Plus was originally a Legion feature, and then turns out, everyone was like, nope, we want this going forward. We made that happen. So I think that's something where we don't want to make an upfront commitment, but it's very much a possibility.
Awesome. I'm going to come back to an element of that.
I wish I could pause because I want to talk about this shit now.
Because I miss you. I'm thinking a lot about dragons and our experience with dragons, and Sindragosa being apparently quite a prominent character in the upcoming expansion. But then I think I've got a Death Knight, and I kind of killed all her kids. And is that something that she's going to hold against me?
Well, the Sindragosa that you will be interacting with through the course of Dragon Isles is...
I meant Alex Straza. I'm so sorry. I misspoke there.
Okay. All right. Okay. Alex Straza, Alex Straza's seen a lot of carnage done to dragons.
It's live, yeah.
From other dragons and from the mortal races of the world. She is an optimistic person. She is a person who is looking towards the future of her kind and the future of Azeroth and those things. But she will definitely acknowledge some of the hard feelings towards some of those quests. And I think that if you played a Death Knight and engaged with some of that content, then she might have some distinctive things to say to you that she wouldn't necessarily say to the random Elven Hunter or whoever else might come along. So we really like doing that kind of conditional quest text, that if you've got a particular history that's relevant to a character, that they call that out. And so we're being mindful of that in the Dragon Isles with Alex Straza and other characters as well.
And with cross-faction play being something that comes into play in the next expansion, are you planning on including that in the storyline at all, making it sort of something that's mentioned by the players and the factions? And is it going to be the basis of any story?
Well, we feel like the armistice that was signed at the end of Battle for Azeroth was kind of the teeing up point for where this is now. And so when you kick off the expansion, and this takes place, some of this will be further expanded in our pre-patch content, but we'll definitely catch players up and remind them of kind of the state of where the factions are at. That this is a cooperative venture that they're going into. To help the dragons and explore the Dragon Isles. And so we'll acknowledge the fact that this isn't everything's forgotten, and we're all just best friends now. There's varying levels of resentments and distrustfulness. You saw some of that if you in the aftermath of the final chapter 8 of Eternity's End. You saw some of those feelings if you talk to Greymane and Lorthamar. You see that there's a lot of history that runs deep there, and so that will be acknowledged. But again, it is a period of kind of hopefulness and optimism. So we'll get to see some of these characters working together that in the past it would have been unthinkable for these rivals to go side by side and work towards a shared goal.
I would say that in some ways, really, this is less about the narrative adapting to the new mechanic. I think this is more the mechanic is an adaptation to the way the narrative has already been for years, really in everything except the heart of Battle for Azeroth. But even in even there was still cooperation between Thrall and Jaina and others. We're just acknowledging the situational cooperation to overcome common threats that has been a hallmark of Warcraft throughout its history, and letting players do it too.
And with that in mind, will cross-faction guilds be something that could happen?
It's something that could happen. I think there are a significant number of technical challenges. And I think part of how we're rolling out this feature, there's a reason why it's called cross-faction instances and not cross-faction play. It's because there's 17 years of game that was built with a lot of assumptions about what factions could and couldn't do and when they could and couldn't be present. And so there's a lot to unravel there. But I think we're taking a step down this path, and I think it's probably not going to be the only step, but that's something we'll both be guided by the community.
No more factions in WoW in about 2 expansions max.
In engineering terms.
Fair. And we don't have loads of time left, so I really want to talk to you about endgame. You've talked, and I think the community was really happy to hear about, the lack of kind of borrowed power is how you term it, I suppose. But that's something that the endgame of WoW has been so based on in recent expansions. How do you feel, what shape do you see the endgame taking for like day-to-day play for a player logging in?
I think that, honestly, in a lot of ways, Eternity's End and Zereth Mortis are pretty close to that already. We didn't carry forward most of the Shadowlands systems. There weren't new Soulbind levels for you to go earn by raising your renown further or whatever else. There's gear, there is outdoor progression, there's some universal currencies that you're using to further your shared goals there, and I think that has felt pretty good. That's certainly I think what we've heard from a wide range of players, and that's the foundation with just a lot more variety, as we were talking about earlier.
I love that.
Range of
I fucking love that.
And it's not just the cipher system is the only thing, but rather a half dozen things that you can choose among, with different goals that complement our core of raid, dungeon, PvP gameplay for those who are focused on that. But I think we also want to make sure that the outdoor world experience stands on its own for players for whom that is the game they love and the game they most enjoy, and they're not interested in pushing Mythic Plus or whatever else. And I think some of the gear progression we've seen through the cipher system in Zereth Mortis, access to tier sets, those are the sorts of things we want to carry forward into the Dragonflight endgame from the start.
Would you combine those with a new sort of iteration of the Great Vault? Is the Great Vault something that's going to come back next expansion?
Yes, the Great Vault is something we're carrying forward. There may be some tweaks to it. I think no major changes or overhaul to it. I think incrementally it's felt like a clear improvement upon the the single item chest from Legion and BFA. I think the improved consolation package for fallback if you don't have something you want has been working out fairly well in the last few weeks since we added socketers and other items to that range of options. But yeah, I think that's largely there'll be a new version of it. It's not the literal Ouroboros Great Vault, maybe a dragon horde of some sort in the city of Veldraken atop the Dragon Isles, but it'll be coming back.
Awesome. I have to address some rumors that have been going around the community from sources. You know how it is, that there might be a new allied race introduced at some point in this expansion early on. Is that something you can comment on?
We don't have
I'm asking about Tuskar. I'm asking about Tuskar. That's what I'm asking about. But it doesn't have to be. But I mean, it should be. But it doesn't have to be.
That would be impossible to balance, though, right? Because I think if we let you play something that's just
they balance perfectly. They've got a low center of gravity.
No, exactly. But no, that's like letting you play a Naru or play a Titan. Like, you can't just put, a supernatural power that's unstoppable alongside a mere orc or elf or human and expect the world to have any sense of cohesion. So maybe if we can get past that issue someday, but not right now.
Ian, you've done so well in this Q&A, honestly, and I think you've made a lot of friends, but I think you've just blown it right at the very end there. It sounds like you're saying there aren't playable Tuskar, so I'm going to move on from that. That's fine. I don't think you've said no yet, so I'm gonna move on. Just to step away very quickly before we finish, we have had news that the Exploring Northrend book is kind of in the works and will be coming out. Steve, do you have anything you'd like to tell us about that?
Yeah, it's another in the ongoing saga of kind of this fictional exploration of the world and kind of catching up on some things that have changed since the expansion content where we delved into it. So it's this time we kind of adventure alongside some of the Bronzebeard brothers. So they all have ties to Northrend. We got to go into Titan Vault alongside Bran. We've got Myrddin was tied in with Frostmourne and the Arthas storyline, and of course Magni has ties to lots of Titan stuff that's there. So they made kind of ideal guides going through and seeing some of this land through their eyes. So it's going to be a really fun freewheeling sort of book that just catches up on a fan favorite location.
The Wounds Champion.
I have to ask, there was kind of some controversy with the last book, the Kalimdor book, in terms of some elements of the community finding some tropes and what have you, maybe sort of not the best thought out. Was that something you as the team were aware of?
Well, the community certainly had called out some valid points there and gave us a lot to think about. And we always strive to do better with every iteration of what we do, and so we're bearing those lessons in mind as we're working on the Northrend book and other books. We've done a lot lately. It's been a time of introspection for lots of reasons. And one of the things that I've been really proud that the team has been doing is really trying to get better about and learn more about the way we represent cultures in our world, representations of that, and make sure that we're doing it the right way. So, for example, as we've been delving into Tuskar stories, we met with some of the Inuit people and talked to them and got their perspective on what is good representation, how deep do we go with some of these ties to real world cultures in a way that is respectful and feels good. And so that's something that we're carrying forward into the game, something we will carry forward into our books and publications. And it's just something we really want to be respectful and mindful of those things so that we don't find ourselves in those situations again.
See, I knew I could ask you that because I thought you'd have a good answer for it, and you did. So thank you for that. And we're going to hard stop it in 30 seconds time. But I have one last question for Ian. And it's a translation issue. There was a German interview you did for Buffed where there's been a little bit of confusion as to what you actually said in terms of how far along this expansion is. Did you say that it's quite far along, or did you say that it's got quite far to go?
I think it's quite far along. I mean, we have Alpha is coming soon. We have signups posted. There's a whole lot to show off and experience all around there. So soon TM, but
sounds
also
good
soon
to me.
Without the TM.
Awesome. Guys, there have been some really, really interesting answers to these questions today. I really appreciate you taking them straight from the community like this. It's been a really interesting way of kind of asking questions and getting answers. It's been lovely sitting here in my pants. I went to the bathroom at some point. I went out for a jog halfway through. I watched, some movie. It's been brilliant. It's been like so much nicer than doing BlizzCon. So we should do this again sometime. And I know that a lot of the answers that you've given are going to be celebrated in the community, so thank you for that, and thank you for your time. And I think we'll end it there. Is there anything else that you'd like to finish off on in terms of Dragonflight?
Honestly, just thank you all for the great questions. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for your trust. And we hope to live up to it. And we have a lot more information to share. Can't wait to welcome you into the world formally soon. And let's make a great game together.
Yeah, the team is having a great time working on this expansion. It's got us really excited, and I think that excitement will carry over once you come into this world as well. So looking forward to it, and thanks everybody, and thanks for the great questions.
You've got me incredibly hyped, and as everyone knows, that's a really difficult thing to do. So thank you so much, and we're going to call it there. Thank you everyone for joining us.
The Taliesin just ain't this on a lie. You've got me hyped there, and everyone knows it's a very difficult thing to do. Like, what? Since when? It's Blizzard could announce the re-release of fucking Shadowlands, and he would be hyped as fuck. So, yeah. All right, we're gonna address this step by step in a minute. I want to give my overall thoughts on this. I think a lot of the answers were really, really good. I think, by the way, to everyone that just tuned in or maybe tuned in halfway through this and thought, why the fuck is Akelon sitting there quiet? There's no way to pause it. There's, I could do nothing. If I speak, you can't hear what they're saying, and we're all sort of watching this together. So, it is what it is. I think a lot of the answers that was given was very good. A lot of the clarifications was very good. It did come across as more real than any of the previous expansion, interviews and stuff that they've done. The Grey, you bastard, thanks to doing stuff. Did really appreciate that. 15 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think, all in all, this was actually good. I really enjoyed, I would say, 95% of everything that was said. Here and there are things that I disagree with that I think Blizzard should really look at, but I mean, you're never going to be able to get an expansion to 100% everyone is happy. That's just never going to happen. So I will take it. Even my favorite expansions like Wrath had things that I didn't fucking enjoy. Wait, Asmon is doing an interview with Ian tomorrow. Is actually you fucking serious? Ian Azikostas actually is going to speak to Asmongold. Oh, boys. We are in for a fucking treat. There's no fucking way, dude. There's no way. Are you serious right now? Oh, shit. All right. I'm going to be fucking there, dude. They are desperate. If they're actually sitting down with Asmongold, of course they're desperate. Oh, my God. Content galore, brothers. Content galore. Anyways, back to the normal sort of what we just heard. Like I said, even with Wrath of the Lich King, there were things that I didn't like about Wrath. And overall, I fucking loved the expansion of Wrath of the Lich King. So I will take the few things that I disagreed with, because most of what they said here, I really enjoyed. I love the direction that they're trying to take a lot of the characters, a lot of the gameplay systems, the alt-friendly nature. For the first time fucking ever, we get alt-friendly systems from day one, rather than doing this sort of weird fucking bullshit thing where, for the first 6 months of the expansion, there is no alt-friendliness, and then suddenly it just gets dumped on you as if, where was this in the beginning, right? Jay Rizzler, how you doing? We know we're already excited for watching that, because I will definitely be tuning in and watching Asmongold live with Ian Azikostas. That is going to be off the hook. But yeah, No, I think this is a good way of doing it. Second Act, thank you for the deal and stuff. Did really appreciate that. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward. I think specifically after this interview. Shadowthorn, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Specifically after this interview, this is actually the one that has made me the most excited for the next expansion. Because it felt truthful, it felt honest. There were a couple of, like, a lot of the questions was just pure basic questions, but there were actually a lot of questions that felt relevant. Felt like this is questions that we as players have and that we would want to know about. So I like the fact that they opened themselves up. It felt at least as if they weren't asking for the questions beforehand. They weren't preparing for the questions beforehand. You could hear in the way that they were sort of answering that the questions probably came to them for the first time as Taliesin was asking it. I think this interview have made me very optimistic for the future of World of Warcraft specifically. No, last year's Babby, I can guarantee you, if Asmongold took an interview with Ian Azikostas, I think Asmongold once actually said he won't take an interview with Blizzard Entertainment unless they allow him to ask whatever the fuck he wants. So no, I'm fairly certain that if they went to Asmongold and they were like, look, we want to do an interview with you because obviously we're desperate to get people back in, but we will only take the interview if you ask the questions that we approve, Asmongold would most likely have told them to go fuck themselves. It's not like Asmongold needs the viewers or needs the content. Asmongold has the viewers. He's got content. He doesn't give a shit, right? So Asmongold taking this interview, Ian Hazikostas is most likely walking in blind, which is how it should be. If you're taking an interview, you shouldn't get the questions ahead of time. You should walk in blind, you should get the questions when they're asked, and you should answer it, and you should be prepared for pushback. So I'm hoping that is what we get tomorrow from Asmongold. I'm hoping that Asmongold speaks up and sort of pushes back on some of the things that Ian says. Maybe treat this as the ability to give feedback in real time, you know? Like, this is feedback. This is what feedback is all about. You do this interview, and you're going to say something, like Ian's going to say something, and he's going to get pushback, and that pushback should inform the future of stuff. So, yeah, I'm very excited for it. Very excited for it. But this interview that Taliesin just did, I thought was a really good interview, and I wish they didn't do it in Twitter Spaces. Like, this is the most weird shit fucking ever. But, hey, you know, it is what it is. All right, Alex, I'm uploading this to you now. As this is kind of rush. What do you mean, WoW wins? The interview was good. The medium it happened through, not so much. No. Nico Spider, how you doing? The medium it happened through was horrible. I'm not a fan of Twitter Spaces. The sound was fucking obnoxiously low. The layout is just weird. You need to be able to see people from an... I hate interviews that is just audio, because I want to see your body language, because that's going to help inform my decision-making and my belief in you. So, yeah, I wish they didn't try to go into the future with Twitter Spaces, but, you know, it is what it is. What are you going to do? Yeah, it was a great interview. I mean, sure, the cringe is there, and it's sort of what Taliesin does. He does cringe. His jokes and the videos that he does, he usually embraces a lot of that cringe, so that is part of his personality, and I don't mind that. It's more the medium that they use that I really didn't enjoy. The voice quality was horrible. The sound quality was horrible. The volume was really low. So I wish they would have... If you're going to use something like Twitter Spaces, get yourself a proper mic. proper sound equipment and do it right, you know? Let me just quickly... All right. I'm just uploading this. I'm quickly going to go take a leak, guys. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm just going to grab more coffee. So maybe more than 5 minutes. Let's make it 10 because I don't know how long the water takes to boil. But I'll be back. And then once I get back, we're going to be discussing this interview. I made notes of every single question, the things that they asked. Terrible time to ask my question. Ren the Weirdo. I think I have the question... No, I don't have the question. So just ask the question as soon as I'm back. I promise I will answer any and all questions. Don't worry about this. I just need to pee. I'm going to fucking piss myself if I don't. And I need some coffee. And then when I get back, we're going to be discussing this because, well, we kind of fucking have to. There's a lot to go over here. There's a lot of things that I have opinions on, and I couldn't share my opinions. I almost blew my fucking lid because there were so many times where I went, where's the pause button? I just want to pause. I want to say a couple of things here. I hate the fact that I can't pause this shit. So, yeah, I'll be right back, and then we'll discuss this. So go take a break, guys. Walk around. Do your thing. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes max. Stop. Yeah, but Asmongold would of course have gotten access to the Overwatch beta. What are you talking about? Like, that's just guaranteed. Always gonna happen. Oh yeah, I'm back. Alright, here we go. Easy drops, easy money. Yeah, sadly, I don't I don't have access to that. Welcome back, everyone. I'm very happy to be back. I have coffee. Everything's good. Life's good again. He's back about the coup. Hide the hobos. Dude, you think hobos are gonna steal my fucking my channel? Interviewing Ian tomorrow. Trickstar very much aware. Already tweeted it out. Just watch Ian's interview, and they won't add Taskar next expansion. One more reason to skip DF. There's one big reason not to skip it. Can you explain why Warlocks are the best class ever? They're Warlocks. We use the foul to destroy everyone. We use our dots to steal people's health and also to regenerate ourselves. Do you need more reasons? I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? Like, we are just the best. There's no reason not to think we're the best. I mean, yeah, I already tweeted out that, you know, it's I literally said, Ian finally sitting down with Asmongold. Good lord, I just came. This is good news. The fact that Blizzard is willing to sit down with Asmongold shows something massive. Hottest WoW female tier list? Share the tier list and we can do it sometime. Niara, how you doing? Lomar is also listening in on the interview. Tomorrow, Asmon interview is going to be lit because they really hate him, but they need good PR. I mean, the fact that they're doing that. So, here's the thing that needs to be considered in all of this. Activision Blizzard hates Asmongold. They have said so much. There are literal developers that work for Blizzard Entertainment that have said on Twitter that Asmongold is everything that is wrong with video gamers. They hate Asmongold. The fact that Blizzard is willing, even with all that hatred, to say, well, Asmongold, you know what? Let's sit down and let's have a discussion. And I really hope that this is not just another fucking interview, you know, I ask you questions and you answer. I don't think that is what it would be. Because Asmongold said, I want to say it's like 2 weeks ago, he said that he would love to have a debate with Ian. So I'm hoping that that's exactly what it would be, is a debate, an actual discussion about what it is that Blizzard is doing, what it is that Blizzard is trying to do. So I think that is going to be, like, this is peak. But if anyone still had doubts over whether or not World of Warcraft is in trouble, this is the answer you're looking for. So there are 2 ways to know whether or not a company, well, actually 3 ways to know how things are going within a gaming company. One is they tell you, which never happens. No company is going to come out and say, yeah, we've lost like all of our subs. We're fucking backs against the wall, really struggling. No company is going to do that. The other one is to actually see their books. So they have to share their subscriber numbers. Again, almost no company does that anymore. The third one is you look at what they're doing. So you sort of have to infer based on actions. And this is clearly not just business as usual for Blizzard Entertainment. Business as usual for Blizzard Entertainment is we announce a new expansion. We do a couple of interviews with a couple of mainstream media. We have a couple of content creators that ask us a couple of questions that we've already vetted and we've made sure that we like those questions. And then bam, here you go. No questions asked. In Shadowlands, Blizzard decided it was Shadowlands. When did Blizzard sit down with Preach? It was just before the launch of Shadowlands, right? Was it during Shadowlands? It was just before Shadowlands, yeah. So that's already a signal of how World of Warcraft was doing in BFA. I said as much at the time. The fact that Ian is willing to sit down with Preach, not for an interview, for an actual fucking sit down, should tell you, like, BFA wasn't great and BFA wasn't doing great. And so sitting down with Preach is, you know, it's a big deal. Now, they're reaching across the aisle to a person that they fucking hate. This should tell you everything you need to know about World of Warcraft as it stands right now. World of Warcraft is not doing well, and they need it to get better. And I'm not judging this. I want to be clear. This is not judgment from my side. I'm not saying, oh my God, Blizzard is just trying everything. This is what they should have always done. Sure, do your interviews with So Breezy and Mr. GM and Taliesin, you know, take your interviews with Hazelnutty and the people that play the game and love the game. But also, take your interviews with Preach and with Asmongold. You know, go to the people that are actively criticizing your game and speak to them. Find out why. Because more often than not, do you think anyone at Blizzard sits down and actually watches Asmongold's streams? No, they don't. They are treated only to the clips of what Asmongold says, which usually forms part of a bigger content, like a bigger context, if you will. So actually go sit down with the fucking person and have a discussion with that person. Find out why it is that they hate certain people for certain reasons, why they hate certain things that is being done for certain reasons. Find it out from those people. You know, sit down with Balula, of course. Sit down with Balula and have that discussion. Sit down with Noble and have that discussion. Why are players so pissed off at the lore? Let's get Steve Denuser and Noble into a room and have them discuss what it is that they like, what it is that they dislike. Why are people so angry at the lore right now? You know, I'm not saying that they should ever talk to me because I think I'm just not one of those people that you want to talk to, because I am not family friendly and I'm never going to pretend to be. And I would love to have the ability to still call people cunts whenever. And I feel like if I start having them on my show, that's going to really make it weird, because I just spoke to the guy and now I'm calling him a cunt. That's going to be weird. So let's just leave it at that. Allow me to call them cunts whenever the fuck I want and let everyone else do the heavy lifting. But you should speak to the people that are your detractors, because these are the people that you actually want to try and get back. The community that is listening to Taliesin, the community that is listening to Hazelnutty, that's listening to Souls of Breezy, and that's listening to Mr. GM, they're already playing. They are the few that haven't left. You don't need them. They probably already fucking pre-ordered. The community you want are the ones who have already fucked off, who've already said, look, I'm done. They're the ones watching Balula. They're the ones watching Asmongold. They're the ones watching Noble currently, right? Because Noble doesn't really play WoW anymore. Those are the people that you want to reach. And you're not going to reach them by talking to Taliesin, Mr. GM, and Sol. Talk to them, because those players are still players and they're still very important. But you also have to reach out across the aisle and get to the people that are actually going to get your game back on track. Because not only is that the community that needs to listen to you, but also you need to listen to them. You need to hear their questions, their concerns, their issues with the game. And that's where you're going to make a difference. So yeah, Pyromancer have washed his hands, Ascension, of World of Warcraft. So speaking to someone like Pyromancer would be a waste of time. Blizzard right now reaching out to Preach and speaking to him, I think, would be a waste of time. because Preach have also washed his hands of Blizzard Entertainment. There is a point at which you go, you know what, just there's no point in speaking to this person. We could try, but we're probably not going to get them back. Also, if you look at the people that is watching Pyromancer overwhelmingly right now, it is FF14 players. It's FF14 Andes. You want WoW Andes. Like, Pyromancer have made it very clear he's done with WoW. So, you know, for now, I think it's sort of like a thing. Just take that step back and go to the people that is still open to World of Warcraft being good, right? But I would say Pyromancer probably falls in the same place as I do. Like, I think myself and Pyromancer are both too toxic to speak to. Pyromancer's epic, like, meltdown over Blizzard probably made him nuclear active. Blizzard isn't going to touch him. Me consistently calling Ian a cunt, probably not going to get me an interview. So, you know, it is what it is. You have to take the good with the bad. If you're going to be absolutely honest and just say whatever the fuck you think, you're going to, like, not make a lot of friends, but that's fine. You just have to accept that. So I would say Pyro is probably, you know, more in that area. No, it's not that Asmongold is a simp. Asmongold just doesn't... I don't think I've ever heard him call anyone a cunt or really go after the developers specifically. Like, Asmongold will go after the developers as a whole, right? And that's probably the better approach. I often allow my emotions to get the better of me. Like, I'll get angry, and then I'll get really angry, and I'll stop worrying about what I'm saying. I'll just fucking say whatever comes to mind. And that's not always the best way to do it. The right way to do it is go after the developers as a whole, but do not single out an individual developer. That would be the better option. I just always fucking forget that that's what you should be doing. Plus, when you reach Asmongold's size, it no longer matters. Like, they're gonna have to talk to you eventually. Massey, I know, right? When have I ever really been angry? Like, I am the most lovable person on Twitch, I think. Over here, we just deal with acceptance and everyone's so welcome and stuff here. You did an apology video, though, so it cancels out? That is true. I did do an apology video. And there are actually people who bought into the apology. There are actually people who didn't realize that it was incredibly sarcastic. Those comments still make me laugh. Lol. All right, so let's get into my thoughts on this interview. All right? Why most of you have stuck around until now. So the first thing that really stood out to me was right at the beginning, when they were talking sort of about the change in focus, a change in their philosophy. I have made video after video after video in BFA, even in Legion, where I said the problem that Blizzard has isn't in the individual systems that they implement into the game. It's not even in the individual dungeons or raids that they implement into the game. It's their philosophy. And it's not just me who made those videos. Asmongold made videos like this. Preach made videos like this. Almost every single content creator with their salt made videos saying, your philosophy is wrong. The way you're looking at the game is wrong. What we need is for you to change direction. And when Ian said that they're taking a new approach to how they treat players' time, not wasting a player's time in the game, allowing players the freedom to play whenever they want to play and to not play when they don't want to play, do you realize what a huge shift that is? Like, do you have any idea how big of a shift that is for Blizzard Entertainment? Up until now, really from Legion all the way to Shadowlands, Blizzard's approach, their philosophy have been, if you're not playing our game, we are failing. And rather than trying to make the game as fun as possible to get people to keep playing, they went another approach. They said, we'll give you so many things that you must do, or else you'll fall behind. So that is a huge thing for me, right? That is a massive, massive thing for me, a massive change in focus. And BC, before you say, haven't they said this before? Yes. But as I said yesterday, we all agree that actions speak louder than words. In the past, whenever Blizzard have said things like this, their actions and their words contradict each other. Because in the past, what Blizzard had tried to achieve was optimal engagement whilst also respecting the player's time. So Blizzard would sort of do this thing where you don't have to log in every day, but you will have to log in every 3 days. You know? So this is where that, what was the fucking system called? It was sort of done in BFA and then sort of reiterated upon in Shadowlands. The emissary thing, right? Where you have these emissary quests that you have to do, and every 3 days they fall off. So all they were doing was saying, okay, what if we don't ask you to log in every day? What if we ask you to log in every 3 days? But you still must log on at least once a week or twice a week. So we still need you to log in at least once a month. At the very least, to where it is now, yeah, where Blizzard is saying, log in whenever. If you look at the systems that they have, I don't think, like, I can't see a single system where you will have to log in. Dragon riding. Well, basically, if you want your dragon riding to be full, then yes, log in and do dragon riding, but you don't need dragon riding full in order to play the game, in order to raid or do dungeons, so you don't have to log in every day for your dragon riding. Where does the power come from? Well, your power comes from your talents and your gear. Those come from the things that you like doing anyways, so either you're going to run dungeons and you're going to get gear, or you're not going to run dungeons and you're not going to get gear. But really, that is your choice. It's not like there's no reason other than whatever you want to achieve. There is no covenant system. There is no conduit system. There is no soul ash. There's no system that forces you to keep playing. So now, whenever Blizzard says, we've changed our philosophy and our focus in how we view things like player time and player freedom, I say, okay, this is what you say. Here's what you show. It seems to correlate. You're saying this, and you're saying the wall is blue, and I can see that the wall looks blue. So it seems to match. In the past, it's never matched. They'll say one thing, they'll do a different, they'll do another, and we will always be left with, well, maybe it's not as bad as it looks, we'll have to wait and see. Okay, so that's the first thing that really blew me away, was just that word, a change in our philosophy. The next one that I have to say, it is sad that it's taken this long for Blizzard to recognize this. But at the same time, I do want to caution players who go, wow, they should have done this years ago. With the counterpoint, the thing that you're angry about, the only way that you wouldn't be angry about the thing is if they didn't do the thing in the first place. In other words, they didn't change. Because it's sort of baffling to me whenever players go, wow, Blizzard should have done this fucking ages ago. It's like, okay, so what are you angry about? The fact that they're only doing it now? Or the fact that they're doing it at all? Because that's really the only options. Either they do it now, or they just don't do it, and they just continue with the status quo. So, yes, they should have done a lot of these things a long time ago, because we've said they should have done a lot of these things a long time ago, but there's not much that we can do about it now. At least they're fucking doing it, right? And that is account-wide progression. Ian basically said everything that I wanted to hear. The only thing that isn't account-wide is gear, which is how it should be. Gear shouldn't be account-wide. It would be very weird if you, like, just suddenly have access to all the base gear as soon as you make an ult and you get to max level. Like, what is that? That wouldn't work. So gear not being account-wide, great. That's fine. But everything else being account-wide, love it. Absolutely love it. The one part where I will sort of say is when, in the 6th question, they were asked about reputations, the new renown system, you know, sort of the change in that. And Ian said that most of it will be account-wide, except for power items. So if you unlock power items, those will not be account-wide. And here's where my problem is. So let's imagine that each one of these factions have 40 renown levels. And now you get to level 39, and at level 39, it gives you this chest piece that's more powerful than any of the chest pieces you can get in the open world, but not as powerful as the chest pieces that you get in the raid, right? The power items is gear, Zavala. Well, if the renown system is truly account-wide, then, well, why is that item not available to you? You see what I'm saying? Unless, of course, that item is better than what you can get in current content, which I doubt is going to be. I think those items are just going to be really good world progression items for the outside world, for the more casual player. I really hope. So this is sort of where my fears start to come in. Because the only reason you wouldn't make items like that available to alts as well is if those items are going to be stupidly powerful. And there are two ways of making mandatory content. The one is purely by making it mandatory. The other is by making the sort of rewards of that content so powerful that they become mandatory in and of themselves. Right? So those are the two ways of making like content mandatory. So if items that you unlock from the renown system are so powerful that you kind of need them, that is an issue. Because now the renown system isn't, unless of course they're just alternative items. So you can get the equivalent item in the raid, but this is an alternative to the raid item. Then maybe that's fine. Go do the raid or do the... It's sort of just, it's a point of contention. I'm not saying I'm completely unhappy with it, but it is a point of contention, at least for the moment. The Draktyr storyline they went through, really interested to play through that. I think that's going to be interesting. Andy, if it is just recipes like it used to be in the past, I'm actually okay with that, because that still allows you more options. Maybe you have a friend that already unlocked the recipe, so you just get him the mats and you get the item, or maybe you go buy the item off the auction house, right? So at least if someone in the world have done all those renown, you will have access to the item. And I really hope that it is recipes and stuff like that. As for the new renown system, this is the one part that they didn't actually really explain in the interview. It felt like they said it, but I still don't quite understand it, because Ian said that it's now the renown system, but it's not a complete revamp of the system. Okay, but then what exactly is it then? Like, it doesn't make sense if it's not a revamp, but it is the renown system as it exists is a pretty big revamp of the reputation system as it used to exist. So we'll have to wait and see. Again, there's a couple of things here that I think, unless we get our hands on the game and actually are able to play it, we wouldn't know. Old systems coming back. Now, they said a couple of cool things here. No mission table. I think we can all agree. Good thing. Right? Is there anyone that thinks the mission table should have come back? King Julian, I literally just praised them 10 minutes before you fucking wrote that. What are you talking about? So the mission table isn't coming back. I really wish I could speak to Blizzard in this regard. Like, just, it doesn't even have to be an interview. I can just go on a quick call with Ian Azikostas just to explain something to him. There are so many systems in World of Warcraft that could be really cool. They could be really cool. Even the mission table. If you made the mission table more active, insofar as the troops that you send out are scouts, and those scouts unlock really cool, interesting little quests and side quests and stories that you can go do on your main, that could work. If you do it well, it could really work. And if it's not tied to player power, but rather just to cool stories and maybe a couple of cosmetic rewards, then it's not necessary. You don't have to do it. So I don't necessarily mind the mission table. But there's a number of old systems in World of Warcraft that could absolutely come back if you remove them from player power. Torghast is a good example. It's in a good spot right now. A lot of people are loving the new Torghast. Just remove the player power aspect and bam, you have a system that people would actually fucking enjoy doing, right? So, yeah, I hate the fact that they're saying none of the old systems are coming back, but, you know, it is what it is. Then they asked a question about the story of Dragonflight. I'd say this is probably the part of the interview that pissed me off most. So I wrote here, as far as my notes go, I said he likes to know where the story is going. Okay, this is what he said. Except this probably didn't count in Shadowlands, because no one knew where the fuck the story was going in Shadowlands. The Dragonflight expansion is going to have an epic ending, and it will involve characters we play alongside. No real plan, from what he says, is another one of my notes. Now, where this comes from is Steve Denuser sort of explained, you know, they have this incredibly talented group of people that's working together, and each of them coming up with stories, and they don't like to tell these people, no, we can't do that, don't do that, don't do that. So if someone comes up with a really cool thing, they're gonna add the really cool thing. And I sort of sit here and think, for side quests, maybe. But I think for a main storyline, there can't be this, oh my god, that's a really cool thing. For a main storyline, you need a well-planned out story from the fucking beginning. Allow your very talented writers to write a bunch of fucking side content if they want. Allow them to do as much like creative, freedomy stuff as they want on the side. But for the main storyline, it feels like Blizzard constantly, I said this in Shadowlands, it feels like they have too many pokes in the fire. There's just too many things that they're trying to handle, and then things just fall through the floor. So that was sort of the only thing that bothered me about that answer. It doesn't sound like they have that clear-cut, ironclad plan for where they want the story to go. Mythic Plus Dungeon Rotation Season 1. The only thing that sort of I think of note here is that no classic dungeons will be introduced as part of the rotation almost ever. So for the team, as far as Ian is concerned and what he said, they view Mist of Pandaria sort of as the cutoff of what is feasible for Mythic Plus. He didn't say that they won't do old ones. He just said that if they're gonna do old ones, they have to basically rework them. Because the dungeons prior to Mist of Pandaria isn't really suitable for Mythic Plus progression. So this means that if we are going to get older dungeons from prior to the Mist era, those are probably going to be heavily reworked. So you can almost imagine that if they do that, they're probably going to do maybe one, maybe two per expansion because of the pure time commitment for it. Not the end of the world. Mist of Pandaria had some tremendous dungeons. Warlords of Draenor had some tremendous dungeons. Legion had some really good dungeons. BFA had some really good dungeons. So there is a lot of dungeons to pull from, but it would be nice if Blizzard could commit to actually bringing some of those really older dungeons and reworking them. So maybe commit to some kind of system where 2 of the really old classic dungeons will be reworked every expansion and brought forward into a Mythic Plus rotation. That could be good. They did say they are open to the idea, but for now, Mist Dungeons is sort of their cutoff. They're not going earlier than Mist Dungeons, which, fine, but I think you're missing out on a lot of potentially good dungeons. Then there was a question about the Drakthir. I don't really think we have to go into this. It's sort of self-explanatory. The Drakthir is intellect-based, so a lot of their they're going to be very similar to Shaman. The Evoker tank spec, Ian does not agree that Black Dragons would make good tanks. Don't know why. I don't think he ever did the Naltharian fight, because the Deathwing was quite a fucking tank. If I remember correctly, it was quite difficult to take him down. I was on his back for like weeks. So they can tank. Apparently just not this one. All right, so Chromie time alterations, probably the biggest miss of the entire interview. How has Blizzard not yet figured out that people want Chromie time at max level? How is this still not being like a thing? How does Blizzard miss this? Everyone keeps asking, do you have any plans for Chromie time? And Blizzard still haven't figured out what people are asking for is Chromie time at max level. If I want to get... So, there are achievements in the game for places in the old world, things to do in the old world. It would be more fun if I could go do those achievements with some level of challenge rather than just going back to the old world and sort of, playing through it. So if you could turn Chromie time into a sort of new game plus system, people would fucking love that. It's what most people want. I know Black Dragon spec. I hope that the class has a baseline Black Dragon themed defensive ability they use. You mean Yumi and Gravity? From what I can tell right now, it seems like the class talent tree is going to be heavily influenced by the Black Dragonflight, as it were. So yeah, we'll wait and see. But I really hope that Blizzard will eventually wake the fuck up and give Chromie time to max level people. Khadgar or other characters. Okay, this was sort of a weird one because it kind of went all over the place. So there are rumors that Khadgar is going to be involved in Dragonflight. To what extent, we don't quite know. So we'll have to wait and see about that one. I'm kind of going to connect this question with the question that was asked about the factions a bit later on. The cross-faction player. Because this entire expansion isn't based around PvP. We are not going into the Dragon Isles to fight each other or to, establish bases or anything like this. The whole thing is we are explorers. We're with the Explorers League, and we're discovering this new wonderful land. Love the idea, because I'm kind of tired of the whole, oh my god, orc versus human, let's kill each other. With that said, though, based on everything I heard in this interview, I want to make a prediction right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, get your finger on the clip button. I believe within the next 2 expansions at most, factions in World of Warcraft will be retired. Right now, there's a number of lore things that still have to be worked through in order to make sure that factions can be retired. And obviously, Blizzard still have a lot of technical stuff that needs to be done on their side in order to retire factions. But I do believe that we are moving ever closer to a factionless World of Warcraft. Everything they're doing right now seems to be moving in that direction. Ian was even asked about cross-faction guilds, and they did say that it's something that they're thinking about. Once they can figure out the technical limitations of that, it's definitely something they can do. So I do think, say goodbye to your factions. They will be gone soon. Another part of this question about the story and the characters we're going to meet is Kalia Menethil is apparently very closely sort of tied to the images we see in 925 of Terrasful Glades and Lordaeron. This bothers me. Is Blizzard... Do you guys think Blizzard would make Kalia Menethil the leader of the Forsaken? Wildren, if I can be honest with you, I think Taliesin asked a question. So Taliesin asked the question using the name Syndragosa. But the entire question was very clear he was talking about Alexstrasza. Denuzer's brain did what every human brain does. It got a bunch of information. It made a determination based on the information that it got. The word Syndragosa being used barely registered, and he was talking about Syndragosa as if he was talking about Alexstrasza. It's an honest mistake. People do this all the time. Go into a conversation and use the wrong word for something as part of your sentence and see how quickly other people use that word without even thinking. Because, yeah, I don't... this is an honest mistake. I don't think Steve Denuser was sitting there ready to mouth off about Syndragosa and her children and the things that we do in the Dragon in the Dragon Isles. I think this was honestly just because 90% of Taliesin's question is about Alexstrasza, right? He uses the word Syndragosa instead of Alexstrasza. Steve Denuser listens to the question, understands that this is about Alexstrasza, and then just uses the word Syndragosa because Taliesin used the word Syndragosa first. I think it would be very uncharitable of us to assume that Steve Denuser doesn't even know the names of the dragons or what the fuck is going on. So I didn't make a big deal of it. I thought it was a bit funny, but it's more funny based on human condition than it is, I think, a big thing that should be made here. So yeah, I don't really mind. I think the Kalia Menethil, if she becomes the leader of the Forsaken, there's going to be a fucking riot. That down in BFA though, so that would be an awkward retcon to have Kalia lead the Forsaken. Miracos, I mean, they've shot down a lot of things that they changed their mind on, so I don't know. I don't know if you've seen any clips, but Dragon Song Ultimate is absolutely wild. You are going to have a blast with that in 2 to 3 years. Right, guys, I have not seen any clips yet. Lore-based customization, they were asked about Dark Ranger. They gave the weirdest answer ever, insofar as, well, you know, whenever it makes sense. So, for example, during the whole, Night Warrior campaign, and if you did that, you would be able to make yourself look like a Night Warrior. But if it made sense, you know, we would give people the ability to transmog and make themselves look like a Dark Ranger. And my immediate thought was, all of Legion, all of BFA, some Shadowlands stuff, like, you really have about 3 expansions. Just pick a moment, any moment, and it would make sense to most people. Loyalists could have gotten it. You know, as part of the Loyalist campaign, you get the ability to make yourself look like a Dark Ranger. Just saying, could have happened. But anyways, apparently not yet. Dragon riding, we got a bunch of, like, answers about dragon riding that isn't new, so I'm not really going to go into it. Because a lot of the answers that I wanted to get is TBD. So how do you level your dragon? This is a question that we've had for a while. It's TBD. They haven't decided yet how you're going to level your dragon. So everything else you've already read and seen, you should have if you've been following this channel at all. But anyways, to that question of the Syndragosa Alex thing, Alexstrasza will forgive you, but if you are a DK and you did kill her children, her dialogue will show it. So she will sort of comment on the fact that you killed her children as a DK. Cross-faction play, we've already discussed in the previous question. What will the end game feel like? Blizzard feels like Zeroth Mortis pretty much nailed what the end game will be like. Taliesin's exact question was, with no real big systems that tie you into the game, what do you envision the end game is going to feel like for players? And Ian said, well, Zeroth Mortis pretty much. They didn't move any of the borrowed power systems forward for Zeroth Mortis. Zeroth Mortis is a place that you can go play if you want. You don't have to go play through it. And they're sort of happy with that. They feel like, I almost got the idea, like, they want the world to make you want to waste your time in it rather than the world wasting your time. So they probably watched an Asmongold stream at some point. Sad news for everyone, at least for me. The Great Vault is still a thing in World of Warcraft. It's so many steps in the right direction and then quite a few steps in the wrong one. Why would you need the Great Vault? Like, if you just... Blizzard, just embrace vendors already. Like, for the love of fuck. Blizzard still can't let go of their RNG mind, dude. Like, RNG is just such an ingrained part of Blizzard's thinking. Vendors are better. Like, you could just do fucking vendors Let people buy the gear that they want after a couple of weeks of farming some currency for it, rather than allowing people to like wish every week for some kind of drop from the Great Vault. And not only that, but it sort of goes against, this is the one bit that goes against the thing that he said right at the beginning. In the beginning, he says they're changing their focus. They want to prioritize players' time. The Great Vault does not prioritize player time. The Great Vault existing means that you have a checklist of things that must be completed every single week. So suddenly, your game is once again being pushed. Or your game time is being determined based on a system. If they could just fucking get over this bullshit of trying to RNG crap. Allied Races, they have no plans right now for Allied Races. The new WoW novel is a pure money grab. They were asked about the controversy around the old WoW novel. I spoke about the controversy at the time, and my answer then is the same as my answer now. It is fantasy. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It's fantasy. There is no such thing as a goblin. Now, if you want to say goblins is clearly based on Jews, maybe that is your own problem. Like, maybe you have a bit of a fucking problem. Your own bias is speaking there. Because I have never looked at goblins and thought, oh my god, Jews. I've always looked at goblins and thought, oh my god, goblins. You know, I see an orc. I see a fucking orc. I don't know where in the world I would relay the orc to. I just see an orc. Because it is a fantasy game. So I feel like, yeah, but this is the year we live in. I can tell you now, if you start trying to keep everyone happy, you're eventually going to run out of room to make anything good. Stories oftentimes work because of their controversy, because of the push that they have, right? You can't keep everyone happy, and if you're going to try, you're always going to piss off someone. So how many times are you going to have to try and shift and sort of move before you get to a place where you can't do anything? Because that's the only way not to piss anyone off, is to not do anything. The trolls and their accents is literally an accent. This would be the same as saying, well, what about some of the human characters and their British accents? It's an accent. I don't equate it with a culture, because unless, of course, you're saying that culture are trolls, in which case one of us have a problem and it's not me. Like, you can take inspiration from something, and that something could still not be the viewpoint that you attach to the fucking something. I could look at a group of people and go, oh my god, that's so cool. I sort of like what they're doing there. I'm going to use that as inspiration to make a bad guy. And through making it a bad guy, you're not saying that group of people is bad. You're just saying that was a really cool thing that group of people do. I like making this my bad guy and sort of basing it on that. Not everything in this world is constantly racist. Unless, of course, you live your world in this, your life in this weird fucking bubble where everything is always racist. In which case, I feel so sorry for you. Your life must be hell. And then, of course, the final bit here is that the expansion is quite far along. The answer being soon, TM. I don't recall people having an issue with any accents, but rather the racial tropes that were associated with them. It was a bit lazy of Blizzard early on. Again, tropes exist, and they have existed for such a long time. I feel like people these days just want excuses to be triggered. That's genuinely how I feel. I think people just want to be, people just want to be triggered. And they'll find any fucking excuse to be triggered. You see, I don't live my life that way. If someone says something that offends me, that's absolutely their fucking choice. I don't much give a fuck. You can offend me you can try to offend me as much as you want. Sorry guys, just quickly uploading this. All right, this should be fine. Yeah, all right, we'll go with this. Fuck it. There we go. The workouts are going well, Wins. Thank you very much for asking. Not about being offended, about telling the truth. Well, what do you mean telling the truth, Volker Maria? Run the weirdo? Well, you can go fuck yourself. My coffee is fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm really appreciating this. Like late BFA, I played a DK, and during the quest, when you try helping the Red Dragonflight, they revere you so well, like if you, as a DK, did not torture the dragons to gain info on the whereabouts of this great Red Dragon, you was raised as your mount. If they did lazy writing, yeah, but what you're saying with lazy writing is, so my problem, Volker Maria, with what you're doing there is, you are assuming malice before even knowing whether or not malice exists. Like, I've seen the examples that people have given from the book that is sort of like supposed to be offensive to someone. I've seen the examples of it. And then you read those examples and you go, well, that seems like every troll in almost every single fucking game ever. That seems like every goblin in every story ever. So there's an assumption of malice. But who told you that there is malice in any way, shape, or form? You assumed the malice, then got offended by the malice that is on your part assumed. It's literally imagined at that point. Like, there is also intent that needs to be taken into account. Did you intend to piss someone off or offend someone? Or was your intent purely just explanatory, you know? I didn't say you are offended. I said people get offended. I never said you are offended. Well, Maria, you're making a statement in the general. I discussed the statement in the general, and then you go, oh my God, I can't believe you're making this personal. If I wanted to have a personal conversation with you, I'd invite you onto Discord and we could have a personal conversation. And if you want, you're more than welcome to do so. But you're making a general statement. I'm answering the statement in the general. So when I say, oh my God, I'm so offended, I'm talking about the people that is getting offended. I'm not saying you are getting offended, unless you are getting offended, in which case, again, you know, that is only for you to decide. I can't assume intent on your side. Stereotypes exist for a reason, because they're more often than not true. Do fat people eat too much? Stereotypically, yeah. I am an example of that. Unless, of course, there's these fat people that pretend like they don't eat much. But stereotypes exist for a reason. I'm getting offended at the amount of times offended has been said so far. Jagger, go fuck yourself, is what I will tell you. I usually watch you on YouTube, love the content. I still believe, like Asmongold has stated, a time skip would have best to reset Azeroth. Tantraman, thank you so much for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Reset for Azeroth is also being used. Make all things account bound, as our soul and essence would be free to choose a body upon return, as ours is lost in time, thus making it possible to switch tunes and play how we want. Then, I feel like what you're describing there would be very difficult to nail down, though. Like, it would be a cool idea, but as far as actually doing it, that would be hell. Wins, I can't help that my glasses offend you. I can only deeply apologize for the offense that my glasses are causing you. I hope that you can accept my sincerest apologies. I never wish to offend people. It just sort of happens. What if you chose your vault loot from your highest weekly key and rather beyond a certain level? Knight, I feel like even that system would be better than the Great Vault, of course, right? But I feel like the best system for the vault is to just replace it with a vendor. So imagine if every dungeon, every Mythic Plus dungeon you run, yeah, awards you with a currency. You still get the gear options at the end, right? But you also get currency. Now, if you get a piece of gear, maybe you get a little bit less currency than what you would have gotten normally. So let's say, for example, every Mythic Plus dungeon awards you with 125 currency. Now you get a piece of gear. Well, now you only get 75 currency. You still get currency, but less, because you did get a piece of gear. And then, let's say there's a vendor that sells items for, let's say 2,000 points per item. Yeah? Let's say 2,000 points per item. Okay? Now, that piece of gear, you can only collect, say, 500 marks per week. That's the cap. So you get 500 marks per week. The reason we have a cap on it is to ensure that people don't mindlessly burn themselves out just farming like a fucking maniac, right? So we do have a cap system on it. 500 a week, which means that every 4 weeks, you are guaranteed to get an upgrade item. So if you had the worst bad luck in the fucking world as a result of just gear not dropping for you, you have a guaranteed option or chance of getting a piece of gear at the end of the week. And that vendor sells every piece of gear in all of the raids and all of the dungeons. So if there is a piece of gear that exists in a raid or in a dungeon, it exists on that vendor. And I don't see why that is a bad system. Because you still have the RNG, that excitement of getting a piece of loot that drops. But once that excitement leads to frustration, because you've basically now spent weeks not getting the item that you want, you know that there is a point where you finally will get the item you want because you'll just go and fucking buy it. Right? Should you be able to get a gear from a dungeon without even entering it, though? No. The way I would do it is the vendor sells all items from all dungeons and raids that you have done. So in raids, for example, it sells gear from all of the bosses that you have already killed within the raid. So if you've killed 5 out of 12 bosses, those 5 bosses that you've already killed, their gear is available on the vendor, but it is dynamic. So it's not gonna, like, you're not gonna get the last boss gear before you've even killed the last boss. You have to kill the last boss and on the relevant content difficulty. So if you've only killed him on normal, you're not suddenly gonna get heroic and mythic items from him as well. You get whatever the difficulty is that you've done it on. The same with the gear. Your gear, so rather than, and the gear doesn't disappear. So it's not like you have to do it every single week. If you've done it once, you've done it and you have access to it now. But for Mythic Plus, this means that every single time you do a Mythic Plus dungeon at a higher key, the gear scales up within the vendor. So you can effectively use that time to scale up the gear to where you can buy the best item, like, for the Mythic Plus that you're running. Because gear shouldn't be, in my opinion, gear should not be a punishment, right? The second gear becomes a punishment, we've done something wrong. The acquisition of gear shouldn't be a punishment. The issue with the current system with World of Warcraft is more often than not, once you get the piece of gear, it's not happiness that you're experiencing. It's relief. You're not happy about the item that you've just gotten. You're relieved that you fucking finally got it. Should that be the feeling that you go for whenever people get loot? Like, should you be relieved that you finally got the fucking item? No. You should be happy. And the only way you're going to get happy is if you remove the RNG component or the 100% reliance on the RNG component. So I run a 15 in week 1 and get vendor without ever doing a 15 again. I think for the Mythic Plus system, you could maybe change it up. So what if you did sort of like a... what if you did sort of like a managed decline? So let's say you do a plus 15. And then for the next 4 months, you do nothing. Let's say it stays for 2 weeks. So for 2 weeks, your plus 15 will stay. But then after that, it sort of falls a level every single week. So next week, it's going to be plus 14. The week after that, plus 13. The week after that, plus... so it falls down. Which means you're not going to be able to just farm plus 1s as a result of being able to be carried through a plus 15. Something like that, So you could do... Yeah, I don't want to do a sort of... It just immediately falls away, because that would be stressful. This means, again, you're forced every week to do Mythic Plus. But at the same time, you also don't want to never have it fall off, because this means I need to pay someone to boost me through all the plus 15s 1 week, and then I can just do plus 1s until I'm fully geared, right? And that's also not necessarily the right way to play. So you do sort of want to give people a reason to keep doing high-level stuff. How housing in Ishgard was established. Do you think this is a portion of how WoW could implement housing, or a type of endgame for professions in WoW? Jason, yeah, I mean, we have videos about the endgame professions in WoW and how housing would solve a lot, if not all, of those issues. So yeah, definitely. Oh my god, I have someone that just replied to me. Guys, look at this. Someone took it seriously. Cleon Moores says, I need help. Seriously. There we go. I think that's a decent response, Some people are going to burn. What? No way. He's probably has a lot of questions for Ian, or he'll stuff to Moldova. Wait, what? Yes, I was like, holy shit. People in hell just got ice water. Wayne, what? Did they change their whole PR team because they are really doing great PR? Hope they don't force him to do some pre-agreed shitty questions. All right. Twitch poll, does Akko need help? I think a lot of people would say yes.
In happy news, you can play the final Black Mage quest and you can get the gear for it too.
Oh, that is true, Super. Oh my god, that is such a good point. I completely forgot about that. Please make our game look popular like you did FF14. Wait, what? Oh, you're thanking Ian as he cost us for making Final Fantasy XIV popular. Dude, that's brutal. What the fuck? that is brutal. Why would you do that? Why would you do him like that? All right, just quickly saving up some stuff here. Ooh, boy, oh boy, oh boy, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Are you guys ready for tomorrow? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not ready. I never thought this day would come. Like Ian as he Costas sitting down with Asmongold. It sort of feels weird. Like it shouldn't happen. Sorry, I mean Ian talking to Asmund, since Asmund tried FF14 and it just shot up in popularity. I mean, I don't think so. Yes, of course, Asmongold playing FF14 was a big boon for the game. But if Final Fantasy XIV was bad, Asmongold playing Final Fantasy XIV would have made fuck all. It would have made no difference. You can't make you can't make a bad game look good no matter how hard you try. So in that regard, I feel like it's unless Dragonflight is good, I don't think it's gonna help. But we'll have to wait and see, right? Maybe they get maybe they really push it and it's just perfect. New character in Gilgamesh, so I can play with you. Nice, Supersider. If you're not on Gilgamesh, you're playing on the wrong round, by the way. Darth, I'm pretty sure Asmongold wouldn't do an interview like that. Someone, what do you mean I'm playing now? What the fuck do you want me to do? Should I not? When am I allowed to play, someone? Take a while to catch up with you on this character. What are you talking about will take a while? How long do you think it will take Supersider based on the speed that we level at to actually catch up? For full immersion, you can change the FF14 splash screen to the Stormblood one, since you're still in that expansion. I mean, I don't really give a fuck about that level of immersion gaming, but thanks. Like, I think I can deal with the... Yeah, I'm a very slow leveler. This is us leveling. It's riveting stuff. Basically, I play Final Fantasy so that there's something on the screen whenever we just chat. That's really what we're doing with FF14. We just chat and then there's at least something that you can look at while we're chatting. Whenever you want, of course. I just don't like to watch weeb stuff. Someone, you think this is weeb stuff? I feel so sorry for people who think that FF14 is weeb. I feel so fucking sorry for people that think that. Because this story, dude, is so fucking dark. So disturbing at times that you're missing out on so much just thinking that. Only weeb thing in FF is Samurai and Ninja. Alright, let's see what we have here. I will not pursue her. It is for her to think on our master's words and recognize the futility of her cause. But it's not really futile, Gusetsu. Man, you ain't seen nothing yet? Weeb stuff can be good and dark? No, I refuse to believe that. Don't fucking spoil my... Dude, I have a stereotype about weeb people. I don't need you shattering it. I will go on quietly believing my stereotype for what weebs look like. And you guys can continue to be weebs, right? Watch Worst Memoirs of YouTube by Josh and tell them what is weeb. I don't know what weeb is. Hey, if it's Japanese, it's weeb from what I hear. Truth. If it comes out of the East, it's weeb. That's just how it goes. Like, I don't make the rules, I just fucking live by them. Those, at least, are my thoughts upon the matter. Yours may be different. Should you wish to give chase, I will not bar your path. We each have but one life, and it is not to be spent recklessly in pursuit of our goals. I pray she realizes this soon. Alright, so now I'm searching for Yuguri. Where the hell did she go? Let's go. The Japanese player base think it's far too Western of a game than Eastern, so like anti-weeb. Friendship and the light saving the day like ARR. The problem with that... Okay, so Faye the Pally, the problem with that argument is what you're literally describing to me right now is a story trope that is used in almost every single story. You have your allies, and you and your allies, take on the bad guy and you kill the bad guy. The difference between the East and the West is a focus on individuality. So in the West, there is a massive focus on, yes, you have your friends, but the individual is also very important. But based purely on that, is Harry Potter weeb? So based purely on that sort of analysis of it, Harry Potter is then, in other words, a weeb movie. It has to be, right? Because you have Harry Potter and his friends vanquishing evil. With very little focus on individuality, they each had a part to play. I would say that the application of it is different East to West, but the trope is the same. We simply apply the trope differently. All right, Yuguri. What's got you? What's bothering you? She's talking to birds. Things are not going well here. Mictian, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Did Gosetu send you to stop me? No, I'm here to help. Then you came of your own free will? I should be surprised if you agreed with my chosen course. No one else did. But it is not as fanciful as they would have you believe. Scant moments ago, I received the Crown Prince's itinerary from one of our spies in the castle. 'Twould seem that Xenos has no desire to remain in Doma any longer than necessary. He wishes to inspect the moon gates this very eve. His impatience is to our advantage. He arrived without warning and gave Yotsio no time to prepare. The whole castle is in a state of upheaval. To avoid any delay, he has declined a full escort and will be traveling with no more than a handful of soldiers. The Kami could not have blessed us with a more auspicious circumstance. I will kill him, Akalon. I will. She's dying. Snubby, how you doing, brother? This is Yoshi P's fucking joke, right? As soon as I meet a character that I like, he fucking kills them. Thanks, Yoshi P. Really appreciate you, bro. I thought after Heavensward, you and I had an understanding. No more of my friends die, but no, let's send Yuguri to her fucking death against the Xenos God Blade or whatever the fuck. This makes sense. You mean we will kill him? Oh, now I'm dying too? Great. It's not worth it. Let's see how that echo. Or die trying. You understand the risks. Yeah. Forgive me. Of course you do. Mayhap better than I. But are you sure? Yuguri, stop fucking asking me. I said yes. Thank you. Thank you. I cannot well express what this means to me. We have much to discuss, but we can do so on the way. Izuka Manor is some distance from here. We must hurry. This time I'm ready for him, King Julian. Of course. Stay calm. No one knows you're here. No one knows you saw nothing. No one knows you overheard two rebels plotting to kill the Crown Prince. We should have killed this little fuck when we had the chance. Stupid. You know how this ends. And they only have themselves to blame. You have to tell them. You have to. He's gonna tell the Empire. Kids and Your Toys. I played the first Final Fantasy on NES when main were main and games were 8-bit. Dude, that's not something to boast about when games were 8-bit. Like, the fuck are you saying? You played games when they looked like shit? Congratulations. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for our beautiful graphics these days. And the fact that our game's gonna have more than one character on the screen at any given point in time. I am really sorry about that. How's that rude? Like, how is that rude? Entitled gamer, go fuck yourselves. Am I entitled? Alright, hold up. I need to go... No? Huh? Where the hell is this? Doesn't show up. Why is it not showing up? Well, we'll go there and we'll see. From the 80s, 90s. I just finished the last trial of Endwalker and I'm shook to the core. Like, holy shit, I need a break now and I can't wait to see you play it. We're so far from that. Like, what are you even saying? Okay, it is here. Why didn't it show up on my map? So, genuine question. What would you guys call a game with anime-style graphics, giant weapons, cat-animal people, hybrids, every man looks like a 10-year-old boy? Someone, what are you... like? So you say this is weeb? Or it could just be a high fantasy game. Oh... Do I use foul? Yeah, no, that is bait. 100%. That is bait, someone. So I am going to use foul. Alright, well, here we go. Accolon, I trust you prepare yourself well. Our foe musters at Annex Shrine. The hour of our final confrontation is nigh. The Yearer and our Beastman friends are en route to the Forelands as we speak, and I would join them with all haste. Come as soon as you are able. Shatoto will be awaiting your arrival. Yeah, but how would you classify this as anime and not WoW? Like, you have giant weapons in WoW. You have, like, furry fucking cat people in WoW. You have wolves in WoW. So how is WoW not a weeb game name? You'll beat Xenos this time, but don't forget he kicked your ass. Yeah, well, I will kill him. Don't worry about it. I've got this. Shatotu. Here we go. Why, thank you so very much, Lalai. What with my own corporeal form having long since faded to dust, it is an honor and a pleasure to meet my legacy carried on by woman, men, and beastmen after my own... Oops. Was I just speaking loud? You can stop gawking any time now. Or have you forgotten that we have an army of power-hungry golems bent on destroying our realm to dispose of? Fortunately, I have already formulated the perfect plan of attack. You three will see to the stragglers still attempting to scale the mountain. I trust you can handle that much. The Yearer, Accolon, and myself will scale the summit, where the oversized augmented agglomeration of golems surely await us. If I may be so bold, Lady Shatotu, I would proffer a small amendment to this plan. Somal, as you surely know, is a holy place to all dragons who call this land home. I am ill inclined to wage battle without first obtaining their blessing. The Elder Seatsier has told me that Accolon has a friend among their kind. Mayhap it would be best if he sought the counsel of this Vidifnir before we proceed. Vidifnir. FF14 has plenty of anime tropes and elements, but it's not the main aesthetic at all. I would class this specific aesthetic more as what's the word? Fuck. Oh my god, dude. You have realistic graphics, and then you have like League of Legends, World of Warcraft. There's a word for it. Now I'm blanking on it. No. There's a specific word. Stylized. Thank you. I would class Final Fantasy's graphic and art style as stylized. It's stylized to be something very specific. But if you compare it to like proper weeb games, so you compare it to, for example, Genshin Impact, there's literally no comparison. One is very clearly going for that weeb aesthetic sort of anime style thing, whereas it's not obvious to me. Like, yes, does Final Fantasy have anime elements to it? Of course it does, but that's most likely very much because the people who made the game are also famous for anime. So it would have that, but at the same time, it has a lot of things that isn't at all anime. I will say this, Too Bored. I hated the graphics for FF14 when I first started playing it. In fact, one of the reasons I didn't want to play FF14 was the graphics. Because, like you, I believed that it was just too weeby. And then I started playing it. And I hated it. And I hated it. And I hated it. Until I no longer hated it. Because once you start playing the story and you start falling in love with the story, I could not imagine the graphics for FF14 looking any other way than it looks right now for the story to work. Like, the graphics in the story fit perfectly to what I want the game to look like. If Final Fantasy looked like WoW, it would not work. If WoW looked like FF14, it would not work. It just works. Yeah, I will never say that, Evans, and you can go you can take that to the bank. Whatever the fuck that sentence is that you just said there, I will never say that. Give a shit if it is or not. The game is amazing. The game is amazing. I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's hardly the worst idea I've heard today. After all, it could hardly hurt to add another powerful ally to our ranks. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Alright, here we go. Let's go talk to Vidifnir. Man, I haven't been here in a while. Blast from the past. Is it through here? No, it's more up. All right, Vidifnir, how you doing? Okay, let's hear it. An unholy menace doth gather in our midst, threatening to summon doom from the heavens down upon this realm. Such is thy plight. I, too, did sense the presence of an intruder in our sacred home. At first, I was content to observe, but the danger hath grown too great. Warrior of warriors, if thou and thine would take up arms against our common foe, thou dost have my blessing. Well, that's a ringing endorsement, if I've ever heard one. Hearer, send word to our Beastman friends. We commence the operation at once. I never played WoW, and I immediately like the FF14 style. I think it just depends on what you're used to. I would be, I think, the best yardstick for whether or not Final Fantasy is indeed weeb. I'm the best yardstick for it, because I don't watch anime. I have no interest in watching anime, and yet I'm loving this fucking game. So, you know, do whatever the fuck you want with that. Oh my fuck. There was lag. No! I hope I didn't miss anything important there, because that fucking sucked. But alright, let's hope. Here we go. Oh shit. Big boy golem. Understood. Pray leave the rest to us. Lady Shitotu, my colleague from the observatorium has confirmed your suspicions. On its current path, the falling star will sail wide of us, if by the slimmest of margins. And yet, that path shifts with every second, bringing us slowly but inexorably to the brink of calamity. Call it a hunch, but I do believe this imposing fellow might be responsible. Well, I'm glad to see that the obvious hasn't escaped you. At any rate, our task is clear. We need only reduce him to dust before he can summon his dear mother any closer. Well, Aklon, are you ready to stand alongside the greatest mage to ever live in a battle for the very future of our world? Look sharp. This is our time to shine. I thought I'm the greatest mage that ever lived. Oh shit, I can't have my... Fuck, okay. Wait, so she's tanking it? I can just literally... Oh, Jesus. That did not go as planned. I should have done that faster, but I don't exactly know how I would have run faster there. Like, how the fuck? That's not possible. Like, oh my lord. Once again, it's not fucking possible. I have to stand closer to him. No, yeah, but sprint's only gonna help me once. Hold up. I know what I need to do. Just do a normal fuck. I know what I need to do. I need to stand closer to... I hate standing so close to bosses, but... he throws it right in the middle. And I'm only going to be able to sprint out of the first one. I'm not going to be able to sprint out of the other ones. So I may as well not waste my time there. Yeah. I just hate doing that. Fuck you, bro. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Nothing. I own you, bitch. Now I'm gonna get interrupted with my ley lines. Watch this. I fucking know he's gonna interrupt my ley lines. He did kind of interrupt me. Fuck. Get the hell away. Get the hell away. Wait, am I supposed to attack this? I think I'm supposed to attack this. This might not be good. This might not be good. Alright, that worked. I'll just fucking attack all of the boulders, I think. Apparently we have another golem. Yep, that's not good. Not good, not good, not good, not good, not good, not good. How much health does he have? Jesus. Dude, fuck my life, man. Wait, why is this not going through? What the fuck? Okay, he's interrupting me the whole goddamn time with his stupid-ass casting. Hold up, I've got this. Can you just stop interrupting me? Like, what the actual fuck am I supposed to do? Fuck. Alright, that took care of that. Oh, fuck me. Am I the only one doing fucking, I think I'm the only one doing any sort of tactics here. Is the audio sounding a bit off, or is it just me? What's wrong with the audio? What do you mean? What audio is sounding off? You can try, what you guys can do is try reload. Try reloading. That should help. Oh, this is gonna suck. Alright. Dude, what the fuck, man? So much target switching. What is with all this fucking target switching, dude? Like, fucking hell. Oh, apparently... Wait, they're all dead now? Fuck. Alright, apparently I'm getting completely wrecked now. Dude, how in the hell am I supposed to do this? Alright, fuck it. Well, we should be able to do it, never mind. This quest being a royal pain in the ass. It's not so much a pain in the ass, like, they interrupt your casting every once in a while, which is super fucking annoying. Like, I'm in the middle of my cast and then it just doesn't go through. Victory is ours. I only pray it does not come too late. Yeah, you guys sucked, by the way. Perhaps if you had some black magic in your repertoire. But it's no matter. I have the utmost faith that Akalon and my efforts were not in vain. Man. Adelia, how you doing? that light. The 12 have mercy. I like how we're all just standing there watching. Here it comes, and there it goes. And with that, my friends, I do believe we've been spared a most crushing fate. Stand tall, Accolon. You and I just saved the world. And I suppose I should thank you as well, Yurr, for doing a most remarkable job of not mucking everything up. And with that, I believe my work here is done. While I'd love nothing more than to stay and savor our victory a bit longer, all good things must come to an end. Don't look all sad now. With such promising proteges to carry on my legacy, I can go to rest knowing that I did not mother the art of destruction in vain. You have seen our art wielded by the greatest of good and the worst of evil. Having witnessed firsthand your prowess and the sheer strength of your resolve, I gladly leave the future of our art in your hands. Walk the path well, Accolon of the Black. And with that, we are Black Mages. Like, verified Black Mages. That millennia from now, when we have long since faded to a dim memory, those who follow in our footsteps may yet wield their prodigious powers against any who would bring harm to our fair realm. Yeah, 35 anima, indeed. Is it pronounced prodigious? There's so many words in this game, dude, that just does not make sense. Be proud, Accolon. Having shared a mind with Mistress Shatotu, all this time I can assure you that effusive praise does not come easily to her lips. I can still scarcely believe she did me the honor of choosing my body as a vessel. Before meeting her in the flesh, in a manner of speaking, I had assumed Death's handmaiden was little more than a witch obsessed with fire and destruction. It would seem my impression may have been in error. May have been? Does your prudish, pig-headed prejudice know no end? Charming as ever, I see. I dare say you could learn a thing or two from your esteemed forebear on how to treat a gentleman. When she wasn't nice to you either. Oh, is that so? I do believe I treat true gentlemen just fine, as Accolon here would know. At any rate, we are done here. Let us leave this uncultured boor here to reflect for a bit on how to treat a lady. Jesus, what the fuck? Oh my god. Dude, I love the little, like, back and forth between characters in this game. I got into the Overwatch 2 beta. If they don't let me into the Dragonflight beta, I will actually cry. Well, you got into the Overwatch beta. You're probably not going to get into the others. That's just how WoW works, dude. Yeah, they clearly have a thing for each other. They want to combine the white and the black. But they can't, because their prejudices are standing in between them. They have to just fucking let go. Just jump into bed already. Kazakh-cha. No. Yeah, they want to make red mage babies. Many golems that come to scale the peak, but they come no more. Laid low by our magics, the heavens too are calm. I trust your battle with the great beast ended in victory. Just so, my friend. Not to boast, but even Lady Shatotu was most impressed with our efforts. Is that not so, Akalon? 3 cheers for Shatotu! 3 cheers for Akalon! 3 cheers for the art of destruction! Huzzah! 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 Then they would be red. Inquisitorium, yes. White mages and black mages equal red mages. Far be it from me to rain on your parade, but let us not forget that the healer in your ranks played at least a small part in your victory. A happy day this is. Fly home to share the joy with these brothers and sisters, those all will. You will visit those all again to share magical learnings, yes? Till then, friend. I too must take my leave. But know that even when we are apart, we always stand as one. Till next we meet, my friend. So we need to... Wait, what are you asking really for? I too must return to Gridania to deliver my official report. I suppose this is farewell, at least for now. Well, don't let us keep you. Though, I was wondering if I might express my gratitude to your colleagues at the Observatorium, on behalf of Mistress Shatotu, that is. Yes, Shamanita. At least according to chat. I didn't know this, but chat told me yesterday that the red mage is the result of white mages and black mages. Leave that to me. I fear not all of my friends are so open-minded. If they were to learn that I had allied myself with beastmen and practitioners of the dark arts, there is no telling what sort of twisted rumors might spread. Fear not, Lalai. You have my word as hearer and healer. I will do aught I can to work towards a day when you and your fellows can stand proud and receive credit for all the good you have done. I still want to make a red mage. I could not bear to say this in his presence, but our hearer friend has come quite far, wouldn't you say? I, too, would do everything in my power to make that day a reality. It's the only magic class that's not all destructive to the realm? Not at all destructive to the realm. Wait, how are the other magic classes destructive to the realm, Featherpally? So, good example of this would be Astrologians. They would be magic. Summoner would be magic. Yeah, but so the others do too. Do all other magic users, or are you only talking about white and black mages? So the War of the Magi of the 5th Astral Era led to the 5th Umbral Calamity. It's one of the Umbral Calamities. No, I know that the white and the black mages lead to, like, they have their hand in creating a calamity. That's not the question I'm asking, though. My question, specifically, goes to... What about the other magic users, like summoners and those things? So they all use from the land. It's just the red mage that doesn't. That is interesting. From the land around them, which can damage the realm. Well, fuck the realm, dude. More magic, more damage. And everyone knows that more damage is better. You want tip-top damage. Is what you want. If the realm has to pay the price for top damage, then so be it. It is a price that I'm willing to pay. More damage always equals better, Tubod. I mean, when has it never? Alright, welcome back, Akalon. Once again, I must express my gratitude for all you have done, as well as my profound respect. You have mastered our art to a degree that few of us ever attain. While it is not like me to dwell on such matters, I was just reflecting on the hero's words. Once again, the truth of the battle we waged will never be known to those who we fought to save. Needless to say, we do not do what we do for accolades or glory. We do it because it must be done, and to sate our own intellectual curiosity, and yet, it does not sit well with me. No, I cannot just turn a blind eye while the deeds of my friends and mentors are swallowed by history, never again to see the light. When the day will come that we can emerge from the shadows, I cannot say. But for that day, and for the eyes of all who would follow in our footsteps, I would put all I have seen to paper, just as Master Kukuruka once did. All we have learned of our realm and the arcane, of course. But that is not all. I would write of the bravery of our beastman friends, of a stubborn and self-important hero who against all odds proved himself a friend. Most of all, I would write of the illustrious founder of our glorious art, and the adventurer who she would personally entrust with carrying on her legacy. Why, I dare say the chapter will write itself. And now I am a black mage. Unicorn Poop, how you doing, bro? This concludes the Black Mage quest for Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood. In order to undertake the next series of quests, you must first meet the following requirements. You must have registered, okay, that I have. You must have completed the main scenario quest, Shadowbringers. You must have completed the role quest, A Tearful Reunion. Once you've done so, the next Black Mage quest will be available from Lalai.
The story is that those who survived the flood, the Black Mages of Jin, the White Mages of Vamp Dapper, decided to create a new discipline to protect the world as atonement for the damage they caused, that would not drain the land.
Okay. Wait, what just happened? Elemental gauge. So now if the Enochian bar will fill every 30 seconds, the status is maintained. When the crystal at the bottom of the elemental gauge glows pink, you will be under effect of Polyglot, which allows the spell Foul and Xenoglossy, acquired at level 80, to be cast, consuming a crystal. The elemental gauge indicates whether you are under the influence. Alright. Yeah, Enochian is a passive now. Not that I have any idea what the fuck that means. Thank you for all the content and time, Unicorn Poop. It is my absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for enjoying it. Okay, where the fuck do I fit this on my bar now? Jesus, fuck, dude. There's so many abilities that it's kind of ridiculous. I guess we'll put it there. So Foul is used when I have a full Enochian. I can't wait to do another dungeon. Bad Gamer, we just finished the Black Mage quest. And we are now going back to Namai, or we are back in Namai, to go see Yuguri. Snow, why would I do the raid mage quest now? I'm not a raid mage. I'm a black mage. Plus, we have an entire story to do before I'm gonna start leveling other characters. Truckers, how you doing, bro? Is there anywhere you upload your FF14 playthrough? Yours have been one of my favorites to follow, but going through VODs with multiple topics is rough. Truckers, no. But I am starting a new Final Fantasy XIV channel where I will be uploading my discussions of my playthrough, but I'm not really uploading the playthrough itself. I didn't think anyone would want to see that. Wait, I have new gear? What gear? I don't have new gear. Oh yeah, never mind. I forgot. Cannot execute at this time. What? Oh yeah. But yeah, I will have... It's not necessarily a... It's not just an FF14 channel. It's more an MMO channel, but a lot of it is going to be FF14 content. Oh, for the love of all things, that's fucking cunt.
Edo Collins got a chest.
The hell is this? Well, let's embrace how stupid I look now and just go with it. Nice hat, nerd. Evans, fuck you. Grandfather's looking for me, you say? But I cannot go back just yet. I am still searching for that which was taken from me. I was minding my own business, gathering muckwords, when some nasty lupin stole them right out of my hands. Would you ask the lupin if they would give it back? You'll find them on the other side of the river. Yeah, I could do that for you. Right, okay. I need to kill some lupin. And I also have to kill these water serpents. Who the hell is this? That just appeared out of nowhere. Wolves and weeds. What exactly is a lupin? Lupin looter. No, oh, this is, oh my god, an answer, fucking finally. Ah, okay, so the wolf boys are Lupin, that's what they're called. Jesus, chat, you couldn't just have told me this yesterday? Like, how many times did I ask yesterday, who the fuck is the wolf? And everyone was just like, lol. No one said Lupin. Wow. You would have us return some insignificant child's muckwords. Do not make me laugh. This whole area belongs to us, including any plants that may happen to be plucked by a child of man. Oh, wow. Let's do... I want to get one more off. Please tell... No, I'm not going to be able to do one more. Fuck. I wanted to do one more flare, man. Like, fuck my life. It would have been so nice if I could do at least one more flare. God damn it. Superslider, I don't remember anyone saying that that they're called Lupin. I don't remember anyone saying that. I could have just missed it, but Pretty sure I didn't. Where is Yuguri, though? Adelia, me and Yuguri is about to go kill Xenos. I already used Swiftclaw Snow, but I had to get mana. And they all died before I could get the mana back. Wait a second, what the hell am I doing? Just kill these things as well. Wait, how is that thing not dead yet? Motherfucker. No, that I can't tell you. I genuinely don't know. Oh, shit. My Enochian is full. How much damage does this Enochian thing do? Doesn't seem to be doing that much damage. 560. It hits for like fuck all. Wow, what a waste of time. I hope it's gonna get more powerful, because that was really like no damage whatsoever. Like, why would you even use foul? This combat looks slow compared to WoW. Is that fair to say? Remember, you are watching the Black Mage gameplay, Jimmy. So, Black Mage gameplay is slow. That's the whole point of Black Mages. So, Black Mages... the best way to describe Black Mage would be similar to old-school Affliction Warlock, where the art of the class was more in planning and pre-planning and sort of figuring out where you have to be before you have to be there, and then calculating how exactly you're going to optimize your DPS so that you can be there, right? So that is effectively what Black Mage is all about. But then if you play something like a Red Mage, Dragoon, Samurai, Ninja, classes like this, they have global cooldown abilities and then off global cooldown abilities that can really speed up the gameplay. I've spoken to some people who play WoW at a very high level and who've also played Final Fantasy XIV, who say that certain classes in FF14 can actually be faster in terms of buttons per minute than World of Warcraft. Now, the quest is called Path of No Return. Did you get them to return my mugwords? I have, yes. Oh, thank you so much. I was trying to collect plants to make some medicine. I read about it in one of my grandfather's botaniki books. There are so many sick people in the village. I just wanted to help. There is one more thing I need for the medicine, waterweed. I tried to fish him out of the river earlier with a pole, but I didn't have much luck. Could you get some for me? Got to run. Have a great day. Wins, thank you so much for hanging out. Did really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, brother. Alright, where do you want me to get it? Just in the water. Server tech rate. I don't mind the server tech rate. The thing that you have to remember, you can't look at FF14. It's something that I've been saying for so long that I'm kind of bored of saying it, but every once in a while people keep asking about it. Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft can't be compared because they're not built the same way. So you can't say, well, World of Warcraft combat seems faster than FF14. Well, they're not the same game. The bosses aren't designed the same. The mechanics aren't designed the same. The fights aren't designed the same. the fight in FF14 is designed for the classes of FF14, whereas the fight in WoW is designed for the classes in WoW. So you're gonna have to play the game to sort of figure out what you enjoy. But the server tick rate works for FF14, in my opinion.
It's the multiple target counterpart for a later spell. It's still useful to cast when it's charged.
Yeah, but it's for multiple targets. It's not for one target. Yeah, the tick rate works because the whole game was designed for the tick rate. Like, sure, if you had a 3-second tick rate in World of Warcraft, that'd feel fucking terrible. Because the game was never designed for a 3-second tick rate. But no, I like it. I like the combat more, actually, than I like the combat in WoW. If I'm honest. I prefer FF14's combat. I like the class design of FF14 feels a hell of a lot better. Because the classes actually play different. They actually feel fucking unique. Now I have everything I need. I'll go back to Grandfather now. Thank you for the help. You are welcome, sir. Like, we'll see with the talents, because I'm pretty sure the talent system is definitely going to fix this, right? Actually, I know the talent system is going to fix a lot of my problems with WoW class design. But as things currently stand with FF14, just look at my bars. Just quickly take a look at my bars. And they know that every single one of the spells that is on my bar now has a place in my rotation or during fights. Like, every single one of these spells. It's fucking ridiculous.
Foul is a no spell. That's why it's a bit weak.
Yeah, I get it. Super Cider. Thanks for the bits, though, by the way. Really appreciate it. That's a lot of buttons. And it's not done yet, from what I understand. It's not fucking done yet. Some of the issues, but they still need fundamental overhauls to some of the specs. True, but this will at least give them a place to start, right? Or at least it should give them a place to start. I don't know if this is better for me or not, so I'll just take this. Could it be a... Oh, yeah. It is actually better for me. Well, congratulations, me. I love Wrath and WoW. Sign me up. Take my money. No, I mean, people are always going to compare because the WoW Andes want their game to be based. The Final Fantasy XIV Andes want their game to be based. But ultimately, I think you're being very unkind to both games when you try to compare them. The only comparison that you can really make for these games is that they're both MMOs. Like, outside of that, there really is no other comparison, because I don't think they try to be the same game. Alright, let's see. Sing Tai? Do you have business with me, traveler? Water serpent lovers. But why did you think to bring these to me? Ah, my wife put you up to it, did she? My sincerest thanks. I shall boil these and eat them shortly. Back in the days when I made my living transporting rice up and down the river, I used to slay any water serpents I saw and take them home to cook. Of course, that all stopped once the Empire blocked off the one river. It is thanks to nature and kind strangers like you that I'm able to put food on my table these days. Thank you so much. No, Jimmy, I'm not saying you were trying. You asked the question. I'm saying in general, people try to compare World of Warcraft to FF14. And they're not really trying to do... Like, there's definitely lessons that World of Warcraft can learn from Final Fantasy XIV. That is true. I wish I could say that there are lessons that FF14 can learn from WoW, but considering that one of these games have all of their players very happy with the game, and the other one doesn't, maybe we should hold off. I think Final Fantasy have already learned all the lessons it could learn from WoW, and they've applied them well. True. So as I said, Yoshi P already learned everything there was to learn from WoW, and the game is now sort of striking out in its own direction and doing its own thing. WoW is sort of finding its way back to what it used to do well, and I really hope that we get there, because there are things that World of Warcraft does fucking fantastically well. When World of Warcraft is good, World of Warcraft is fucking good. And that is the truth. You can quote me on that. I think right now the thing that I hear most people saying is they want the transmog system from WoW and FF14. And they want a better housing system. Not the housing system from WoW, because that means you don't have one, but people seem to be very unhappy with the housing system currently.
For those who are curious, black mages have 2 rotations, and single target.
Thanks for the 100 bits, Super Side. I really appreciate that, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't all classes pretty much have an AoE and a single target rotation? Because yes, I know we have, like, black mages have their own single target and AoE rotation. But I thought that's sort of bog standard for almost all classes. Or is it not only some of the classes that have AoE and single target rotations? Yeah, melee classes have combos. Obviously, we don't have combos. This is far enough. Let us discuss our plan of attack. You do know we're about to be betrayed, right? Okay, here we go, chat. Here we fucking go. Here is where things get really hairy. Xenos' itinerary is as follows. He will depart Doma Castle by ship and approach the Moon Gates. The Magitech field will be deactivated briefly, allowing his vessel to pass. It will then continue on to these very docks, where he and his entourage will disembark. As you can see, this area is not ideal for an ambush. Wide open, multiple avenues of escape. The manor is better suited to our needs. Let us split up and search for suitable hiding places. The level on the quest is played in the log. Anyone? Asks about Akko. There you go. This is level 64. We obviously still have a long way to go. We're being betrayed, plus, even if we weren't being betrayed, I don't think we could kill Xenos. This dude is strong. I think he's going to be a raid boss or a dungeon boss or a trial boss. Surrounded by walls and deserted, this location appears to be ideal for concealment. Yeah, the top of my hat is obviously not sticking out. Ah, there you are. From the roof, we would have a clear view of the docks. It is settled. We shall lie in wait here until Xenos arrives. As discussed, if all goes to plan, he shall fall with my first blow. If not, then the two of us will have to engage him in open combat. His escort is of no consequence, which means that we will have a 2-to-1 advantage. Nevertheless, he is not to be underestimated. Bro, he's gonna fucking destroy us, isn't he? No! Yuguri! An apartment, but feels bad that no one ever would see it, even if just in passing. Steak Booty will block the strike. Oh my god, the thirst is real. The thirst is fucking real. Alright, here we go. All that remains is to wait. I trust that you are ready. Yeah. My hat is such a date giveaway. I'm here! Look at the fucking hat!
He comes.
And he saw us.
The village is not far, my lord. If it please you, we shall escort you there directly.
Less a province than a graveyard. The rotting husk of a broken nation devoid of proper sport. But as his radiance wishes...
Yes, of course, my lord. And may I say how terribly sorry we are that you had to come so far.
He doesn't speak. Yotsu.
We labored long to sow the seeds of hatred, of fear, to train them as beasts. Now we shall see the harvest. Let there be savage beasts baying for blood, and not hollow-eyed prey cowering in the dark. Or there will be no joy in this hunt.
Dude. Dorage, how you doing, bro? You've seen nothing yet. This guy is a fucking beast. Oh, she is quiet as shit. How the fuck did he know?
Shinobi? And me without my brute.
How weak you are. Is this the sum of your hate?
This is only the beginning. For Lord Kayed! For Doma!
I don't know what I did to him, but I killed him apparently as well. With my staff somehow? I don't know.
Mayhap I shall test this new blade of yours. Let us hope it is to my liking, lest your misfortunes compound.
I don't know what to make of Yotsu.
Then again, I am loath to expend such effort on the unworthy. Come, Earn the honor.
None of this is gonna end well. I am gonna get my cheeks clapped now. Fuck my life. What did you get us into, Yuguri? Oh, for fuck's sake. He's coming for me, like insta? What the fuck? Okay, that's a bit OP. What are those things? I don't know what those things are. Whoa, 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 whoa. Get off me, you fucking bastard. Okay, there's a lot of things going on right now that's not necessarily the greatest things to go on right now.
This day you die.
I don't know how to stop him from doing that, by the way, Yuguri. I don't know what to do.
All right.
Oh my god. Here we go. Fucking big dick. You have earned the right to look on the... What the fuck does that mean? Dude, what the hell? How can he just...
No, I must fight on. I must.
How can he just heal like that? Oh my god.
Run, beast, run.
Fuck. I'm about to get slapped. Okay, I don't think I can kill him. There's no way I can kill this fucking asshole. Not like this. Oh, Jesus. Dude, this guy can't be fucking killed. Not like this.
I see.
You see what? What do you see? Whoa. Okay, he does that strong thing again. How does one do this? This guy is so fucking hard to kill. He went, I see. And then nothing.
Ah, I remember you. Al Amigo, the champion of the savages.
Look ye where the sun doth rise, see crimson embers darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall, see azure lost amidst the squall.
Wait, where did I hear those words?
Oh, how right I was to spare your life.
Oh yeah, Oriange said that. But when? When did he say it?
Hear me, hero. Endure. Survive. Live. For the rush of blood. For the time between the seconds. Live. For the sole pleasure left to me in this empty, ephemeral world. Live.
No! Oh, for fuck's sake, no. Why did she...
You are not worthy.
Oh, shit. The people are rising up.
From them, you imperial dog!
Here we go. The fires of hatred burn bright.
No, don't. You must flee.
We're not going anywhere, do you hear me? We're not running away! What you're doing is stupid and reckless, and I never wanted any part of it, but here we are! I've spent my whole life hating myself. For every time they made me beg, for every time I held my tongue to protect the people I love. And then you came along and reminded me of all the things I never said and never did, and it was even worse. I would have given anything to forget, to walk away, but I knew I'd never be able to live with the guilt.
There we go. They're waking up.
So we came, all of us, for you, for ourselves, for Doma!
Please don't die, Yukiri.
Death is death, regardless of the reason. Yet you seem determined to die, intruding upon this sacred ground, turning weapons you can scarcely wield upon me. Your lives will not even begin to redress the balance.
How wrong you are!
Oh shit, Alice. Oh, bro, Setsu!
Go, now! Gusetsu, see to Yukiri.
Here we go.
Hey!
I can't see a damn thing. Someone stop them! My lord?
Why is he smiling? This guy just really wants a fight. That's it. He just wants someone to challenge him. That's why he told me just live. Because he wants me to, I don't know, challenge him eventually. I don't think we were followed. Gods, I have no idea what was going through that man's head. But I am heartily glad he decided to leave. Oh, and don't thank us. Thank Alphino. He's at the House of the Fierce, patiently awaiting your gratitude. You should have seen the way he turned pale when he heard about Yugiri's plan and how you, of all people, had decided to help her. He was in such a panic, barking orders, calling for a squadron to be assembled. As were you. I was rather composed, as I recall. But that is neither here nor there. Oh, shit. For the rush of blood, for the time between the seconds, you'll learn Xenos is just a major psychopath. I don't know if psychopath is necessarily the right word, because it feels more like he wants challenge. More than anything, it feels like Xenos... So, in this, he actually said something that is very sort of revealing about his character. I can't remember the exact words, but he made the mention of there's nothing left in this ephemeral world, right? Like, the world offers nothing to him. He feels empty. There's no joy, which could be a result of him growing up as, you know, the prince, so to speak. So for him, nothing in this world really gives him any joy. He gets nothing from it. So he's looking for that something that makes him feel alive, that rush, that makes him feel like something, anything. Even if that thing is pain, even if it is death, as long as it's something, that's all he really cares about. Yeah, let's check the event tab quickly. Xenos says, I want to make sure, I can't remember where he says it though. Death is death regardless of the reason, yet you seem determined to die, intruding upon this sacred ground, turning weapons you can scarcely wield upon me. Your lives will not even begin to redress the balance. This is that says it, you are not worthy. I think it's here. Hold up. Let's quickly see here. Mayhap I shall taste this new blade of yours. Let us hope it is to my liking. And then Xenos says, then again, I am loath to expend such effort on the unworthy. Come, earn the honor. I remember you, Alamigo, the champion of savages. Oh, how right I was to spare your life. Hear me, hero. Endure, survive, live. For the rush of blood, for the time between seconds, live. For the sole pleasure left to me in this empty, ephemeral world, live. That line is so important as far as I'm concerned for who Xenos actually is. For the sole pleasure left to me in this empty, ephemeral world, live. That tells you everything you need to know about Xenos. It's the... Life is empty. Life means nothing to him. The food means nothing. You know what the best way to describe it is, you guys remember Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Pirates of the Caribbean, the pirates that have been cursed, where food turned to ash in their mouths, and they, you know, they can't feel the warmth of a woman. They can feel nothing. It's all just sort of like nothing matters. So you would do anything, even if it is dying, at least you'll feel something. And that's Xenos. That's what he wants. He needs something to make him feel something. Can you believe it? We faced the Crown Prince himself and lived to tell the tale. You've no idea what this means for us. Everyone's talking about getting more weapons and armor and we're not going to stop until we've taken back our homeland. Right. Getting a bit ahead of ourselves here, aren't we? We've got wounded to tend to first. We should get back to the village. Yeah, Yuguri needs help. She's been through the fucking ringer. Combat sexual? Pretty much, yeah. Want to say stuff, but spoilers? Yeah, don't spoil the shit, but you guys know what I'm doing. I'm constantly speaking to myself, trying to figure out what the story is all about and, you know, where I am in the story. I'm just basing it on the information that I have at hand right now, right? So I can't base it on information that you guys have. Basing it on the information, I've had this sense for a while now that that's what Xenos is all about. And that line kind of confirmed for me that Xenos is looking for a challenge. He's looking for someone to push him to his limits. That's it. That's all he really cares about, is being pushed. Alright, let's hear it. How are you feeling? After fighting that demon, I can only imagine. I suppose I ought to apologize to you for, you know... Anyway, Thank you for not giving up on us. The shinobi too. So glad he didn't betray us. And I like the fact that these people are getting their vigor back. They want to be free again, you know? Makes me happy.
How are you feeling, my lady?
Much the better for my comrades' ministrations and your most generous hospitality. You need not worry.
Good. If there is anything else we can do for the two of you, anything at all, just ask.
Well, the prince can now return, can't he? Their leader. Because he said, show me if their fire in their hearts still burn, I will be back.
Stare any harder and you're like to burn a hole in them. Go and say your piece, for goodness sake.
I've got nothing more to say to them. I'm going to find out how the others are getting on.
Mm-hmm.
Gosetsu, Mistress Alize, I owe you an apology. I acted with reckless disregard for my own safety, and endangered I know not how many others in so doing.
You did awaken the fire in their hearts.
Scorning your wise counsel, I knowingly defied our master's wishes, and left you no choice but to follow suit.
Nonsense. I followed our master's wishes to the letter. Consider once more his words, and the intent therein. In offering his head, he but sought to shield his people from harm, loyal retainers included. You must value your life more highly, Shadow Walker.
On the other hand, your recklessness did serve as an inspiration to many. Mayhap you should not be so hard on yourself.
Retainer sounds like a slave. Shadowskellig, how are you doing?
In any event, if you must apologize profusely, it seems only right that you expend as much effort thanking the one person who supported your plan from the first.
I don't speak. It's okay.
That it does. There are no words which will suffice. But thank you.
Anytime. Anytime. Happy to be of service.
And there they are!
Well, Lise missed the fight. She must be heartbroken.
12 be praised.
Oh,
when I learned
Alphinaud.
of your rather questionable plot to assassinate Xenos, I feared we would need to recruit a new Primal Slayer.
I'm sorry we couldn't be there. Alize made me swear to stay behind no matter what. I think she was worried I'd hurl myself at Xenos the moment I set eyes on him.
I just want to know how he is. How is he so strong?
What?
The fuck does he eat?
You'll forgive me for changing the subject, but now would seem a good time to discuss where we go from here. Though the Empire has yet to retaliate, the fact remains that we have revealed our presence and signaled our intentions in so doing. It is only a matter of time before the Imperials move against us.
Yeah, he eats both toasties every fucking morning,
Given
bro.
that we lack the strength to oppose them, 'tis plain some manner of brilliant stratagem is required. Therefore, I yield the floor to the preeminent tactician of our time, with whom I was privileged to share a room.
Dude, the sheer sarcasm is insane. Unnecessary
If you insist.
sarcasm.
While in Kagane, we debated a number of approaches and were eventually forced to concede that we cannot look to the Alliance for aid. Even were it possible to ferry sufficient forces and materiel from Eorzea in a timely manner, such a massive undertaking would not long escape the attention of the Empire. It would be a miracle if our ships reached the shore. Fortunately, according to Tataru and Hancock's intelligence, The Empire has withdrawn most of its forces from Doma in the past year, leaving her relatively unguarded. That being the case, a popular uprising spearheaded by the full might of the Doman Liberation Front may feasibly be sufficient to threaten the seat of provincial government, namely Doma Castle. 'Twould be rather easier said than done, of course, but I have seen worse plans prevail.
Then we must needs meet with Lord Hien and convince him to return, for there is no surer way to inspire our people to rise up as one.
Oh shit,
He
here we
desired
go.
proof of his subjects' conviction, and they have provided it, through no lesser deed than openly opposing Xenos himself.
It will work. It has to work. And next time, we will defeat him.
There you go, Lise. Back in the action. No, I've seen him, only his backside. I haven't seen Lord Hien yet in, like, person. He's not shown up yet. He's still willing to throw himself at the blade or some shit. Like, some questionable shit that he's willing to do. I will be traveling to Azim's Stick, Aklon. I found Lord Hien once before, and I am confident I can do so again. Moreover, it was to me whom he put the question of Doma's resolve. I feel it my duty to deliver to him our people's reply. Our countrymen deeds speak for themselves. Lord Hien cannot deny the truth of their hearts. Too long has it been since I looked on his face. It would be of great comfort to see him again. And no small comfort if you were to join us in the search, I should add. I wonder what kind... What the fuck am I doing? Why is Lee suddenly Gosetsu? I wonder what kind of man Hien is. From what I heard, he's about the same age as me. And then there's Fordola, who isn't a whole lot younger than us both. Like her, he was born and raised in an imperial province. This is all he's ever known, but unlike her, he chose to do something about it. I want to meet him. I want to know why. Maybe if I understand that, it'll help me to understand a lot of other things. At least you tried. Evans, am I correct in assuming that you are one of those people that do not like Lise? It seems like this expansion is full of people who do not like Lise. The beloved king returning to urge his countrymen to rise up in rebellion? Not a story you'd ever hear in Sharlayan or Ul'dah, is it? Like using your name for bad puns? Alright, that makes sense. Not in those words, perhaps, but no land's people is so cynical to be wholly immune to inspiration. Singular individuals have the power to move hearts and minds no matter where they go. Doubtless you speak from personal experience? As much as the Lord Hien intrigues us, Aklon, there are vital tasks to be attended to here. Preparations for the inevitable assault on Doma Castle, for one. There is also the matter of coordinating our efforts with the Confederacy and our comrades in Kugani, dealing with this troublesome Aetheryte. I could go on, but you understand. How do you recognize people who don't like Lise? Don't worry, they will tell you numerous times. So they're basically like the CrossFitters of Final Fantasy XIV. What about Lise? Is a party in peace? Angry Lala, aka Cider Spider. Lise is a little underwhelming now. If that changes, I don't want to tell. But she's not underwhelming to me. I like Lise. I don't get why people dislike Lise so much. Aye, so it goes. We all have our responsibilities. What the fuck? You will be joining us, Sakalon? Yes, I am coming. For our part, we shall do what we can to aid the Doma Liberation Front in your absence. We will refrain from conducting any large-scale operations in your absence and instead devote our energies to bolstering our ranks and training our new recruits. When you return, we will be ready for war. If anything happens, if you need us to come back sooner, you'd better contact us. Noble sacrifices are a last resort, remember? Have you seen the How to Defend Yourself Against FF14 Fans meme video? If not, recommend it, it's pretty funny. Evans, link it to me in Discord. I actually want to see that. Follow me, my friends. We have many moms to travel before we reach reunion. Wait, don't leave yet. Here, take these for the road. It's simple fare, but it's the least we can do for you after what you did for us. It may be stupid and naive of me to say this, but I will. When you come back, we'll finish what we started. We'll beat the Imperials and we'll win our freedom. So don't keep us waiting too long. They're waking up. Eternal, how you doing, brother? I only like Yotsu and maybe another 2 characters in Endwalker. Endwalker or Stormblood? I'm assuming you mean Stormblood. Just don't find her interesting, Lone. Not all of us have the same tastes. Meanwhile, in the keep of Doma Castle. Oh, Xenos! What's going to happen to Yotsu?
I would expect no less of Bahamut's conqueror. Prepare the airship. His Radiance will not object. We have fulfilled our obligations here. I would see this prize for myself.
What prize? What prize is he talking about?
Do you understand why I appointed you to act in my stead? You, whose only accomplishment was to whisper the right words in the right ear.
Fuck.
Because of your petty hatreds. They render you the perfect instrument to bleed your kinsmen of hope. To make an example of Doma, such as was ordered. Listen well. If you yield Doma to the rebels, you will not be given another chance to beg forgiveness.
Fuck.
Do your duty, now. Or die with the rest of them.
Well, that's... shit.
Are you all right, my lady? That was uncalled for.
Shut up! Oh, she's angry. Oh, shit!
They say your Eorzean is helping the rebels. I want him dead. I want his friends dead. I want the heads of everyone he knows and loves mounted on the castle walls.
You mean I can finally go after him? I've been waiting for this chance. I promise you, milady, he won't escape this time. Not this time, oh no.
I am going to spank you so fucking hard, bro. Well, Xenos wouldn't give a fuck if they kill me. Because if they kill me, I wasn't good enough, right? Yeah, he is an idiot, but I can't wait to kill him. Ger Arbania.
Aye, this is the place. When his shade was banished, you swore to leave this life behind. And yet here you are.
Who the hell is...
Yet, if this be the work of the eyes, what choice do you have but to end it? Or so the boy would say.
Oh shit! He's back, bro! The man is back! Oh shit! Here we go, bro! I don't want to guess it, because you never know. Plus, I couldn't quite place the name. The voice. I was like, damn, this sounds so much like Estinian, but I don't want to guess that it's Estinian, and then I'm wrong. So I just sort of waited, and then as soon as I saw the hair, I was like, oh shit. The boy's back. I love that. I need to go pee quickly. I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes. Just gonna go pee. Gonna grab more coffee, and then we'll continue with the adventure. But now I'm assuming it's gonna be so long before we actually see him. Fuck. Anyways, all right, guys, get up, walk around, stretch your legs. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Just gonna go pee, grab some coffee, and then we'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Alpha Bro is still the best, bro. Wait, you think Alphino is better than Estinian? Smoldering, how you doing, brother? Like, in what way? I don't quite agree with that.
Hien offered either his head, to placate the Empire, or his sword, to liberate his people. The former, if they no longer wish to fight. The latter, if they still wish to fight.
Yeah. So we're about to go tell Lord Hien that his people have spoken and they want to fight. They are ready for this. If all are ready, let us depart for reunion in the Azim Steppe. Our route will be somewhat, circuitous. We will need to return to the Ruby Sea and head north along the coast, past Isari. Cyrus, welcome back, brother. Okay, so I'm going to Isari. Actually, the fuck am I doing? It would be easier to just run from here. Holy shit. I almost made a big mistake. Fuck. Is this also something I need to do in order to fly? No. Okay, I don't have to do this to fly. What about... Actually, I could just check, right? Travel... Ether currents, Yongxia. Wait, am I not supposed to be flying now already? Oh my god, look at that. I can already fly. This is so good. Oh, yes. Yeah, I can fly now. Alright. This is just good news. Life is good now, people. Life is good now. Yeah, I didn't even do any diligent farming and I can just fly. Like, how is that even possible? But I'm... Oh shit, I forgot I unlocked it in the Ruby Sea as well. Feels undeserved. It does, doesn't it? From here we will turn north until we arrive at a cave, through which we must pass in order to reach the Azim Steppe. Lise and Kasetsu have already gone on ahead. We should carry on as well. Okay. What's this next place like? Oh, look at Kasetsu just chilling out. Currents required in older content. This is the most amazing zone. Personally, I like it. Alright, I'm gonna trust you guys for this. Holy shit, we are traveling quite a fucking bit. Okay. Dude, what the fuck? It looks like all the other zones. What are you guys talking about? The hell is that?
I remember the emptiness, vast and endless. The Azim Steppe, home to countless roaming tribes. A sacred land, watched over by elder gods. Here, we would find Doma's salvation.
It's that thing.
With the wind at our backs, we walked on, in search of hope, in search of him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if people don't like this game, that's really their problem. What I would be more interested in is, you click on a stream that literally, the title of the stream is what? If I'm not mistaken, the title of this stream is FF14 Stormblood MSQ. Why the fuck would you come to a stream that is literally labeled Final Fantasy XIV just so you can get in and say, this game sucks? Makes no sense. Go watch the WoW streamers, you know? The ones who's doing what right now? Dungeons for the millionth time. I give you the Azim Steppe, Aklon. Though I should say that this is but one small portion of it. Despite the close proximity, Domans rarely venture this far north. Most find these lands and their people strange and foreign. Fortunately, those who frequent Reunion are more welcoming than most. Come, it is not much further. Maybe is Honey Badger alt account? I could read. I mean, look. Most WoW Andys are desperate to hold on to their game's perceived supremacy. And if that means that they have to lie to themselves and pretend like this game is bad, they're gonna fucking do it. Because, well, they can't pretend like their game is good, so you only have the one option, right? All the other games must be bad. I don't like it. It's so bad. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? The game is incredibly boring to watch, but damn, it's in the title and the category. Just don't watch if you don't like. I think if you only played this game and you didn't really chat, then the game would be boring to watch. But I wouldn't say... Like, I think in general, a lot of people like watching it, but mainly because they like people experiencing it and they also like the conversations around it. But I would say the true is, it's the same is true for WoW. WoW is incredibly fucking boring to watch as well. When I watch WoW, I'm watching WoW because a specific content creator is fun to watch, and therefore I don't mind the fact that WoW is on in the background. I have to hurry again with my ult. You just the zone ahead of me. Oh shit. Brings good commentary in my opinion. I like to watch streamer reactions to MSQ. People love MSQ streams. It lets them relive their experiences with the story. Too much people experience. MMOs are more boring to watch compared to other genres. True, but that's why you have to, like, mostly just chat. MSQ streams are just ultimate React content. It's a very social game, and as I said before, we love our sprouts and their reactions. I think... I don't even know, like, let me ask you this. If you were to watch a streamer that literally doesn't speak at all to chat, he just sits here, reads the fucking words, and just plays. Like, he doesn't even have chat open. He's just sort of playing the game. Would that also be fun for you to watch? I would argue probably not. Exactly. What makes it fun, in my opinion, is you and the streamer have arguments about stuff and people are making jokes and there's a conversation that's happening. I don't think it's fun to watch if, like, all you're doing is just sitting there and fucking watching this guy go through the story. Then MMOs are notoriously bad because they don't offer really fast and inquisitive gameplay. It's very sort of samey the whole time. on YouTube, maybe as background, but still need some sort of commentary. I like that you in particular are constantly thinking about what is going to come next. That's my favorite part of this game, is getting it so fucking wrong. It wouldn't be fun to watch. It's as much the conversation between the streamer and chat as it is the players' reactions. Chitato, how you doing, brother? Exactly. At least Let's Players on YouTube act like they're talking to their viewers. Let's Play is... Dude, Let's Play is a fucking art, let me tell you. Let's Play is an art. It is so hard to pull off a good... I've watched so many Let's Players, and so many of them are so bad at it. And then every once in a while you get like someone that's really just... They're so good. There's one guy, I can't remember his name, but he's got this incredibly dry sense of humor. And I watched him sort of play through Baldur's Gate. And it's just funny. Like, stuff happens, and the way he commentates on it just makes it a hell of a lot more funny to watch. Call themselves a good Let's Player? No, for the most part, most people are very shit at Let's Play. I'm shit at Let's Play. I don't think I could pull off a Let's Play. Here is where we will begin our search for Lord Hien. I like watching people cry and gasp at what's coming. But we're still quite a long ways off, I think, to the crying stuff. People say the crying stuff comes in Shadowbringers. And I have already challenged this game to make me cry, because no other game has ever done that. When last I spoke with Lord Hien, he said he spent much time in these markets. I had hoped we might find him here today, but alas. Hey, Yuguri, I've been meaning to ask. There are an awful lot of Zayla here, aren't there? Oh, I assumed you knew. The Azim Steppe has been home to the nomadic tribes of Zayla since antiquity. More than 50 roam these lands, and though they do not constitute a nation, there is a hierarchy of sorts, determined through ritual combat. The hell is the Zayla? Or whatever the fuck she said. So I wouldn't expect Akalon to cry, to be honest. That Estinian reaction was good, though. I need to finish Pillars of Eternity, too, before Otherword is released. All cry on this game. I think Shadowbringers will break Akko. Maybe not by sadness, but tears of joy. Let's see. Aura tribes. Is the Aura actually a nation? Is there a nation of Aura? Or is all Aura basically wandering folk? Was it emotional in FF14? Zayla is Aura with purple horns. Tribe-based. Okay, so they don't do nation states and stuff like that. They have their nomadic tribes, and that's basically it for them. Alright, that's good to know. Shadowbringers, but I can't stop crying now whenever I rewatch the cutscenes on YouTube. Oh shit, gaming. So it really is sad. Comes close, but they're all subdivided into tribes. Right. Funny. If they're so busy fighting each other, you'd think the Empire would be able to march in and take the step with ease. I wonder why they haven't. Why indeed, Lys? Why indeed? Perhaps they see little value in it, especially given the fierce reputation of the Zayla warriors who would fight tooth and nail to oppose them. These lands were not made for men. The soil is thin and the weather unforgiving. The Zayla found ways to survive, it is true, but they are made of sterner stuff than most Imperials, conscript or citizen. Thanks for taking the time to explain. It sounds like I've got a lot to learn. Later. I mean, we're meant to be looking for Hien. What are tribes in this zone? People from many tribes gather in reunion to trade goods and information. I should be surprised if we cannot learn something of value here. Nomads who are fiercer than dragons? Basically, Ren Aura are more Dome and Zayla, or mostly strictly Azim Steppe. Let us make our inquiries separately. Aklon, why don't you speak with some of the merchants here? What the hell is the Ruby Princess now? Chat, are you just throwing out names again? Or is this something I missed? Buzz, phrase Buzz, your choice of lamb or Zoe. Guaranteed to satisfy. How many will you have, sir? A Doman? Unless another Dusgar is keeping him in her yurt, he is not here. More fool her if she took a Doman for a husband. But enough about Domans. Let us speak of Buzz instead. You cannot come to the Azim Steppe and not sample this most traditional of delicacies. What the hell is Buzz? Lamb sounds good. Oh, dude, I would kill for a fucking lamb chop right now. Or a nice leg of lamb. Oh my god, a nice leg of lamb cooked to absolute perfection where the lamb is falling off the bone. Fuck, dude. That would be so good. That would be so good right now. A leg of lamb for Easter, it was lovely. Dude, but it has to be cooked perfectly. Like, if you need a knife for a leg of lamb, it's not cooked perfectly. It has to be just, like, shredded almost in its tenderness and perfection. So fucking good. What fortune you have to come hither at this time. Freshly slaughtered. Every cut available on request. Organs too, hearts, livers, brains, or a brace of blood sausage if you desire only a snack. A Doman? Poor meat they make Domans. I jest. I did see young Mole in the company of one some few days ago. Immaculate tender, basically melted. Dude, not long ago, probably like a month or two ago, I went to this restaurant and I had lamb shoulder. Like this really nice, big fucking lamb shoulder. Dude. It was so fucking good. Like the bone was almost falling through the meat. It was just perfect. Roasted fish with pumpkin. An exotic foreign delicacy cooked to perfection. Beloved without the step. Come, come! You seek Domans? Then you are come to the wrong place, my friend. Delicious as my foodstuffs are, they find little favor with those from the south. Now, if it were Goru you were looking for, on the other hand, then I might be able to help you. They flock to my stall. Stop, I'm getting hungry. Look, it's Boulder. Ask where his gate is. It's not Boulder, it's Bader. Like, fucking bad joke, Evans. Bad fucking joke. You completely messed that up. Apologize to the whole stream now. How dare you? Like it when the meat falls off. I want to chew it off. Shadow Rodney, no. For some meats, a bit of chew is fine. But specifically lamb leg and lamb shoulder, I don't want chew. I want to be able to basically eat it with a spoon. I have brought you a new brush, my beloved. So smooth and silky your mane shall be, the envy of every other man. That's a weird relationship this guy has with his fucking horse. Say again, you are seeking who? Ah, the Doman. I know of whom you speak. He comes and goes with a mole girl. Though I could not describe her, I only know that she is Mole, because I heard them talking as they passed. With the chat mode in Say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter any phrase that contains Mole to ask the Zayla in reunion if they are of the Mole tribe. Right. Are you Mole? I am Ura, if you must know. Come down from the mountains in the north, if there is nothing else. Just made brisket and ribs for Easter. Shadow Rodney, when it comes to ribs, this is where things get interesting. Because I can have it either way. So there is nothing quite as special as ribs where you can take the bone and you can, like, pull the bone out of the rib. That is special. But I will agree with you, the perfect rib is the one where it's still on the bone. So it's just tough enough that it still clings to the bone. But when you bite it, it's not like you have to tear into it. Your teeth literally just go through it and pulls off it. That is the perfect fucking rib. Are you mole? You take me for a mole? I am Oronir. Compare me not with one so weak and lowly. Well, I am so sorry. Are you Mole? Yes, I am Mole. My name is Serena. May I help you? So I love my Instapot. It makes the perfect rib for me. What's an Instapot? Bloomin' onion with rib is awesome. Oh, I see. You are looking for Ian. In that case, how urgent this business must be to leave our conversation unfinished. The Kunsai, will you buy it? There is but one bundle left. If not, then... I will, though I had not thought to pay so high a price. It is a bargain for which you should be grateful. If you lack the coin, then the fault is your own. You will leave with nothing. Please, I must have the Kinsei. The gods themselves requested it. We are bound to their will. Pay me the difference in whisper root. I will sell it to you. I will sell it to the next apothecary to pass through reunion, and we will each feel fairly treated. But do not tarry. Should another come before you, coin in hand, I will not refuse him. I understand. Thank you for this kindness. Let me guess. I can't just give her the gill. I'm gonna have to go get this fucking whisper root. I am sorry, but we must speak of Ian later. I cannot leave reunion without that Kinsai. You know, I could help, right? You could just ask me for a loan or something. I have the gill. I could absolutely help you. You want to help me? Is that it? I do not know what to say. Thank you, Akelon. Thank you. Max, how you doing, brother? The lumbering ones, we must foul wander the plains to the west of Reunion. If we each harvest 2, then we should have enough for Whisper Root. Return here when you have finished. Good luck. Right, do have Gil? Yeah, but I do have Gil. What I don't have is patience to go foul... whatever the fuck this is. Whisper Root. I must foul something for Whisper. I thought I would get, like, I'd probably look for plants or something. Ah, these are the ones. All right. I will say, though, Rose, Final Fantasy's MMO chores is probably some of the best I've ever had in games. Like, you almost never get sent to kill 1 million of something or collect like 5 things and then not all of it drops. It's a hell of a lot fucking easier in FF14. Like, you're usually only sent out to kill like 1 or 2 of something, and once you've killed it, that's it, you know? Don't have to worry about anything else. Animals actually have internal organs? Yeah, for some reason, all of the animals that have livers have a liver after you've killed it. You don't have to worry about the fact that for some reason your magic destroys their fucking liver or something, and you have to kill 1 million of them just to get a single liver. Or bear asses. And also, up until now at least, the game haven't once asked me to kill more than 6 things. Not that I can remember. I'm trying to remember now if I've ever been asked to kill more than 6 things. Most of the time it is just sort of like 1 or 2 things that you have to kill. Does that change eventually? Or... It feels like this game puts its grind into the dialogue. If that makes sense. I'm not saying that the dialogue is grind. What I mean more is... So, what is busy work? Busy work in almost all MMOs is a manner of time gate, right? It's to ensure that it doesn't take you an hour to get to max level. Because the game has to have some substance. The thing that does that in FF14 is dialogue. You spend most of your time in this game leveling up just reading dialogue, nothing else. Usually 3 for fetch quests. The kill stuff part, usually just to break up the dialogue. Yeah, it feels like it's just sort of a way of saying, okay, you know, you've been reading dialogue now for a really long time. How about we send you out to go kill something just quickly? Welcome back, Akalon. Have you brought the Whisper Root? Blessed is he who shows kindness to strangers, for with fortune does he ever ride. But you have to grind an enemy. How so? Will this quantity suffice? It shall. The Kinsei is yours. Want you to spend longer on the combat aspect, they usually put you in those duties, which are solo scenarios. The gods favor you more than you know, child. Utgun rarely have need of such herbs, and so my stock is limited. Had you come a day earlier or later, I would have none for you. Perhaps the gods guided me here, as they guided grandmother, as they guided this man from the waste. Nathaniel, man, thank you for the first time chatting. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you. And also, thank you for the kind words. Which ends with you smashing a guy's wine bottle.
How goes the search? Any luck?
Yeah. Literally just found her. I love how Bro Setsu just stands there. Like such a fucking bro, man.
What fortune to meet a friend of the young master.
Well met, Cyrena. If you have an inkling as to the current whereabouts of Lord Hien, we should be most grateful for your assistance.
Oh, please. It is I who should be grateful.
Hold! What is this? I came first, you second!
The hell?
Know you to whom you speak? All people of the steppe should. Or have you fought so much that you have forgotten the face of your superiors?
Oh.
Superiors? I spit on your superiority, little prince. Twisted and mad as sand devils your kind are.
Is this Lord Hien?
Those two don't seem to like each other very much.
Those boys are of the Oronir and Dothal,
Oh, no,
the
it's
two
not.
strongest tribes.
Oh.
The children of Azim are destined to rule, so they declare to all who will listen. Their word is law. For now.
Oh.
Grand, flamboyant fighters, but deadly. Very deadly. He prances as a horse, as do his brothers after their many recent victories. The Undying ones too are strong, fearless, and vicious. They often reigned in the past,
Now they are sorely tested.
Uh-huh. And who is this?
Ah, the master of the markets. He is Castir. To fight in reunion is forbidden, and to break the peace is to be banished forever. This he says without words, for words are lies to the Castir. They do not speak.
What? Oh, wow. That must be very hard to have a conversation with him.
Interesting. And all these different tribes share the same lands, do they? No wonder it's tense.
Imagine if you could unite all these tribes against the Empire in Doma.
I shall look for you on the field at the Nardum. Mark my words! As shall I. Mayhap I shall take 11 more Dothar heads to make a dozen with yours. I look forward to the day.
Uh-huh. Bro, I'm gonna unite these tribes and lead them to Doma. And we're gonna have ourselves a right old fucking brawl.
A great battle held on the final day of the Sahan San. During this time, all bonds of hierarchy are broken. All Zayla are equal and free to prepare for the fight. The tribe which triumphs in the Nardum rules until the next Sahan San, which in these lands is now.
Oh.
Ah, so that is what they call the custom. I presume your tribe will also be taking part?
Not all seek the Dawn Throne. Some are satisfied with their lot. Others, like the Castir, have reason to remain neutral. Them all are lambs among wolves. Long were we content to remain apart and live quietly, but...
I will be your champion.
You seek Kien, yes? I know where he may be.
I know how to do this now. I just had an idea. Obviously separate from my Warrior of Light, because he doesn't have ideas. He just stands there and watches. I will join the Mall people. I will become their champion. I will fight in this Tsar, whatever the fuck that is. And then when I win, I will be king of this land. And I will march all those fuckers to Doma. And we will go kick some Imperial ass. I've got it. Let's go. This is going to be easy. Easy. I already have it worked out. What a plan. All right, Serena. Meet your future king. Bow before me. Long ago, my grandmother, having received a vision from the gods, bade me go forth into the southern mountains. It was there that I found Hien, near death from many wounds. I brought him to our village, and there we nursed him back to health. Afterwards, he chose to remain, that he might repay us for our kindness. Domans set much store by honor and shame, so at first I did not question it. Excuse me, if I could see your map for a moment. Here. He has grown fond of this place. It affords him a view of the markets and the steppe. Good plan, you should try that. I am going to try it. Just mark my words. I've got this. I would accompany you, but I must return to our village to prepare my grandmother's meal. Thank you again for your assistance. Our long-awaited reunion is at hand. Come, my friends, let us go and greet our Lord and Master. Alright. Now, let's quickly see her. Pretty sure there's a lot of fucking... Yep. Hello, traveler. As it happens, some of the local Questeri merchants have been dealing with a problem involving your kind of late. Reunion is run by the Castir. It will not do you any favors to displease them. The tribe is famed for its dislike of speech. They believe that all words are merely lies. The Questeri The Kastiri way is to show you your intentions through their actions. Nothing else shall suffice. And yet a merchant from far-off lands has recently appeared in Reunion, trying to force the Kastir to trade by using the very words they despise. Ignorance is no excuse. I have seen others attempt to explain the local customs to him. However, it matters not what anyone says, he will not listen. I would appreciate it if you were to take responsibility for this buffoon. No doubt he is still in the Khan's taint, harping on. This is the Khan's taint? No. Where the fuck is the Khan's taint? Is this the Khan's taint? I would have thought the Khan would have had the biggest taint. What am I not fucking seeing? Okay, Ian is up there. Where the hell is this thing then? I was at the Khan's taint. But I didn't see anyone inside the Khan's taint. Oh, here we go. Gasco. I don't suppose you'd fancy taking part in this conversation anytime soon, would you? If I've done something to displease you, you need only tell me what... And just who would you happen to be? If you're here to trade, then you'll have to wait your turn. I arrived first. What's that? You're not a merchant? Well, are you aware of the funny customs these Kastir have? Apparently words aren't much use. Only actions will do. I was told as much by members of the other Yuri tribes, but I just can't bring myself to believe it. How can one run a market if they refuse to speak? Regardless, it does not appear that I stand to gain much from continuing to rely on speech. If even a fellow outsider such as yourself is telling me to follow the Kastiri customs, I suppose it is high time I acquiesced. Now that I think of it, if you're not a competitor, would you perhaps be interested in working with me? Seek me out if you'd like to hear more. Dude, it must be so annoying when... Like, have you ever been in a conversation with someone where you're actually a bit bored and you kind of want to leave, but you don't want to be a dick, right? So you don't want to tell them, listen here, get the fuck away from me. I'm tired of your voice. Just leave me alone. And they just keep talking and talking and talking, and you're eventually... This happens specifically on the phone quite often, where eventually you're just like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's funny, yeah. And you're just sitting there going, oh, God. Dude, I think, how more obvious can I make it to you that I am not at all partaking in your fucking conversation right now? Like, I am not partaking. You're making sentences. I'm using one-word responses here. Just let me go, please. And they're like, oh, but I have to go. Yeah, just quickly wanted to tell you. And like, uh-huh. Mm-hmm. But, dude, but I really have to go now. Yeah. Dude, it is so fucking annoying. That's why words are cursed. It's been an eternity since I last had the chance to talk with a fellow traveler. The name's Gasco. I belong to the East Aldenard Trading Company, and I've been stationed in the Far East for a while now. I used to work at our Kagani office until a short while ago. Word has it, it won't be long before Doma fully escapes the Empire's grasp. Very few merchants are going to pass up such a good opportunity to trade with a newly independent nation. I've always been a prisoner myself and decided that I would make certain I was the first to explore this new potential trade partner. I've brought bags full of foreign goods to impress the locals. Yet despite this, I am unable to convince them to even talk to me. Never mind, take a look at my wares. If only they knew that what harrowing obstacles I have overcome just to be here. Countless levies paid to pirates, daring escapes from fearsome bandits and beasts. I could go on forever. Yeah, I'm starting to see why the Castir do not want you here, Gasco. You talk a lot. And what is my reward? The icy stare of a Castiri woman. Until today, I had never met a lady that thought me anything but a charming gent. Wait, had that with someone who was trying to convert me? I didn't want to be rude, since he was genuinely convinced he was helping me. Wait, convert you to what, Shadow Rodney? Yeah, well, listening to this fuck, Super Slider, I can understand about silence. What was he converting you to? I once had it on a date, by the way. Like, went on a date with this girl, and, dude, it was the most bored I've ever been in my life. Like, just sitting there, and she's just fucking mouthing off about literally every single thing I could not care less about. Like, this girl spoke about makeup and shopping and clothes and shit as if it was the most interesting thing you could ever talk about. It was surreal. As it seems I alone am not up to the task, I wish to ask for your aid, knowledgeable adventurer. If you help me convince them to trade, I promise you untold discounts on everything I have for sale. Chris in charge, he was a... You're a fucking what? I've never heard of that denomination. As far as I am, like, most Christians I know will, like, if you tell them you're not interested, they will just leave it. The only people I know that wouldn't are Jehovah's Witnesses. Like, they can go fucking on for a while. It's from Africa, but I'm not sure how to write it. It's definitely not from anywhere where I am. You should read Shadowbringer. Stormblood is slow, and many people lose interest there. I'm not losing interest. I like it here. No need to be so alarmed, friend. I merely wish for you to help me learn about Quisteri customs. I would not dream of asking you to threaten them or force you to help me with work. Their culture is unlike anything I have encountered thus far. If I am to get anywhere, I must study all of the customs and deities that govern their day-to-day lives. Only then do I stand a chance of convincing them to trade. This information shall doubtless be equally valuable to you on your travels. Why? If I weren't such a humble man, I would demand you show me your gratitude for giving you this opportunity. Well, fuck you, Gascol. Alright, is there another blue quest in this? No. Alright, so we can go up on this mountain. Eritrea, it's in East Africa. I mean, if it is, if it's a... Wow, there's music. I once had a taxi driver demand I defend my faith, then proceed to tell me what I ought to believe. I was so drunk and just wanted to go home. Well, what faith did he want you to defend? Yeah, but Eritrea is it's a weird zone on Earth, from what I understand. Isn't it like a dictatorship or some shit? To believe in fairies. Well, that makes sense. This music is fantastic. And okay, I'm starting to see why you guys think this place is beautiful. It's very different to the other places. open rolling plains. Very cool. What up, Ian?
The Kami are merciful! My lord Hien, I see you are alive and well.
Ah, you are come sooner than expected.
He does not seem happy.
My blade or my head? Which would you have of me?
The people of Yansha remain loyal to Doma. I have seen the fire in their eyes. They are ready to rise up and fight. The time is ripe, my lord.
Kaltis,
Return
really?
with us, blade in hand, and lead Doma to freedom.
Naught less than liberty will suffice, then. The pity. It will prove far more difficult to deliver than my head. But if my people wish to pursue an impossible dream, then who am I to deny them?
Why does it sound like he's given up as well?
You giddy! Go, Setsu! And,
The scions of the Seventh Dawn, my lord. Good and true friends who opened their hearts and homes to us when we fled to Eorzea. Far across the sea they have journeyed to stand with us in the fight for Doman liberation. To oppose the Empire, as they have in the West, where they are lauded as heroes for their many deeds.
say no more, Yugiri. Say no more. I observed how you helped Serena, to whom I am deeply indebted. For that and for the aid you provided my people, you have my deepest gratitude.
You're welcome, bro. Do you think he could take on Xenos?
There is no doubting your strength nor your character. It would be my honor to fight by your side. So, what of Doma? Arise, my friends, and tell me of our home. I have made my decision. You, Giddy. I bid you return to Yansha and take charge of our forces in preparation for my homecoming. As for our esteemed guests, I would ask that you remain here with me. I sense you will be a great help in the coming days.
He's going to become the lord of this place.
My lord, but how much longer do you intend to stay?
Oh, only until I have won the contest. I mean to return at the head of the Zayla army.
We had the same idea. Fuck, I'm so smart.
You mean to
Jesus.
In the Nardum?
Have you a better idea? Consider how soundly we were defeated before. The Imperials may have since grown weaker, but we are weaker still. 'Twould be folly to challenge them without first supplementing our forces, so yes, I intend to win the Nardum and enlist the aid of every able-bodied Zayla I can. Furthermore, by championing them all in the contest, I can at last repay their kindness. Lest you forget they saved me from certain death, and a man who suffers such debts to go unpaid is without honor and unfit to lead.
Just so, just so. Our lord has spoken, Yugiri. But take heart, I shall keep him safe. And should it come to it, bring him back by force.
This is no laughing matter, Gosetsu. But if these are my orders, very well. Once more, I place my faith in you. Pray look after them both.
Shadow. Something's gonna happen to him. He's not gonna be able to.
Looks like it's up to us then.
He's not gonna be able to fight, and then I'm gonna have to fight in his stead.
The next king of Doma or something.
So they say. though in truth I am but a pale reflection of my late father. All the more reason to entreat your assistance. For ours is an impossible dream. To set in motion a revolution that will rattle the very firmament and shake off the yoke of the most powerful empire in the world.
Oh, we got this, bro. Don't worry, we got this. I have a big oaf coming to fight me at some point, I must tell you guys. Akalon Racronium, was it? Once again, allow me to thank you for your many deeds and service to Doma. For 25 years that my father ruled in name only, my rule, if one would deign to call it that, has been naught in comparison. That changes now. We have a purpose and a plan, and after we take to the battlefield together, we will have victory as well. But you are a practical man, I can tell. Disinclined to trust in words when actions speak truer. I can relate. Dude, he installed my idea though. I'm a little bit peeved at that. Man could have come up with his own fucking ideas. So, you have too heard of the Nadam? The great battle for supremacy of the steppe? I learned of it during my stay with the Mole. To my knowledge, no foreigners have ever participated, much less triumphed in the Nadam. But, lack of precedent notwithstanding, I should think we would have good standing to bid them march with us to Doma, should we win. Will they even permit us to fight, my lord? We belong to no tribe of the steppe. We are not without options, given what Serena has told me. You see, in accordance with the god's wishes, her people shall participate in the coming Nadam. And when they take the field, I mean for us to fight alongside them as fellow warriors of the Mole. But we need not discuss this at length here. Come, let us head north to the Mole Illo, where Serena and her people have made camp for this season. I install your idea and took credits for it. That's how you know he makes for a great leader? Pretty much. I just wish he didn't take my fucking idea. Like, he could have been a great leader, like, without taking my ideas. Where the hell is this camp? Oh, it's really high up north. Alright. Wait, I could start looking for some compass stuff here. Northwest. 636 moms. Fuck. Giant wall. No! My plans are naught. Lotus, how you doing? Before you even came here? No, he didn't, Grandorius. Of course he didn't. He heard me say it, and now he's just stealing my fucking plans. In Ian's defense, he thought it up a few years ago before you, Akko. Yeah, but I only heard of it now. So, I'm still first. Holy shit, look at this big boy. That is a beast of a fucking mammoth. Destroying the fuck out of me. Well, stop sneezing, CG. Jesus. What is this giant sort of city in the middle of the place? What is this? This thing's gonna be up top, isn't it? No, it's northwest again. Please tell me it's not on in that city. That's gonna be so horrible. On a pocket heater today or extra DPS 5% buff? Right now I don't really need anything. I can't remember the last time we've needed to go into a dungeon. Southeast. For the love of all things that's fucking holy. It's on top. Jesus, I can't get there yet. I can probably. Can I get in there? Maybe I can. Can't access that one until later in the Azim story. Okay, so I can't go in there yet. Alright, fine. Well, screw this. We'll probably get it as soon as we finish, like, the war and we win. Then we'll be able to go into the Dawn Throne, and that's where everything will be fine. I really like the music here. In this X-Pack onwards, a lot of the ether currents can't be accessed until later points in the story. Please stop attacking me. Thank you. Alright, Lord Hian. My friends, I give you Mol Elo. The Khatun of the tribe, Temulin, resides in the largest yurt. We should go and make our introductions. Well, let's do this. Hey, Alpin, how you doing? This plane reminds me of the Frozen Throne. Why? What the hell is that? I wouldn't say this doesn't remind me, like, if it was icy, sure. But I'm not getting Frozen Throne vibes. More, almost, like, maybe Dragon Blade? Actually, no. If I have to compare this to any zone, it would be Nagrand. I would say it gives me sort of Nagrand vibes and some, like, not quite the same, but similar-ish to Nagrand. Temulin, how you doing, brother? At last, the traveler comes.
Tamarun Hatun, Serena, I am returned.
What up?
Ah, you found each other.
Ours is the soil, Hian. The Domans, and the Eorzeans, too.
You know us?
How?
The gods know you, child. As do the stars in the heavens, which shone bright at your coming.
Wow.
The Mole hearken to the whispers of the elder gods, which guide us in our daily lives. We know them through the Utum, like my grandmother.
Hatun, I am come to beg a boon of you and yours. That I might liberate my homeland, I seek to rally the strength of the steppe.
This is gonna be difficult.
To that end, I wish to fight in the Nardum as a warrior of the Maw. Will you grant me this honor?
To stand with the Mole is fruitless. Hian, do not do this. The gods may have willed that our tribe join in the Nardum, but
don't worry about it, Serena. We've got
there is no
this.
path to victory. We are weak and our numbers few. Even with your help, it would be impossible.
I thank you for your concern, Serena. But it is precisely because of the seeming hopelessness of your cause that we must needs cast our lot with you. Were we to join hands with a more favored tribe, our victory would inevitably be attributed to them, and no one would follow me to Doma.
I could take him alone. I don't even need these bastards.
'Twas the gods' will that we fight. Mayhap this too is their design. Hear me then. As Hatun of the Mole, I invite you all to join with us in the Nardum.
Nice. Nice, here we go. One step closer to being the king of the aura.
Will you look after them?
Come with me, friends. There is much I would show you.
You... wait.
Oh, here we go.
I would have words.
I'm listening.
A singular radiance, shimmering, like a jewel of the Dusk Mother, blinding in its brilliance. Stars flicker and flock to you. Before such gathered light, even the secrets of the gods may be laid bare.
Man, I am so special.
Some are fated to rise in grace and glory. Others to falter and fade, though not from memory. Both will be your strength and salvation come the end.
I hope she's not talking about some of my friends dying. We've had this conversation. Yoshi P promised me no more of my friends will die.
Cherish the stars and the light they bring you in the dark. For you are a traveler, are you not?
Wait. Tungle, what you just said there, is this going to be important later on in the story? And I mean much later on, because you just said, oh fuck, that aged well. I am drinking coffee again, yeah. Thank you all for coming, and for offering to fight with us in the Nadam. Though I still fear our chances grim, I am grateful for your assistance. To be recognized as warriors of Mol, there is a trial you must overcome. But before we speak of such things, there is another more pressing matter. Man, when am I going to get some upgraded gear? Fuck. About it, just stand tall. I just heard that and thought the same. I fucking hate you, chat. Like, I'm glad that you guys aren't giving me spoilers, but at the same time, I hate you. Like, these questions burn in my skull. Fuck you all. It must be so much fun for you all to watch me not know what the fuck is going on. My friends, I must warn you. The path upon which you embark is fraught with peril. You will journey onto the far reaches of the steppe to confront a terrible foe, as did the warrior Bardam in days of yore. 3 days he battled with the demon ere he returned to his people. So it is written, so must it be. Many who follow in his footsteps perish, lacking in strength of body and mind. Therefore, we must treat you to a great feast. I love how every single in-game character had the same reaction as I did in real life. We must treat you to a great feast. And it was just like, huh? Hey, I expected some massive trial before I can go kill the thing. And she's going, no, we must celebrate you before you go. Have I said something strange? The hungry fox starves staring at the bull's testicles. Therefore, Jesus. Okay, this dialogue is surreal. Wow. I thought my examples could be, like, on the edge. The hungry fox starves staring at the bull's testicles. Therefore, warriors should be well fed on the eve of battle. She does have a point. You have been keeping busy in my absence. A brief repast may be in order, lest we collapse of fatigue and malnourishment in the midst of our trial. Yes, just so. However, it will take time to prepare. Is there anything we can do to help? It might also give us a chance to learn more about your people and their ways. Absurd, how you doing, brother? Imagine if you did have a Final Fantasy that was rated R. In Rocky Mountain Oysters before battle? Is there anything we can do? Well, if you insist, I am sure that the others would be glad of your assistance. Would you go and speak to Door Baileys? As for you three, you can help me with another task. For today's feast, the gods decreed that we lure Gulu Gulu to slaughter with entrails. Perhaps you could be the ones to do this? That your people look to the gods for guidance, I understand, but in your daily meals? I say, your grandmother must be quite busy. Some days more than others, but every night we come together around the cookfire. Even babes must earn their keep on the steppe. Give over the entrails, Serena. We will bring you a bounty of meat. Whatever floats your boat? Well, kebabs is good. Like, if you could eat anything right now, what would you eat? And pussy does not count, dick does not count. So, what would you eat if you could eat anything right now? Oh, shit. Doner kebab. Oh, doner kebab is so good. Oh, shit. Thank you for the prisms. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Alpen. What's Sir Molly? Deep fried chocobo? No, that's disgusting. We ride chocobo. We don't eat them. You'd eat ass, bad gamer? I mean, no judgment. Spaghetti bolognese. If I could eat anything right now... Oh, that's difficult, but I would say beef stew. I have this real craving for beef stew, bro. A word of advice. Our quarry is wont to avoid the Zayla and their settlements, but is fond of flowing waters.
That's the harsh thing about FFXIV up to end blocker as one story arc. Maybe 16 is going more into our rating with it being in your surpass hands.
Dungle, thank for the 100 bits, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Govad, how you doing, brother? Sorry, maybe 16 is more in the R rating? Maybe. A thought occurs to me. How about we make a game of it, Aklon? I have 6 bags of entrails, with which we may lure our Gulu Gulu. 3 for you and 3 for me. Whoever returns with a greater portion shall be declared the winner. What say you? It's Peggy 16. I don't think there is a universal rating. Every country would have its own rating, but... do we know what Final Fantasy XVI's rating is already? Like, have that been revealed to us? Since you will stand as witness, let the games begin. Wow. Just runs the fuck off. Where am I heading? So, destination. Space 16. The watchtower of Mole Ill is still visible in the distance. It seems unlikely that Gulu Gulu would venture this close. No. He said they're fond of flowing waters. So I need to go somewhere where we're close to flowing waters. No flowing waters here. Neither is there any flowing waters here. Where the hell would I find flowing waters? It's not getting me anywhere near flowing waters. There's some flowing waters here. There we go. Right here is where I find them. The river winds, it winds its way south. The water's churning with a gentle current. There may be many Gulu lurking nearby. Yes. Sense a hostile presence. Oh shit. It is fucking go time. Let's go, bitches. All right, that is... How many of these do we have now? Okay, so I've got 3 of them. Can I do it at the same spot again, or no? Fuck. To do Lore WoW or FF14 with Noble 86? Either, really. I mean, me and Noble have spoken before. And I'd be open to talking to him again. I loved my conversation with Noble. It was really good fun. I mean, I still enjoy WoW lore. I have so many fucking videos coming up with WoW lore. It's one of the reasons we're making a second channel for MMOs and Final Fantasy XIV. I'm not gonna get any fucking things here. There's no flowing water. This is not gonna work. This area appears to be isolated and far from any Zayla settlement. There may be many Gulu lurking nearby. Yeah, doubt it. There's no flowing water. See, there's only 2. I fucking hate you so much. Alright. That's that taken care of. I'm pretty sure I'm winning this. We need one more... Oh shit, ether current. I wasn't even looking for this. Let's go, boy! Alright, if we can get another 2 years, sadly I'm not... Hoofprints and wagon tracks are unmistakable in the earth. Perhaps there are Gulu lurking nearby. Perhaps there are. Fuck. Okay, there's one more spot up there. Let's go see if that spot might be better. I'm gonna feel like such a fool if this is actually, like, pre-rendered, so you don't actually get to make a decision there. What the hell is this thing? Can I kill this, or is this thing gonna kill me? If I try to kill him, will he kill me? No, you guys say don't. I'll just keep clear of it. This area appears to be isolated and far from the zealous anyone. There may be many Gulu nearby. Don't go near. Oh, shit. You just pulled him? You just fucking pulled him. I'm about to get fucked. Yep, there we go. This is fun. Why am I little? Hello? I can't even attack this thing. Now I can. I'm still little though. Can I not be little anymore? Thank you. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. How would someone explain to me how the fuck that hit me? I was definitely out of that. No! I tried to push it too much. Oh my Lord Jesus. Man. I should remember to change that. All the way back to Goethes. Fuck. How do you change that again? You click... you can do this, right? Register... Favorite destination or free. Which one do you do? Said home point, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, now at least we won't, like... spawn all the fucking way back there. No, Lotus, please don't apologize. It was fun, but for some reason it kept hitting me. Like, the last time it hit me, that was my fault. But the first time it hit me, I'm pretty sure it was fucking out. And I still got smacked in the balls by that thing. So I'm not sure why that happened. There are some nightmarish creatures here. The zones are definitely bigger than they were in... I think at least... even Heavensward. I did not experience the Heavensward zones to be this big. Like, these zones are almost certainly, like, close to 1.5 to maybe even 2 times the size. I want to do these world bosses again at some point. Alright, Kusetu, where's your master? Oh, have you used all your bait? In that case, let us see the fruits of your labor. Oh, it would seem that at the very least, you are the faster hunter. But speed is not everything. For my part, I slew 6 Gulu. Pretty sure I did more than 6. Well. Aye, that you have, my lord. As for Akalon. The meat of 8 Gulu did he bring. A fine day's work. And undeniably the greater portion. Well, there you go. Bitch, I think I should be king of this land. Bah! A loss, is it? And how confident I was in my chances. Nevertheless, it is a testament to your skill as a hunter and a warrior. How fortunate I am to count one so talented among my allies. I really think I should be king of this place. And with that, our game is concluded. Let us return to Mol Ilo forthwith, and let us have Akalon present our meat to Serena. 6 RAM in PS3 to 8 gig in PS4, so yeah, little bigger maps. Can you imagine when they finally drop the reliance of PS4? When they can finally move to PS5? Like, I'm assuming it's going to take a while. They're probably not going to do that immediately, but can you imagine how cool it would be? Like, the things they're going to be able to do when they go to PS5. Mayhap you are unfamiliar with traditional Guzuela cuisine. Let not its appearance deceive you. It is quite hearty and nourishing. Were it not so, I doubt they could have nursed me back to health. You should have seen the state I was in. Dogos, how you doing, brother? How many people here are playing on a PS4? To catch a stream in a long time. Dogos, very happy to have you here, bro. How you doing? Welcome back. For sure, I totally get it, though. Console market is strong, especially in JP. Dogos, thank you very much. Really appreciate that, bro. Alright, let's give her our meat. She's not a child or anything, right? That's fine to say. Gave me luck. And our first world boss taste? Easy. Just got PS5 recently. Nice to play on couch, I'll admit. I'm pretty sure it ends next expansion. They stated that in the previous live letters. No, wait, didn't we talk about that? I don't think they did. I think in the live letters they were sort of talking about not having plans right now for dropping support for PS4. The reason I would be sort of wondering about the dropping of support right now, most people can still not get a PS5. It is still very difficult to get your hands on. So it would be, I think, that would be a very unpopular move, considering a lot of people wouldn't be able to play on the PS5 because they just don't fucking have it. Yeah, PS4, that's what they say, Tungle, thank you, yes. They said PS4 is at least planned for 7.x. Children can be shooting yourself in the foot. You would absolutely destroy this game if you announced within the next 2 years that the PS4 is losing compatibility. Series X, none around in my town. Like I can literally make all of you cry right now. Like, let's say, I know they were in stock not fucking long ago. I know they were literally, let's see. All right, those two are out of stock right now. But let's see. Who's got stock? So all graphics cards right now is completely in stock in South Africa. But it does appear as if PlayStations are out of stock. Was gonna stick with PC. Tried 14 on console, wasn't for me. Seeing near MSRP prices right now is wild for GPUs. True, the prices have really plummeted, Kovad. You're returned, Aklon. How was your hunt? CDM, you bastard. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I looked at RTX 3090 prices. £2,000. No thanks. Yeah, but why would you buy a 3090, CDJ? Like, what would you possibly want with a 3090? I mean, I'm thinking more just what the game could look like if we had, you know, support dropped for the PS4. But I wouldn't say they should drop support for the PS4. Not right now, anyways. As soon as people have the ability to buy... thank you for the first time chat as well, CDM. Very happy to have you here, brother. As soon as people have the ability to buy PS5s as much as they want, no problem. You know, but now I would say dangerous. Final Fantasy XIV isn't available on Xbox, is it? The GPUs because of the scam known as crypto and people building a shit ton of PCs to mine it. Because that's only one of the reasons. That's not the full reason. Mining CDJ, thank you for the gifted sub, did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With some hearts in chat for CDJ gifting a sub. Really appreciate that, bro. They should really add Xbox support. And yeah, just for anyone that is sort of wondering, the only... Actually, I don't even think that. So there's a new way to farm crypto, like farm crypto, even though most people don't understand how it works, that's a lot better than the GPU farming. There's actually companies that's building farming rigs that doesn't have a GPU at all. It's just software that optimizes a CPU to do it better than what a GPU could. So they're no longer, like, yeah, for a while, they're not really using as many GPU farms as they used to do. And then also, I think the only two major cryptos in the top 10 market that is still using farming is Bitcoin and ETH. And ETH is also moving away from farming soon. So, D-Rocker, you bastard. Thanks for tier one sub. I really appreciate that. 9 months, 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Akko, OnlyFans win? Give me $1,000. We can talk. Like, there's so many things that people don't know about the crypto industry. I'm not saying that, like, look, I think if the problem in Russia have taught me anything, like the Russia-Ukraine issue have taught me anything, it's that crypto right now isn't what it promised to be. And this is going to sound very, like, weird what I'm saying, but a lot of the cryptocurrencies have blocked Russians from actually being able to access or use cryptocurrency. The whole point of cryptocurrency is that it is decentralized. So that should technically not be possible. Now, I get that many people say, look, Russia should suffer and there should be sanctions. But if you have a currency that's supposed to be decentralized and yet it can choose not to involve a certain group of people, then that currency isn't decentralized, in which case, what's the point of the currency? Do you see what I mean? So that bothers the living fuck out of me. So that is what I hate at the moment about cryptocurrencies. I like the idea. I think from an idea perspective, it's something that will definitely probably be in the future. But I also think that a lot of people do not understand crypto. Like, I hear people saying, oh my God, crypto is so bad for the environment. And I'm like, okay, you know that like 90% of all crypto farms run on renewable electricity, right? Like all the biggest crypto farms in the world are centered around places that have renewable energy because it's cheaper. So they're really not very expensive. They don't really harm the... It used to be, but they've since obviously changed a hell of a lot. So yeah, there's a bunch of misconceptions. My word, this is impressive. You were so hungry that you felt the need to kill so many? Well, I shall endeavor not to disappoint you with all my cooking. We already heard that you guys cook weird. Alright. It will be a little while before the meal is ready. If you and Lys wish to fill the time, perhaps you could assist Dorbay. He has many responsibilities and would welcome your help. Nor would you regret making his acquaintance, for he is liked and respected by all. You may find him by the other yurt, taking stock of our supplies. How long before dumbasses are reeing, you are breathing, bad for the environment? I mean, I'm all for taking care of the environment. I just hate when people are uninformed and then say stupid shit. Alright. Ah, one of the newcomers. Welcome! I spoke with Lys. I bade her help the children gather fuel for the cook fires. I trust it will be a good experience for all. For you too, perhaps. Seek them in the south, across the bridge. Alright. Here we go. I'm apparently now collecting wood. This is what the Warrior of Light should be doing. Smoldering, are you yoking? Are you making a yoke? Surely you yesed. Kazujan, how you doing, bro? Oh, Akalon, are you here to help too? Great. So I suppose Dorbay told you that the children and I are gathering fuel for the fires, did he? It'll need to be dried before they can burn it, of course. You do understand what we're here for, right? Only some people can be a bit squeamish about this sort of stuff. Then again, you've never minded getting your hands dirty, have you? Anyway, we're trying to get 4 piles each. Good luck. And keep an eye on the children while you're at it, eh? The fuck kind of fuel is this? Why not just use wood? To become supreme ruler of the steppe? You harbor unimaginable power and have destroyed countless baddies, but I'm gonna need you to go pick some plants, my guy. Exactly. It seems like I'm picking up shit. There's a tree right there. What are you saying? Social, what are you saying? Excuse you, sir. Lots of brushes. There's wood on these. There's a tree right here. Still small, but it is a tree. I could get more. There's more trees over here. Well, bushes, but bushes will also burn, and I think bushes will burn better than shit. Is shit really the best kind of fuel you can get? Be helpful and create dung for them and save a trip? Oh, shit. Think it was a real thing to use shit for fire fuel? Probably was, but how would that smell inside a tent, dude? Imagine you're cooking fucking food on a fire that is fueled by shit. The smell alone would be enough to make me skinny. I would just be like, I'm good. I don't need to eat. It's been weeks. I'm fine. I'll just live off the sunlight here. Like, fuck. I think I would care about smells. Like, have you ever smelled shit burn? Well, have you found your share yet? Yep. Good work. I hope you took the time to talk to the children while you were at it. I did not speak to the kids fucking once. Lise, look how much dung we have. Wow, I'm impressed. I thought we'd gather a lot, but it looks like we'll have to admit defeat. Dorbay will be happy we found enough. Not just Dorbay. Now we can continue making cheese. Not that I was worried. It was easier when we were living near the forest. But dung works just as well as wood. I heard them all move from place to place, that the gods tell you where to go. It must be hard on you all. Hard? I do not understand. Why is it hard? It is better for animals to move, to have more food to eat and land to roam. To stay in one place is harder, no? From the heavens comes the rains, which nourishes the soil. From the soil comes the grass, which nourishes the beasts. From the beast comes the flesh, which nourishes the Zayla. Ours is the soil of one and all. Holy shit, these kids are weird. But you Westerners are like the Domans. You live in the same place, in villages, and all the villages in one place are part of a nation, yes? Ian talks about nation sometimes. When he was injured, he spoke of Doma in his sleep. But I did not understand his words. Whenever I ask him about Doma, he just smiles and looks to the south. It reminds me of my mother, when she waits for my father to return from a long journey. But Ian will not wait any longer, will he? Because you came for him, to take him back. Because his nation is more important. I'm not sure how to answer this. Baked, how you doing, brother? A nation is a place, I suppose. A place, and the people in it. And maybe the things, too? Wow, you are doing a fucking splendid job, Lise. I am from a nation, and that made no fucking sense. But more than that, it's the history, the traditions, the words, the stories we tell ourselves and our children. Everything that came before and everything that comes after. The place we were born is part of who we are. We carry it with us, no matter where we go. Whatever we become, that part remains, that link to our fathers and their fathers before them. It's not important to everyone, I suppose, and that's fine, but it's important to Ian. And to me. She fucking snatched that victory from the jaws of defeat. Some call them all fools for listening to the Elder Gods, but it is our way, our pride, our nation? Something like that. It's something precious that you and others share, and that no one can ever take from you. But we can talk more about it later. It's time to go home. Dorbay is waiting. I'll stay with the children. Why not go and let Serena know what we got on? Sure. Things about her. I mean, it is kind of a difficult question to answer. What is a nation? Imagine if you had to explain it to someone that has no idea what it means. Like, nations have cultures. But not, like, you can have culture without a nation. It's very weird. Lee's answer sounds pretty much in character, at least. True. Fuel fight. Fuck off, Smollery. We're not having a ship fight yet. is the least way of saying it. Welcome back, Akalon. Did you speak with Dorby? Well, well. Then you will forgive me if I ask you to wash your hands. I shall pour you a cup of milk tea in the meantime. The meal is almost ready, so we should summon Hien and Gusetsu. Milk tea. Milk tea is just tea with milk, right? I get the feeling she maybe have a crush on Hien.
She needed the rest. To come so far and carry so much. Hien and his friend, too. Strange that they should vanish so soon.
Well, they're fighting. It's a rest after you collect all the shit and she just stands around. Oh, they're honing their skills.
Not troubled by your old wounds, I see.
Nor you by yours. I know I should have fled with the others after Father died, instead of blindly fighting on. It was reckless and foolish, and there was naught to be gained from it. Everything to lose, rather.
Mm-hmm. You're growing.
We know no path save the one we walk. I myself am in no hurry to meet those who have gone before. Not while I have still to make amends.
Well said.
I think Gusetsu is gonna die.
You are none the worse for your time in the wilderness. On the contrary, I would say you have improved.
Gusetsu reminds me of Horshavant, and based on what happened to Horshavant,
Your victory still far exceeds
I think
mine.
he's the one that's
Or have you
dying.
forgotten all the times you trounced me as a boy?
Because I don't trust Yoshi P.
Feared I would not see you again.
A life so fortuitously saved should be spent wisely. Without regret, would I have traded it for our people's amnesty, had it been their will. Instead, they have called for the sword, and so that is what I must be. Until this blade is broken, I can but carve a path forward.
I like that he's getting his resolve back.
Were you truly so concerned for my well-being? You never showed it when we used to spar.
How you cried when you lost, and when your mother tried to comfort you, and when you inevitably came at me once more, swinging your wooden sword wildly.
Giving him shit, lol.
Lina's little Master Shun. What a fine young man you've become.
A man should not be addressed by his childhood name. I've told you about that before. The mask slips. And I was so close to cultivating a winning persona.
They could spar with me.
There will be opportunity enough for putting on airs after you have returned in triumph to Doma. Now is the time to show our true character.
D-Rocker, I have no choice. This is the hat that I've been dealt. It's a tree or some shit. I don't know. No secrets between comrades, hey? Shun, was it? So long as we win when it counts.
Sad news. In the new Dragon Sword Ultimate, Houcherfit dies again.
No, he doesn't. Fuck you, he doesn't. No, I'm not hiding it.
Yes, yes. 'Tis a name my parents gave me as a child, but I should like to think I have long since outgrown it. But as you seem determined to bring it back into use, I believe a match is in order. If I win, you will be honor-bound to divulge one of your darkest secrets.
Dude, I don't have secrets. I do. I have an abnormally large penis. Hashtag I didn't wash my hands. True. No, I don't care about dice. Don't make me do anything else. The Apartheid Ruby mine. Lol. If you give me dice, I'm gonna have to care about it. I like what I'm doing now. I don't need dice. Well, my friends, I for one am full of vim and vigor. Trust you feel the same? Then what better time than now to undertake our trial and become full-fledged warriors of Mol? Secrets from when? Need that Echo drip? Dude, I couldn't care less about drip. I'm gonna replace this gear anyways. Wait until I get to max level and then we can start worrying about what the gear looks like. Now then, Serena, if you would tell us of the trial we must undertake that we might participate in the Nadan. Ah yes, as I mentioned before, to be recognized as warriors of the steppe, one must follow in the footsteps of the legendary warrior Bardan. He embarked on a great pilgrimage, eschewing cart and horse, and walked for many moons until he came to a holy place, thereafter named Bardam's Metal. There at the altar, as he did, you must pray. The altar lies deep within the breeding grounds of the Jarl. To complete your trial, you must tame one. Only then will your trial be complete. Fair enough. And where is the entrance to Bardam's Metal? You must journey far, far to the west, beyond Chakazo, where lie the bones of a great and wise woman. Beyond the ruins of Seolai, hidden within the mountains is a narrow pass. Follow it, and you will come to Bardam's Metal. Sounds to me like it'll be a trial just getting to the trial. Mondu, how you doing? I'd like a shirt with a mugshot of Akko on the front, and they're just staring forward with a resting bitch face. Monley, why? More than you may know, on the eve of the Nadam, many strive to improve their fortunes, some by abducting and enslaving the warriors of the other tribes. Be ever mindful of your surroundings, lest you be taken as well. Run the Weirdo, how you doing, brother? I got a new job, not even a week after I told you I quit my last one. And this job, are you happy with it? Ha, what grim expressions you wear while nodding so powerfully. Warriors such as you are not like to fall en route to a mere rite of passage. Very happy to hear that, by the way, Ren. You know you have a free Fantasia, right? Fantasia is to what? Change your race or something like that. Pays $1 more per hour and I get 3 times the hours, so I can actually pay rent, and it's a union job, so it's awesome. Ren, I'm very happy to hear that, dude. Congratulations, dude. We shall proceed with all due caution, yes. But let us not worry overmuch. We will overcome this trial and the next until we stand triumphant. That is all there is to it, no? I did try Lost Ark. It was fine. Just not... you know. It was fine. With me, my friends, to the west, to Bardam's Metal. Do you know what this means, Aklon? You bearded beautiful bastard. I will soon be upgrading to tier 2 sub. Run the weirdo. I'll take all the money you want to give me, brother. I'll take all the fucking money you want to give me. Wait, Ian. Oh dear, I knew he would forget. I would forget. Here, take these whistles. Once tamed, your yawl will hearken to their call. Thanks, we'll try them out once we finish the trial. Let's catch up to Ian and Gusetsu. The only guy I would actually sub next month. I really appreciate the support that you guys have given. Alright, so where is this? Is it in this area, or is there another area being added here? Aaron, I am honored to hear that. Smoldering, I've been streaming a hell of a lot lately. Sure, a lot of the time my internet fucks up and I can't stream, but I have been streaming a fuck ton lately. At least trying. Lotus, thank you for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is very much appreciated. Hearts in chat for Lotus and the gifted sub. Tundle, take care of yourself, brother. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Sleep well or whatever it is that you're going to do. I really appreciate it. Do you have Elon interwebs over there? You're talking about Starlink. We do, I think, have Starlink, although I'm not sure. Actually, I really fucking don't know. We may do. Let's fucking check. I don't know. Starlink, South Africa. Starlink, the satellite internet arm of the American aerospace company SpaceX, is also committed to launching its services in South Africa. But I don't think... The ultimate idea is that Starlink will be able to cover larger areas with high-fidelity internet, providing internet. On the 9th of January of 2021, Starlink opened for $99 pre-orders and a promise to target coverage in South Africa in 2022. So it's not yet available, but it seems like it is coming somewhere in 2022. Midnight, I must turn up for work at 7 a.m. It's midnight for me as well. But no, it doesn't seem like it's available yet. Next time, 14 is best experience. A slow summer in that narrative a while, you know. Well, I think I think we've simmered enough, which is why I'm spending a lot more time now actually streaming and actually playing FF14 rather than just chatting for weeks on end. I'm trying to do a lot more like actual playing because we've been stuck on Stormblood for how long now? Probably a month and a half. Yeah, I think like a month and a half, if not longer almost. Yeah, the Crystalline conflict did take some time. Yeah, but Asmongold haven't been playing. I'm pretty sure once Asmongold gets back to playing, he will most likely overtake me. Pretty sure. Although, then again, we are moving faster now. So there is a chance that we could, I don't know, get there soon? TM? Yeah, but does he read that fast, like, even when he's playing FF14? Anybody donate all of chat's money to Aklon's birthday hooker and Koke fund? Rin the Widow, I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it is 12 o'clock in the evening for me. Or in the morning, actually. However you want to view it. So it is time to go get some food, get some sleep, do some fucking, do some normal shit, and I will be back tomorrow night, same time, same place as always. Like, we'll literally be back tomorrow night. Is there anything that you guys wanted to, like, is there anyone you wanted to raid from the FF14 community? I don't really know many people in the FF14 community, so not sure. I guess you know what, you guys can go go watch whoever you want. We'll be back tomorrow night, same time, same place as always, starting with the Just Chatting stream and then getting straight into FF14. See a little bit more there. I don't know if Pyromancer, like, Pyromancer is on the new raid. I don't want to go in there because it's going to be spoilers for me. And I don't just want to raid someone and not say hello. So I am trying to not do that. Because it's literally going to be, I'm going to enter his stream and I'm going to be like, nothing. I'm just going to switch it off. And that's really fucking rude. Lotus, what's up? Squelly and Heart, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. What am I looking at? Oh shit, did you go Cowboy Dancer? Alright. That looks fucking cool. Dude, Final Fantasy is like one of those games where you can basically dress like a hooker trying to fight and no one bats an eyelid. Doing Dragon Song, no spoilers there. Yeah, but he's also a much larger fucking streamer, right? Poncho, but it's cool. What Poncho? What do you mean Poncho? It actually, no, it doesn't increase your DPS. Like, fucking hell. But anyways, I can see a lot of the guys in chat really enjoys this. It looks really cool, Alpin. Really cool. Anyways, guys, I have to go eat. Like, fuck. Do you have any idea how hungry I am? I haven't eaten anything yet today. I need to eat and then I have to go sleep. Because we have to be alive again tomorrow. And do a lot of fucking work. Write some scripts. Get some shit done. Get live. Do crazy crap. All manner of shit that needs to be done before tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen of chat, thank you so much to each and one of you for hanging out, for spending your afternoon, your morning, your evening with me, whatever time of the day it is. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you. Tomorrow, Ian is talking to Asmongold, so I will see you guys for that. And then after that, we'll play some Final Fantasy XIV. Peace out, fam.